I apologize to anybody who sent me text messages this morning or I guess after midnight, because I completely forgot that my bill was due yesterday. And I woke up and I was like, why haven't I gotten a text from Jessie yet? Usually she texts me by now. Like, what? Why I hadn't gotten any text this morning? And I'm like, what the hell? So I went to go text her and it was like, message blocking, message active blocking. And I was like, oh, my phone's up. I forgot the bill was due yesterday, so I had to go do that. So I apologize.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down to the next two texts?
They just put this guy on the stand. He literally just started 2 seconds ago. Literally.
11:53 a.m.
This is the first question they asked him.
Trooper, directing your attention to the first text on the page. Which phone number is, what are the last 4 digits of the phone number sending this text message?
I didn't get them. You have to resend them.
What is the body of the
It
text?
doesn't just come in
Hello.
after I turn my
And
phone
what is
back
the
on.
date and time it was delivered?
December 25th,
Just won't get them all.
2022 at 11:53 a.m.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down to the next two texts?
That was my bad.
Trooper, which number is sending this text?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of this?
Thomas asked if you were coming today.
And what was the date and time it was delivered?
Yeah, I'm like, God damn it. Why am I
December
getting any text
25th,
messages?
2022 at 11:53 a.m.
Usually,
And then if you could
20
scroll
minutes
down,
on
Ms.
my
Gilman. Thank you. Trooper, which number sent this next text in the chain?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of it?
I haven't heard from you at all.
And what is the date and time it was delivered?
December 25th, 2022 at 11:54 a.m.
Now, could you, Ms. Gilman, scroll down to the next text in that chain? Trooper, which number is sending this message?
The number ending in 7966.
And what is the body of this text?
My flight got canceled driving up.
And what was the date and time it was read?
December 25th, 2022 at 12:57 p.m.
Ms. Gilman, can we go to page 51? Trooper, this top text on the page, which number is sending it?
yes, Dougie, nothing, because they did not finish. So they have to go back to court for a second day to finish it out on December 18th. So nothing happened yesterday. He has court again today via Zoom, which we will play. I'm actually just trying to pull up the Zoom information now so I can just have it ready to go. But yesterday's thing was not finished. So there was no resolution. There won't be until the 18th of December when they go back for the second day of it. Hope that answers your question, Lovey.
Could you scroll up a little bit?
Yep. I guess you'd have to go all the way up to 50. Which number is sending this text, Trooper?
The number ending in 8646.
And if we could go back down to 51. What was the time in the bottom corner of this text after it says sent?
December 30th, 2022, 6:33 p.m.
Now, Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down to the next message in the chain? Thank you. Trooper, which phone is sending this message?
Morning.
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of it?
Hello, Thomas found the phone playing on William's bed. William said he forgot it was there. Ha ha ha. Okay, call anytime.
What is the date and time? Now, this doesn't say
I
delivered,
believe you
correct?
are correct.
Or is there a time when it was delivered?
It does not say, sir.
What is the date and time in the bottom corner of the text?
Morning,
January
Amber.
2nd, 2023 at 2:33 p.m.
And so, sir, if there's no delay,
Speaking of which, I'm glad Amber popped in because remember I was telling you guys yesterday that her and Deidre did a Spaces and then I had reposted it. I hope that you guys got a chance to listen to it because it was a dual Spaces and YouTube presentation. But I do hope that you guys, if you haven't got a chance to listen to it yet, still do. And it's again, it's on my Twitter. If you just scroll down like a couple tweets, I reshared it. Definitely worth a listen or a watch. It's also on YouTube. They do a great job, her and Deidre, and other people that they had on. And it's an interesting case. So I'm getting static on my headphones of something completely different in the background. That is so weird. It's almost like a walkie-talkie where you get some sort of interruption. That is so strange.
Delivered. What does that mean?
I don't believe it was ever delivered to the intended recipient.
But there's a date and time. Is that when the text was written?
The
Wait.
bottom right?
Yes.
That's when it was sent.
That was when it was sent, because there's a status saying sent.
If
Correct.
the name is
Okay.
there,
Can we scroll
probably
down
just
to the
'cause
next text?
I don't know. I don't.
Trooper, which
Probably
phone
she
number
was
is sending
instructed
this?
At some point
The number ending in 8646?
on Twitter, when you reply to something, it'll say like you're replying to a thread that other people were on. At the top, it'll say like at whoever and at whoever on it. So I don't know. I didn't see that, but it must be just I replied or made a comment on a thread that she must have been on at some point.
Could you read the body of this?
Hello, where are you? Please call, text, or email. Exhausting day with the boys, and we had fun. Going to bed early. Big day tomorrow for everyone. I still love you. Ha ha ha.
And what is the date and time in the bottom?
January 2nd, 2023, 7:18 p.m.
And does this note if it was delivered?
It does not.
Could we go to the next page, page 52? Which number sent this message, sir?
The number ending in 8646?
And what is the body of it?
Hello?
That's what it's called. Calling all beings on YouTube. Thank you. Justice for Jason Veach. Yeah. So it's a good case. The financial records of Karen Reed. Huh? That I reposted? I'm so confused. I'm gonna have to look because I am so confused right now. I repost stuff all the time, so I don't necessarily look to see who else was like in the spread or what it was.
And what is
Like who was on it. Financial records. You mean the financial records of Aidan, not Karen. Of Aidan's attorneys? Is that the one you mean?
the date and the time?
January 3rd, 2023 at 6:39 a.m.
Does this denote if it was delivered?
It does not.
Could we have the next text? Which number sent this?
The number ending in 8646?
And what is the body of it?
Where are you?
And what is the date and time of this?
January 3rd, 2023, 6:39 a.m.
And this has a status of sent?
Yes.
Could we have the next message? Which number sent this?
The number ending in 8646?
And what is the body of it?
I'm worried. Please call or email.
And what time was this sent?
January 3rd, 2023, 6:39 a.m.
Could we go to page 53? Which number sent this message, sir?
The number ending in 8646?
What is the body of this?
Where are you? I just called and it went straight to voicemail. Calling you in Viber now.
And what is the date and time this message was sent?
January 3rd, 2023, 8:30 a.m.
Can we have the next message, please? Which number sent this?
The number ending in 8646?
And what is the body of this text?
I will call after I drop the boys. If I don't hear from you this morning, I'm going to report you missing.
What is the date and time this was sent?
January 3rd, 2023 at 8:32 a.m.
And going down to the next message, what number sent this message?
The number ending in 8646?
What is the body of this message?
Hello, I texted your sister and Alyssa. I am calling Jeff if I don't hear from you. Where are you?
And what is the date and time this was sent?
January 3rd, 2023, 12:16 p.m.
Going down to page 54. Sir, which phone sent this message?
The number ending in 8646?
And what does the body of it say?
Hello,
And what is the date and time it was sent?
January 3rd, 2023, 7:03 p.m.
And the next message, sir, which phone sent this?
The number ending in 8646?
And what is the body of this text?
Where are you? The boys and I are worried. I'm calling work tomorrow if I don't hear from you.
And what is the date and time this was sent?
January 3rd, 2023, 7:04 p.m.
Going down to the next message. What is the phone number that sent this?
The number ending in 8646?
And what is the body of that?
Where are you?
Diabolical. I agree.
And what is the date and time that was sent?
January 4th, 2023 at 10:14 a.m.
And can we go to page 55 for the final message? Sir, what number sent this?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of it?
I am calling Jeff now.
And what is the date and time it was sent?
January 4th, 2023, 10:15 a.m.
For the messages on January 2nd through January 4th of 2023, does any of the messages denote that they were delivered?
It does not appear that.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Cross-exam.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Yesterday, you told us, testified to what you referred to as location data, correct?
Yes.
And the location data that was retrieved by apps, various apps that are contained on the devices.
Yes.
And is it fair to say that with regards to apps being able to collect location data, that that service can be turned off in those devices?
If the user decides to.
Does it?
Okay. And if the user decides to turn off the location tracking aspect of any app, then those app or that particular app just does not collect the location data, correct?
To the best of my knowledge.
Okay. So to the best of your knowledge then, if someone knew how to turn off the location data for all the apps on any device that they were using to go from point A to point B, you wouldn't have that data that you told us about yesterday.
The phone collects quite a bit of data at all times.
I thought you just answered the second to last question. To the best of my knowledge, if you turned off the apps, the device would not collect location data.
Well, app-specific
Mhm.
location data. Yes.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to speak up if you don't mind.
You're asking about app-specific
Okay.
location data, correct?
All right, yes.
Okay, yes.
I
So
don't think this
are
attorney
you
knows
telling
anything
this
about
jury that
additional
if someone
forensics.
turned off the location tracking aspect of an app,
Thank you
that
for popping in,
you
Amber.
would
I
still
appreciate
get
it.
location data from other
a good day.
sources?
At work,
There's a possibility, yes.
not that work is fun,
possibilities.
but
All right.
you know what I mean.
I want to focus your attention now to Exhibit 161. That is the,
Hey, Kim.
that's the Safari search history.
Okay, yes.
Oh, I hate
When
when
you say
that
okay, you mean
happens.
yes.
Yes.
Is that what you, okay. I don't want to
I'm
confuse
sorry
you.
to hear that.
If I
That's
ask a
annoying.
question, just tell me, ask it again, and I'll.
Yes, sir.
That's the Safari search history of the Apple iPhone 13 mini. And it ran a date range of December 25th, 2022 to January 4th of 2023. Is that right?
Correct.
And then that same exhibit, and I think it was referred to yesterday, contains what was referred to as Chapter 2. You recall that? And the Chapter 2 is the Safari web history of the same device that runs from December 31st, 2022, from 9:28 a.m. to 9:31 a.m. Is that
Correct.
correct?
Yes.
And you testified yesterday that even though the data would be collected and extracted from those two sources, the search history and the web history, that the web history would generally contain additional and more detailed information.
That's correct.
And who was it that decided then to limit the web history information included in Exhibit 161 to only one day for just a
It is a
couple of
mess.
minutes?
It was a decision by the prosecution team.
Okay. And so you told us yesterday that your you work for the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office.
Morning,
correct?
Deidre.
Yes.
So, and you told us yesterday that you're an investigator, correct?
Of course
Yes.
I did.
And so as part of your role as an investigator with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office,
Always.
is it fair to say that you take direction from the district attorney that's prosecuting a particular case?
More collaboration. We bring the investigative piece and they,
I'll throw it out there again. I support other decent people, small creators, big creators, doesn't matter to me. Decent people, in general. And even though my channel sort of, financially isn't doing so hot in the last month, I want everyone to do well. Like that's the goal, right? Is to prop everyone up, especially when you're doing a case. Like I know how hard it is to be doing all the things that you have to do for a show and all of the investigation part that you have to do, all the documents, all the speaking to sources, all the things that go with doing this. And so definitely I appreciate the hard work of other people, and you guys are doing an important and interesting case nonetheless. And so yeah, yesterday I directed everybody to, if they hadn't listened to it, to go listen to it or watch it on YouTube, and I reposted it on my Twitter. And then again this morning, I reminded people if they didn't get a chance to do it, today's Friday, try to listen to it today. I think you'll thank me later, because it's an interesting case, right? And it shouldn't have happened. Like it shouldn't have happened. And it bothers me when shit like that happens, because all you want to do is try to help correct the mistake, right? And I try to do that a lot when it comes to Aidan, and I wish that people had listened. I can't make everyone listen, but I at least hope that some people who were fooled easily by him before now open their eyes and realize, there is a serious problem here. And maybe I had been right the whole time. And maybe my intent was to stop anybody else from being harmed. I love when we lay out evidence or lay out timelines, because it's easier for people to look at and see that way,
they bring the legal
Read a
advice
shout
and
out
piece.
in the Twisted Tragedies Diary of O.M.P. Stewart Turtle. Okay, everybody, it's reposted. Dear Diary. Dear Diary, I'm doing O.M.P. Stewart Turtle, and I hate Twisted Tragedies. She's such a bitch. But anyways, Deidre and Amber doing this amazing space / YouTube that Twisted Tragedies. She's totally like, how dare she? How dare she? She totally reposted it. What a loser. You guys should definitely not listen to your diary. I need to go throw a temper tantrum now. I can't go back. Love Aidan, the amazing, awesomest, bestest, coolest journalist ever. Is that good enough for you? There is your diary of a wimpy sewer turtle voice. All for you, my friend. All for you, my friend.
To the case.
Do you ever then inform the district attorney, whoever it is that you're working with on a particular case, that, for instance, web history would have additional information that might help explain entries that were found in the search history?
I present the data that is extracted from the device.
So my question was, do you ever take the time to explain to the district attorney assigned to the case you're working on with them that the web history would contain additional information in addition to the search history?
Yes.
So in any event,
welcome.
with regards to Exhibit 161, you were instructed or advised to only include the web history for one day, December 31st, and only for a few minutes.
Well, that particular searches were on Apple Maps, which were contained on Safari history, search history.
Were you instructed not to include certain information in Exhibit 161 then?
We had the date range of December 25th, 2022 through to January 4th, 2023, sorry.
And what about the web history? Were you instructed only to limit the inclusion in Exhibit 161 to that one day, December 31st?
We only chose to do that specific, those specific searches from 9:28 to 9:31 a.m.
Okay. I'm just going to ask, and it's probably me.
Okay.
I can barely hear you.
Sorry,
I'm sorry. I might be going deaf.
that's fine.
Yours, are you able to hear?
And
Right.
apologize.
That's my concern. But you need to be able to hear him as well. I'm concerned about that.
I understand.
Attorney Tipton.
I
will
understand.
Do my best.
Yesterday, you were asked, let me ask this. You would agree, wouldn't you, that in the search history included in Exhibit 161, that at page number 1, number 9, there are indications of a search involving Expedia and other flight-related searches?
Could you show me that, sir?
Sure. Do we have Exhibit 160? I see.
You may.
Thank you, sir.
Or refer to you as Trooper? Or do you have another title? I just don't want to mistake.
No, that's fine, sir. Yeah, that's
So Trooper Keith, I want to focus your attention now to page 1 and the entry number 9. Am I correct in saying that that references a search related to Expedia?
that's correct.
And
Good morning.
that search occurred at 12:25:22 at 11:39 a.m. Is
You
that
guys
fair to
popped in
say?
at the same
Yes.
time.
And those searches related to Expedia, they continue through record number 20 at page 2. Is that correct?
Yes, it goes from Expedia to Check a Flight to Check a Flight JetBlue.
All right. So yesterday you told us and you testified to one entry having to do referring to JetBlue, correct?
Yes,
There's a number of searches in Exhibit 161, isn't there, that have to do with searches for Expedia and flight information?
yes,
And once again, if you were to look at the Safari web history of the same device for this same information at the same time, you would find more information and put context into that search. Is that accurate?
yes, there would be more information.
Okay. But as you sit here today, and based on what is and is not included in Exhibit 161, you can't give us more context to any of those searches regarding flight information, can you?
No,
Yesterday, and I'm going to ask you to turn to page 4. Yesterday, you were asked questions about an entry on page 4, record number 42. Am I saying that right when I refer to record number 42? Do you understand what I'm talking about?
yes, sir.
Thank you. That was a search regarding what?
Number 42. Would you like to read the date, time, or just the search term, sir?
You can read it anything you want. Yes, to make it complete.
Item 42. The search occurred on December 25th, 2022, 12:28 p.m. And the search was Xmas Day plane crash.
Okay. And those types of searches, and when I say those types, the subject matter that's contained in record number 42, it continues through record number 45 on page 4, doesn't it?
Yes,
And that is timestamp 12/31/03 at record number 49.
correct.
Now, yesterday you were also asked about a specific reference, and once again, page 4, record number 53. And that's the record that indicates Anna Walsh found dead, correct?
Correct.
And those searches continue through 12:45:58 on page 4, don't they?
Yes.
Now, it's fair to say that once again, if you had the web history to that particular search, that would give more context into what that particular search is that you just talked about at number 54, record number 53 at page 4. It would give you more information and more context, would it not?
It would. Yes.
You have no idea, do you, as you sit here today, what the user was thinking when he or she inputted that search that you just testified to, do you?
I do not. I know the content of it. I do not know the intent of it.
Okay. Are you aware of the fact, given the fact that you're an investigator, and I presume you conducted some investigation in this case on behalf of the Norfolk County District
panel here with
Attorney's
me. I let
Are you
people on
aware of
panel
the fact
know.
that
I don't usually do like open panels, but say for instance, Deidre, like you wanted to hop up here with me, I would happily.
Mrs. Anna Walsh, her flight was canceled on 12/25?
Yes.
That's a great idea.
And did you investigate the circumstances of that cancellation?
I personally did not.
Okay. So you're unaware of the snowstorm or anything like that that caused canceled flights?
I also have.
I don't know the
patterns.
particulars
I
around.
feel you on that. Feel you. Yeah, this defense.
I want to
attorney is
focus your
telling me
attention once again at Exhibit
Understands.
161
what he's even talking about or what he's trying to
to
question
a number of searches that
on digital
began
stuff.
at record number 445 at page 30.
Page 30, sir?
Page 30. And it's record number 445. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's fair to say, isn't it, that in looking at those entries starting at 445 and continuing through record number 495 on page 34, that they involve searches for what looks to be champagne or wine and varieties of champagnes and wines?
Do you mind if I take a look?
I don't mind at all. No, sir.
Okay. 445 through
495.
495.
Please hit the like us button. Appreciate you, Deidre. Hit the like button. Definitely make sure you guys get your memberships before Christmas Eve so you can be to our members only stream. We have options to support the channel like hitting the like button, which is free, subscribing, which is free, sharing the video, which is free,
Sir. Yes, that appears.
or one of the
Wine
monetary
and
ways,
champagne.
Okay.
or
sure.
Amazon wish list, which is
And
in our description.
It's fair to say, isn't it, that you've carefully reviewed all these records, haven't you, before you testified here starting yesterday?
Yes.
And if you turn to page 62, beginning at record 924, and I'd ask you to just run through up to page 63, record number 943. Once again, a number of searches regarding champagne or wine or things like that.
Yes.
Okay, you agree with that, right?
Yes.
And we could continue to do this, but for instance, though all of those searches were being conducted on December 30th of 2022, weren't they?
The ones from line 924 through 943, yes, they were on December 30th, 2022.
And the searches between record 953 through 1016 on page 68, Do you have those in front of you?
What was the beginning item, sir?
Record number 953, page 64,
Okay.
through record number 1016, page 68. Once again, those searches occurred on December 30th, correct?
I'm still looking, sir.
I'm sorry.
My shirt today,
Tell
by
me
the
when
way,
you're ready.
Yes, sir.
says it's okay.
And don't let me rush you.
I'm on 500 milligrams of fuckitol. Fuckitol. 500 milligrams of fuckitol. That was appropriate shirt for today. It won't be until later at night. It won't be until after 9 because I'll be somewhere else too. So I don't have an exact time because I don't know.
Yes, those searches occurred December 30th, 2022, between approximately 7 p.m. to around 7:15 p.m.
Right, on December 30th, correct? Yes.
Correct.
And you're aware in the investigation of this case that Mrs. Anna Walsh had planned a New Year's Eve party to be conducted in the Cohasset home on New Year's Eve, correct?
Yes.
And
But
you're
it
also
was later.
aware that, or maybe you're not, but there are additional searches throughout this as you continue to go down these searches that, once again, someone is shopping for expensive champagne, someone's shopping for champagne or items like that, all in the same time period, correct?
Yes.
Now, yesterday, you were asked specifically by the government to testify to an entry number, record number 1069 at page 72. Can you find that? It's at 8:38 p.m. on 12/30/2022.
Yeah, it's not till later.
Record number 1069
On
at
purpose.
page 72.
Yes.
And you testified yesterday,
Hold on.
and you were asked what that search was, and you stated to the jury, "I'm good." Correct?
Yes.
And you didn't give any other context to that, correct?
Correct.
As an investigator in this case, you are aware of the fact that there is a movie named I'm Good, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're also aware of the fact that if you were to look at the search web history related to that search, that it would further explain and give context to that search and that I'm Good is a movie. Is that fair to say?
I would have to see the web history itself, sir.
Okay. So you would agree, wouldn't you, Trooper, that that search that you were asked specifically about yesterday, I'm Good, at record 1069 at 8:38, that search regarding a movie occurred in between all this shopping, all these searches going on having to do with champagne and wine and everything else, correct?
This occurred after the ones you had me read prior. I would have to look if there were searches containing wine and champagne after, sir.
Well, let me focus your attention then, and that's a certainly fair and accurate response. Why don't you look at page 72, the same page, and record number 1078. Have you had a chance?
Yes, sir.
And once again, that's champagne-related searches.
Yes.
So it's fair to say, isn't it, Trooper, that when you were asked yesterday on direct examination and to specifically refer to that one search at number 1069, I'm Good, there's certainly nothing nefarious about conducting a search for a movie entitled I'm Good, correct?
Again, sir, I only know the context of this. I don't know the content or the content. I don't know the intent behind it.
You would agree that these records that you have in Exhibit 161, if you know, they have multiple searches related to movies and movie titles, correct?
I just know the I'm good one that you referenced, sir.
Okay. Well, let me just briefly point you to record number 1128 at page 75. If you can go there.
Yes, sir.
Are you there?
Yes, sir.
Starting there, if you could just start there, that looks like a reference to a movie or a movie clip, correct?
1128
Yes.
states tone MOV, TOE-MOV.
Do you know what that refers to?
I do not.
Okay. Just now run through the searches and up to and including number 1147, page 70. Can you do that? And as you look through those, there are multiple references to movies and movie clips, if you know.
Yes, there is, sir.
And then, finally, if you can look at record number 1148 on page 77, now we start some more champagne searches. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is, sir.
So you're not, as you said, you don't know who was actually searching for champagne and those related searches all during this day of December 30th.
I do not.
And you don't know who was searching for all those movies and things like that.
I do not.
And you wouldn't testify to the jury now that there's anything nefarious about someone conducting multiple searches for champagne or movie clips, is there?
Could you repeat that, sir?
There's nothing nefarious about someone searching for champagne or multiple movie clips during this period of time.
No.
And based on your investigation of the case, you did carefully look at each entry of the searches, correct?
Yes.
Now, once again, yesterday specifically, and you can turn to record number 1271, page 85, you were asked specifically yesterday by the government to look at that search. Can you look at that one again and tell us what it says?
Line 1271, dated January 2nd, 2023, 6:42 p.m. And the search states, I'm good.
So you testified to that yesterday, and you gave no context to it, but once again, it's a reference to the same I'm good that we saw had been searched for back in December 30th, correct? While someone is conducting champagne searches, correct?
Yes.
And as you sit here today, then, you can't tell the jury that there's anything suspicious about or nefarious, that's my word, about this search you were asked about yesterday that was conducted on January 2nd of 2023 at record number 1271.
No.
Trooper, I'd like you to look at record number 1170 at page 78. That occurred on December 30th at 11:16:34 p.m.
$11.70, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You have that?
I do.
What does that search?
Search occurred on December 30th, 2022, at 11:16 p.m., and it states Nightshade.
Okay. Now, you're an investigator assigned to the district attorney's office, and you worked on this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what is that nightshade referring to?
Would you like me to explain the searches below? I believe it's related to what you're asking.
Absolutely. If that helps.
Yes. It says Nightshade Noodle Bar.
Mm-hmm. And those searches go through record number 1175 through page 79 regarding Nightshade and Noodle Bar and things like that.
Yes.
So tell us, Trooper, What is Nightshade or Nightshade Noodle Bar? What is that?
I believe it's a restaurant.
Okay, and where is that restaurant located?
I am not sure. I am not sure, sir.
You're not sure. If I told you it was located right on the town line, close to the town line of Marblehead, Massachusetts and Lynn, Massachusetts, would that sound accurate to you?
I would have to search it.
Okay, so you haven't searched it.
No.
In the context of this case, you have, as you sit here today, you have no idea of then the context of that search regarding Nightshade, do you?
It appears to be a restaurant, sir. That's
All right.
all I can say.
And are you aware of the fact that in your investigation of the case that Mr. Walsh actually made a reservation for a New Year's Day dinner at the Nightshade restaurant for himself and Miss Anna Walsh for New Year's Day?
I was not aware of that.
I would ask at this time to have for ID only. Sure.
Anybody want to show it to me? That'd be a good idea.
She can't be, I mean, she can be both, but I just don't think that's going to go over well for either side. It doesn't really make sense to be, it just doesn't, that doesn't even make sense because the charges that he has left aren't pertaining to her, they're pertaining to the witnesses, which was before her time. So I don't know how that would even fucking work. You know what I mean? I mean, Grant needs serious help, in my opinion. His ridiculous, nonsensical conspiracies that are not anywhere near true, you know, apparently have an impact. I mean, on people who believe them. I don't know how at this point
Thank
people
you.
could believe all of the conspiracy
Yes.
theories coming out of that.
Sir,
Right?
you also
For
have
like a
this.
year and a half, he claimed I worked for Kate. I don't even
You
talk
list
to
here?
Kate, so that doesn't even make any
Okay.
fucking sense.
Trooper,
That's
I'm
one
just going to
conspiracy
show you
theory.
what's been now marked for ID as Exhibit J. Have you ever seen that before in your examination of the iPhone? The iPhone 13?
I reviewed the messages. I don't specifically recall this one.
You would agree, wouldn't you, that that message indicates in its context that it's a reservation at the Nightshade restaurant?
Yes, sir.
And what is the phone number that it was created from?
The phone number ending in 8646.
I apologize. Did you tell us that you had or may have seen it? You just don't recall as you sit here?
Yes, I reviewed the text through the past few years. I probably have seen it in the past, but I don't recall it.
At this time, I move to have that text put in there.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
The text message that's previously been marked for identification as J is now in evidence as Exhibit 170. Thank you.
So is it accurate to say then, Trooper Keefe, that with regards at least to this particular text and the information that it contains, that to the best of your knowledge, nobody from the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, such as yourself, as an investigator, went up and talked to anybody at Nightshade or tried to get records of any reservation that had in fact been made on 12/30 for a dinner date?
I did not, sir.
Okay. Trooper, I'd ask you to look at Exhibit 161 at record number 1250 at page 84. It's a search conducted at 12/31/22 at 10:26:16 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if you will, sir, follow that search up to and including record number 1270 through page 85 that ends at 6:42:54 p.m.
What was the ending line, sir?
Record number 1270
1270. Okay.
at page 85.
Yes, sir.
What do those searches involve based on the content of the search query?
These searches appear to be kids' play places, how to file for a charity, can you donate your lottery winnings, how to file a 501c3 for a church.
It's fair to say that those searches involve queries about charities and how to file charities related to a church or things like that, based on the search queries, correct?
Yes,
And do you know what a 501c3 is?
I believe it's a nonprofit charity or organization.
Did
Correct.
you or anyone from the Norfolk County DA's office, to the best of your knowledge, investigate what that charity search involved?
I did not, sir.
And that charity search was conducted on December 31st, New Year's Eve, at 10:26:16 a.m. That's the search at record 1250, page 84, correct?
Well, 1250, sir.
Yes.
1250 is, can you donate your auto winning tax-free?
Okay, I'm sorry. It doesn't specifically include the word charity.
It does not.
Thank you for correcting me. As you go down to the next searches, 1252 on, it specifically starts talking about charities and 501c3s.
1256 begins the searches for
Okay.
filing a charity.
Thank you for correcting me. No one went and tried to find out what that was about.
I did not, sir.
Okay. Yesterday, you were asked specifically, sir, to tell the jury what was a search at record number 193, page 14. Can you turn to that? It's page 14, number 193. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
And you were specifically asked what that search was about, and you told the jury it was about Autobahn, correct?
Yes.
And you were asked nothing else about any of the related searches that go through record number 198 regarding Autobahn, correct?
Correct.
And some of those searches specifically state Autobahn USA, correct?
Yes.
What is Autobahn USA?
I believe it's a car website or
Okay,
vehicles, motor vehicles.
okay. And are you aware, based on your investigation of this case, that, and based on the content of the text messages between Anna Walsh and Brian, that Anna Walsh had asked Brian Walsh to buy her a Porsche?
Yes.
And are you aware of the fact that they talked about him buying her a Porsche in the text messages?
Yes.
And are you aware of the fact that he sent her pictures of a Porsche? In fact, 2 Porsches that were for sale?
Yes.
Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And are you aware of the fact that that took place on December 25th of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever go out in the context of the investigation of this case and talk to anybody at Audubon to see if Mr. Walsh had appeared and was talking about buying a Porsche for Anna Walsh around Christmas time of 2022?
I did not, sir.
Okay. So I want to focus your
Eisenberg.
attention to record number 418, page 29. And that is a search that was conducted on December 27th of 2022 at 6:17:23 a.m. Am I right about that?
Yes.
And the related searches to that, they go through record number 438, correct?
Correct.
Those searches are related to a Verizon store, correct?
Yes.
And they're actually location searches in some instances of a Verizon store, correct?
Yes.
And it's a Verizon store located in DC, correct?
That is correct.
It's not a Verizon store located in or around Cohasset, is it?
No.
And are you aware of the fact, Trooper Keith, that on or around December 27th, contained in the text messages that have now been introduced into evidence, that Ms. Walsh stated to Mr. Walsh that her phone wasn't working properly at the same time on 12/27.
Yes, I do recall those.
And that she told him words to the effect of it just literally stopped working, or words to that effect.
There was something to that effect, yes.
And he texted her back and said words to the effect of, you want me to get you a new phone, or do you need a new phone, correct?
I believe it was something like that, sir.
Then in the early morning hours of December 28th, Mr. Walsh sent her information about, well, here's a Verizon store in DC that you might go to if you need help.
Yes.
And she responded back. Do you remember that?
I remember the messages about the Verizon store.
Yesterday, specifically on direct examination, you were asked about a search conducted at record number 1368, page 92. And that search was conducted on January 4th of 2023.
Sorry, sir. What was the line again? I just got to the page.
I'm sorry. Record number 1368,
Morning, standing. Morning, Sam.
page 92.
Okay.
You were asked about that yesterday.
Yes, I was.
And you told this jury it was about the Mazda building.
The crossing building.
Oh, that crossing building.
Yes.
But you weren't asked for the context or anything of the sort. You just simply told the jury what the search query was, correct?
That's correct.
I want to ask you now to go back to record number 804 at page 54.
Yeah, we played it yesterday. We played that video yesterday, and I can back up that because I remember when all that
Are you
happened.
there, sir?
Yes, sir.
I just never made any of it public.
Is it fair to say that beginning at 804, page 54, on December 29th of 2022 at 9:13:47 p.m., that those searches are related to the Mazda building also?
Yes, sir.
And those searches go through record number 825 at page 55.
Yes, the Mazda building, crossing building. Correct.
So yesterday, you weren't asked about those searches that go back to December 29th. You were only asked about the search on January 4th. Is that correct?
No, I believe I was asked about those searches prior to.
All right, fine. Then I'm
Yes.
wrong. You know what the Mazda building is?
It's a building in DC, I believe, near where Anna Walsh works.
What about the crossing?
I don't know the specifics, just building in DC.
As an investigator in this case, and since you were asked specifically by the government yesterday to tell the jury about those searches, you went and investigated what had been occurring at the Mazda building in Tishman Spire regarding their management of the Mazda building and that area.
I don't know the specifics, sir.
You
What-
definitely
Aware
asked me, and
that Trooper, as an
Bring it in.
investigator connected to this case, that
it does.
there was a Legionnaire disease outbreak in October of 2022 of those properties that were managed by Tishman Spire?
I was not aware of that. I'll-
Are you aware of any letter that's contained, or let's strike that, that's not fair. Are you aware of any letter that was issued by the DC Department of Public Health specifically to Ann Walsh in her capacity as Regional General Manager regarding that Legionnaire disease outbreak?
Objection.
Sustained.
Definitely a
Did
fake
you
ego.
investigate and ask anybody at Tishman Meyer about anything occurring in October regarding the building that they were managing, specifically that Anna Walsh was managing?
Objection.
Let's see at the side of the bench.
She means sidebar. I love when they say side of the bench. Sidebar, you mean. Sorry, I've been doing a little bit of work here, while we're listening and watching this. The Sewer Turtles hearing is not until 2:15 technically, but thank you, Standing. I appreciate it. Make Massachusetts great again. I wish, right? I wish. I freaking wish. That would be amazing, That would be freaking amazing. Yeah, this lawyer is nitpicking. And also, again, I don't think he understands digital forensics at all, because some of the questions he was asking don't make sense to the digital forensics, like at all. And it's like, listen, I get it. Some lawyers don't know, but you have to try to understand it if you're going to be a defense attorney or a prosecutor, because you need to know what questions to ask, what questions to counter. And if you don't attempt to understand digital forensics, then you're asking questions that make no fucking sense, right? That guy couldn't understand that apps on your phone, each one of them holds different data, right? And so he's like, could the location or whatever be shut off on all the apps? Yeah, individually, and the user would have to individually go through every app and make sure those permissions are off. He just expected, I think, that all of them could just be shut off, but with one push of a button. That's just not the way it works. And it's like, it doesn't sound like he attempted to even know some of these digital forensics and how it works and how the data is parsed out. And from which, like Gray Key, for instance, will parse different data differently than Celebrite. Celebrite will parse data differently. You know what I mean? Like different things do different things, bottom line. You know what I mean? It's unfortunate, but you got to at least try to know the digital forensics in a case like this, especially when it heavily relies on where he was and why, right? That's the part that gets me, is this heavily relies on how, where Brian Walshe was and at what times and what he bought, I mean, why would you be buying, Tyvek suits and whatnot? So thank you very much, Standing. We appreciate your super chat. Sorry, I have like the hiccups. If you would like to donate to the channel, we would more than appreciate it. We have a bunch of different ways to do so. We have a link over in chat. that you can click on, and you can do credit or debit and remain anonymous on any of these. We have Venmo, we have PayPal, we have Revolut, we have Cash App, we have Chime. Chime is the same as Cash App. We have an Amazon wish list, which is in the description of our video. I'm actively adding things to the wish list for my kids for Christmas. And I'm going to label them. So I haven't labeled them yet, but I'm going to label them oldest, youngest, middle. It's really my two oldest that I worry about the most when it comes to Christmas time, because they don't qualify. Over the age of 13, you don't really qualify for even low-income help for Christmas. They seem to think that any kid over 12 or 13 doesn't deserve Christmas because they're over 12 or 13, which is unfortunate, but that's the way it goes in a lot of areas. And so, you know, that's what we're dealing with. So, oh, the Google, because you can use your Google points. Yeah. I appreciate you. So yeah, that's the other thing. I didn't know this, but say for instance, you have an Android phone, right? And you play like games on your Android phone. You get like Google points for doing that, right? If you pay for games, or every Friday, as a matter of fact, today's Friday, right? So I'm under my play points, they're called play points. You would hit claim, because every Friday you can claim play points here. And they have like weekly prizes. Obviously, I've never won of these weekly prizes, but hey, there's like a pink cover that goes over your keyboard there, and like a light up mouse pad, and then usually play points, right? So you just hit claim, and then it'll give you, like, sometimes I get like 3 play points. Yay me, right? What do we get today? Today we get, oh, that's a new thing. That's kind of cool. We get 84 play points, right? 100 play points is $1 in like Google Play money. So right now I have, as I've been saving them for a while, I have like 1,200 play points, which essentially is like, I can convert those play points into Google Play money, which would be like $12 in Google Play money, right? $10 would be 1,000, and then you do $1 and $1 at 100 each. So I could use that $12 on my Google Play points to act from my phone, support a channel with a super chat, which is nice, because I did not know that was like an option before. And so I've done that several times for smaller channels to help support them, because I can't afford, to just be throwing money out there. I just don't have it like that. I wish I did. I would support everyone all the time. You know what I mean? Because I know what it's like to rely on donations coming in, especially around Christmas time, but I figured out that you can actually use your Google Play credit points. You take your points, you go to Google Play credit, and you turn them in for the money. And then you can use that straight from there. And you go to YouTube and you're like watching, you click on the super chat thing, and it gives you the option to use your Google money or your card or whatever, which is nice, because I did not know that was actually a freaking option before. I had no idea that was an option before. So like, you go down to a little chat thing, and membership gifting are the 2 options I have on this specific chat. I think even membership gifting, yeah. So for instance, if I want to do this one's $14.95 for 5 membership gifting things for this channel, right? Then it'll pull up how you can pay for it, and the first thing it'll say is 5 gifted memberships on this channel is $14.95. Play points, you'll get play points for it, and then you click on like where you could pay for it, and it'll have like all your cards, and then at the bottom it'll say you buy Google Play credit or redeem code or add your PayPal, and you can use your Google Play credit to pay for your gifting of memberships or your super chat or your super sticker, depending on the channel, which is kind of cool. I had no idea
Mark
that
is
was
K for
even an
identification.
option. I know, I really do. I need to get over to the store. It's hard. I gotta switch phones to this phone, which will work much better and not slower and not full. That Wallflower was so kind to give me so that I can switch phones, so I won't have a freezing phone anymore. It's just hard getting over there. I don't have a car, so I have to wait for someone who can bring me, and then it's a whole shit show. Oh, puppy.
Based on your review, Trooper Keith, of the contents on the iPhone that is the subject of Exhibit 161, it's fair to say that in the searches running from the date of December 25th of 2022 up and including the end of December 31st of 2022, you saw no evidence of searches in the Safari search history regarding any searches for things like tools or searches suggesting how to dispose of a body or anything like that, correct?
I did not see any of those December 25th to the 29th.
Okay, and it's fair to say that based on your review of the search queries that were made and are contained in Exhibit 161, what you see for the search queries, it's fair to characterize them as there's multiple searches for various actors and actresses and music and movies, piano lessons, kinder care, and even a dog barking toy. Do you recall
Amazon
those?
Prime.
I do, sir. Yes.
And
I like having Venmo and Cash App because it's easy if you're with someone and like
you were asked
send them
something
a
about
bill,
yesterday, and
pay
I'm
all
sorry I
on
don't
one
have the
card.
citation, and that's my fault.
It's nice to have either Venmo or Cash App to do that.
About a search that involved
Oh my God,
something
18
called
weeks,
my
so
exit.
cute.
Yes.
And the
Aww.
search right below it, I think, if you recall.
Yeah, I have PayPal, which is nice, thank God.
But
Oh yeah,
you were asked.
Holly has lots of
also
puppies.
had something like a reference
Lots of
to
puppies.
assault, correct?
Yes.
But you weren't asked to give context to that at all. You just told the jury what the search was, correct?
That's correct.
And you would agree with me, wouldn't you, sir, that once again, there's just nothing nefarious about someone searching for what turns out to be a country western song, correct?
Correct.
It should be instant. What do you mean? It should be instant.
Uh,
Adding it should be instant. Unless you're not using the instant option.
Trooper Keith,
There's
you,
like two options.
you in the past applied for search warrants, haven't
I have, sir.
you? And you know what the procedure is, correct?
Yes.
And you understand that, are you familiar with the phrase probable?
One option for your PayPal is like, you can wait for it to send from your bank for free, right? And it might take like 3 to 5 days. And then the instant option, you have to have like not just your routing number, you have to have like the actual card numbers and like whatever in your PayPal, and you would choose the instant option, which charges like a 2.3% fee or something like that. But there's two different options where you can wait for it, which will take a couple of business days, or it'll be instant if you pay that like 2.3%, which, you know, most people do because it's like nobody wants to wait 3 days to put money in your PayPal. You know what I mean? Also, one of the reasons why I have Cash App and Venmo too is because there aren't those fees, right? Everything I can add money from or like send it from my bank to my Venmo without fees. But the other way around, there is a fee, like sending it from your Venmo to your bank account, there's a fee, but it's a small fee and it's worth it, you know? But if you ever need help, I'm sure either me or Jesse could help you figure out what's going wrong where it's like trying to do it that way. But it should be an option where you like click one or the other on the screen, you know? You're welcome. Yeah, I don't have Zelle, but I have Venmo and Cash App just because they're easier sometimes than PayPal. PayPal was mostly for people who are out of country, you know, because that's the only option besides Revolut. I found that later, that people who are out of country, and I have people who watch me from, you know, all sorts of countries, and it's rare that I get, you know, something from out of country, but when I do, it's a good option to have for those people. I don't have Apple phone either, so I don't have like Apple Pay or anything like that, but it is definitely a better option for me to have like Venmo and Cash App for people here in the United States. And then the PayPal, the most PayPals that I usually get are from people here, funny enough. But that's also why I came up with the link that's in our chat that you can click on, where it does go to my PayPal. It's not it's like, it's a processor. So it's a secure processor and it goes to my PayPal, but the link itself is like, you don't have to sign into PayPal. You can if you have one, but you don't have to sign into PayPal to use that link. And I made that for credit or debit because so many people were like, and this was way back, they were like, yeah, I don't have any of the payment apps, but do you have another option? And I didn't have another option. So I was like, how do I, figure out another way for people? And that was the other way. And then we made the Amazon wish list because people were asking like if they could do it that way too. So, we made pretty much all the options for people to be able to choose. I think it's around the holidays now, and usually, at least what I've heard in previous years, was that like November and December were really good for creators. I don't find that to be the case unless you're a large creator, unfortunately. It's the holidays. People are spending money on their families, so they cut back on spending money on other things, which I totally get, But, I also am a very small channel that needs to grow in order to sustain that sort of money flow coming in. And because I won't compromise my morals and my integrity on doing certain things, it makes it a little bit harder for myself. And I know that I make it harder for myself, but at the same time, like, I'm not willing to do anything that compromises that in any way for anyone. And that's where a lot of people kind of lose themselves on YouTube, where they're starting to be able to lie to their audience and just freely say whatever is popular, even if that's not what they believe in, for that money. And I know I make it harder on myself by not doing that, but I just refuse. So, it is what it is. I refuse to do things that feel icky, right? Like, and there are tactics that like smaller creators use, like only reading the chats in the chat that are super chats or super stickers. And I refuse to do that too, because I think everything that you guys say is valid. You guys bring up a lot of great points that sometimes I don't even think of. And I think a lot of creators miss out on having that sense of community when they do that, because then they're skipping over people that have valid questions or valid responses or things you didn't even think of yourself. It's a community effort, right? It takes a village is there for a reason, y'all.
Cause.
I am, sir.
And can you just explain briefly what probable cause means in the context of getting a search warrant?
Objection.
Overruled.
The facts and information pertaining to your investigation in order
I'm
to
gonna eat my sandwich.
charge a
My camera
crime,
off.
more or less. More likely than not,
I'm
that this
starving, so I'm
crime
gonna
had
stuff
occurred.
my face. I
And
apologize
it's fair
to
to
all
say
of
that
y'all.
once you start an investigation, your
For setting it
experience
off, but I
tells you
can
that
eat.
you might get a search warrant that covers a particular time period. And if you get information, either based on the content of what you discovered pursuant to the search warrant or your continued investigation, you can return to a court and apply for an additional search warrant, can't you?
It depends what the search warrant is for, what the search warrant is for.
In a case where you're investigating what happened, such as this, what happened to Anna Walsh, wouldn't it be important to you to look back beyond 12/25 of 2022 to see if there was any evidence in the iPhone Mini or the iPhone SE or the iPad or the MacBook, to see if there were any other entries that indicated that the person using those devices had planned to do any harm to Anna Walsh?
At the time, we do not have probable cause to expand that search warrant, sir.
Well, you certainly had, at the time, I'm sorry.
During that investigation.
You have to speak up a little bit.
Sorry. Could you repeat the question again?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was.
You would agree.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll see you both at the side of the bench.
Keep saying you can't hear him, but I can hear him. I can hear him. I can hear him just fine. I love the paintings. I'm a huge fan. And I love that you're painting again now, by the way. Facebook's weird like that. You also have to make sure that so Facebook did an update not that long ago. And now some things, if you're not like friends, like quote friends on Facebook or haven't been for a while, it will now send your messages to the spam folder, a spam folder, which it used to tell you when people were sending messages to that spam folder. Now it doesn't even tell you anymore. So you have to search out where the spam folder is and then look in the spam folder for missed messages from anybody that isn't your friend. It's weird, And they also they started encrypting messages, so it's weird. I agree, Brandy. It is a drain. It's an absolute drain. Believe me when I say I've lived it for 2 years with the constant, smearing of my name simply because I didn't lie for the sewer turtle back then, and we were just acquaintances. He does much worse to people who aren't just acquaintances, but either are quote friends, he doesn't know how to have real friends, or he's in a relationship with, or, you know what I mean? And it's unfortunate because I tried to warn people and I wish they had listened. That's, I wish they had listened. That's my big thing is, for all this time, I'm bad. Twisted is bad. But nobody ever stopped to think, why does he say that? Like, what's his big problem? His big problem was I didn't lie for him. He got caught, right? Cheating on his wife and 3 other women all at the same time. And it's like, I didn't do it on purpose. Number one, I completely was taken off guard and thought she knew by the way she asked for the other woman, one of the other women. So I didn't do it on purpose. And B, it's also not my job to fucking lie for someone doing really fucked up shady shit. It's unfortunate. People don't open their eyes to the fact that it's a narrative and a brainwashing technique to get people to just poo-poo and hate anybody he doesn't without telling them the full story or what really happened. And then when you tell the full story of what really happened, he sets it up in a way that he pushes his narrative so hard that people just automatically believe what he's saying, even though he's omitted quite a bit of the things he did so that he can play victim. And they just believe him. And it's sad. He'll literally make up receipts. He will do anything, use other people to do his bidding. I heard somebody on a Spaces last night say, well, I don't think he does that. I don't think he controls people. Well, then you live completely in the dark if you don't think that, because I can tell you firsthand, he absolutely does. He would call my friend Kara, screaming and yelling at her, telling her that she's going to write awful things about me and other people, or else. Or he's going to do this, this, and this if she doesn't do what he tells her to do right now. Newsflash, she's not the only one who's gotten calls like that. You call and scream and yell at Lauren. Scream and yell at people who are just acquaintances. And if you don't, I'll make you Turtleboy famous, he'll say. And they'll believe me and not you. Like, this is what he does. So if you really don't think that he directs people to do this shit behind closed doors, you got another thing coming. He absolutely 100% does. And I know it for a fact. Is he drawing a hangman? That would be so funny. That would be so funny if he actually was drawing a hangman. Brandy, they're saying hey to you over because you're on Facebook and we're on YouTube. So all the chat over here on YouTube is saying hi to you. You're more than welcome to hop over here on YouTube as well and sort of join in on the live chat. Standing says, hit the thumbs up, please, and subscribe. We appreciate you, Standing. I appreciate you. For some men, truth is their poison. I agree. So Meredith didn't have a Spaces. It was MLF Pink Lady, and it wasn't through her ex. It was on Lily's, Lily True Crime Kangaroo. And so she hosted it just because MLF, I don't want to screw up her name, Pink Lady, didn't know how. So Lily hosted the space, but it was MLF Pink Lady Spaces, and Meredith joined the space, is what happened. So it wasn't on Meredith's, and it wasn't on MLF Pink Ladies. It was on True Crime Kangaroo, or Lily True Crime Kangaroo. I forget. I'd have to look at her exact tag. Well, that's the thing, is he doesn't hide his behavior. But in that Spaces last night, a woman actually stated out loud, I don't think he does that. I don't think he directs people to do that stuff. Are you serious? You're serious. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Well, she was asked to. Lily was asked to. Well, Lily, I guess, Lily volunteered because MLF Pink Lady had put out a post like, can anybody host the spaces for me? Because she didn't know how to do it. And so Lily hosted the spaces for her, so that because she didn't know how to do it. But I mean, to actually sit there and say, you don't think that he does this behind closed doors? You don't think he directs people to do things? Then you really don't know what you're talking about. And I totally understand that a lot of these people don't know what happens behind closed doors. Unfortunately, I do. And I would rather not know, but unfortunately I do. Right? And this is something he's been doing for a long time. People seem to forget that I'm friends with some of the women he dated, right? It doesn't matter what country. I mean, I have plenty of opinions of things that happen in other countries, that's for sure. I think a lot of the time, though, we have people that just don't get who Aidan is. They just assume that everything he says is true, and it's just not. I like Lily. I do think that she's still deprogramming a little bit. And I certainly, can healthily disagree with her when she gives the advice that people should go to Aidan directly. I would say that's a healthy, hard no from me, simply because, going to him just results in him releasing those messages and omitting his part of them, right? So really, it's not great advice to say, go to him and speak to him behind closed doors, because unless you have something that he wants, or you bow down and kiss the ring, there's no point. There's literally no point. And I think, there was no point of asking, you know what I mean? I like her. She's sweet, but I do think she's still deprogramming. She was asking why it mattered what country someone was in to have an opinion. I mean, I agree with that too. Like, it doesn't really matter. I have, opinions about stuff that happened in Canada and a lot of stuff that happens in the UK. So I don't necessarily think that that's, you guys have to remember, and this is one thing that I don't think a lot of people know, is that other countries, a lot of the times, and even we're talking like way beyond Australia, you know what I mean? Like way beyond that. We are the only ones that do like public trials. You know what I mean? So you have to think about, like, they don't get to do like true crime and cover, like, they can cover cases in their own countries, but there's no visuals. You don't get to see any of the court stuff. So it's kind of like, meh, right? In the United States, we have public trials. And so we're one of the only countries that sort of does that. So people from, the UK, Australia, the Netherlands, like all over the place, will cover our true crime cases because A, they're more interesting when you can get the court documents and read them, and B, a little more interesting when you can see it happen like in court, right? So it sucks. I can't imagine living in a country where they didn't do public trials. I think that would drive me nuts. That would literally drive me nuts, I think. I'm a true crime buff, and like I think that would drive me absolutely insane to not be able to get my hands on like the documents and like see what's happening. It would drive me bananas. Bananas, And I also get what Jesse means. It's probably not about the opinions, but there's more of like inserting yourself into something. I've seen a lot of people sort of inserting themselves into something they don't belong inserting themselves into, but I also see a lot of people that go to other people and they try to help them out, and that's a whole nother like thing, right? I think we got a lot of like both sort of going on here, and that's the problem, is nothing is black and white here, right? And that's, the turtle riders have a hard time understanding that not everything is black and white. It's just not, right? There is no such thing, and especially with all of this stuff. Hey, Shannon, it's not black and white, it's not. There's not just black and white and gray either. They're black and white, gray, pink, purple, yellow. Like it's so complicated, because you're done with the people, mean players that it involves. There's people here that can do it. I don't know. It's my community. That's why. No, I get it. I get it. And I agree with both of you in different ways, Yeah, they're definitely a lot more gentle than ours. Privacy's genteel, and their privacy laws are huge there. I wish we would have better privacy laws, but we have to know that we're just being recorded no matter where we are. License plate readers, all AI now. They're using facial recognition technology without permission. Like, it's a whole shit show. The shit the surveillance that we're under in general. There are, but not many, right? I don't know if I could watch a public execution. I don't know if I could do that. Does anybody else think that they could watch a public execution? Like, I don't know if I could do that. Even if it was like, the clown killer, Gacy. I don't think I could watch a public execution. I think it would be much more torture for them to have to live life behind bars for the rest of their life than to give the easy way out of just dying. That's my opinion, right? I feel like it would be worse if they would have to live out their entirety of their lives in jail. They took the guns like England, only the criminals have them. See, that's unfortunate. We have, our Constitution, right? We have the right to bear arms. And I'm a huge, I'm huge in liking my right to bear arms. I think the problem is criminals are going to get them no matter what. And I think the laws are not really going to stop them, right? Like, you can make all the laws about guns you want. It's not going to stop a criminal. Criminal is going to go out and get it illegally. They're not going to go through the legal process and background checks. They're just going to illegally go get one off the street if that's what they want, right? So I don't necessarily think putting in 72 more laws is going to stop the criminals from getting them. Do I think it will deter some people? Sure, absolutely. And there should be, a good balance of, laws put in place, and also people's right to bear arms. And I think Massachusetts, where I live, is one of the strictest on guns. And it's awful. Even if you have a license to carry, right, and you're carrying in public, the cops are getting called on you because someone sees you carrying a gun, even if it's in a holster. And that's completely unacceptable, right? We have the right to bear arms, period. I think it's more than just like the opinion itself. I've seen other people, bring up that valid point. It is the government's. I hear you on that, my friend. He definitely does play their emotions and uses filters to make himself look, he also plays the victim card. He's the victim of everything and everyone's bad, and I think he really does play on like their heartstrings in a way that they have to deprogram. And I do like Lily. I just think that she is actually still in deprogramming. Because even if you listen last night to her explanation to why she went to Aidan and what happened in that conversation, you start to realize that if he didn't get something that he had wanted, she said no, and then he was insisting, no, you have to give it to me, you have to give it to me. And then she, betrayed her friend's trust to give him what he wanted because he was so insistent on it when she went to him to have a conversation. And it's like, if you're not useful to him, right? If you're not useful to him, that's exactly what's going to happen. He's going to bully you or mindfuck you into giving him what he wants, or else, because the implication if you do not. If you do not, you're scared enough that you just do it, right? And that's where the deprogramming comes in. Well, they can't mentally feel how we do, right? Because they're not here, but they certainly can, read statutes and understand the laws.
And discussing a lot of evidence.
They are different, definitely way different, country to country,
But you can get off.
They do the firing squad in a lot of states, actually, still, which is crazy to me, but yeah, it's an option. Oh, gross. I think I saw one picture of one of the people like that from way back in like the 90s that had died accidentally, nonetheless,
Yes, sir.
Right. I understand that. And I don't agree in a way.
Police officer designated as quote.
Because there could be people from outside the community that could really help.
On or around January 8th of 2020.
I might be from outside of the community of some places, but my vast knowledge in certain things, I absolutely could help it in good ways. And I have a very good understanding of the law, even though it changes state to state. I do feel like even if I wasn't in if I wasn't in Massachusetts, I was covering a case, say in like Arizona or something like that. And the victim's family reached out and were like, hey, is there anything you can do to help? I think that I could help, probably. You know what I mean? Like, so I do think that people from other places, not necessarily, you know, even other countries for that matter, like what if someone in Canada, you know, I've helped people from everywhere, really. I just get, you know, more acquainted with what their laws are there specifically, and, you know, use my brain to sort of think outside the box on ways that could help them, you know. But I get it. I get it too. At the same time, if it's your community and you're actively living in it, what happens is a lot of misinformation. You know, I think, and this is where Jesse's going, says there's a lot of misinformation, right? That goes running around, and people are like, oh, well, this happened and this happened. And you're like, no, I live here. That absolutely did not happen, right? That's not true. And so then you have a lot of people who aren't from the area that this is happening, spreading things that are just false, that are not true. And so then you try to explain to them, like, no, that's not the case. Like, I'm from here, I live here, like I deal with this like daily, you know, in a scenario like this. And they just sort of give attitude or insult. And you're like, listen, but you're spreading misinformation, which then further hurts my community that I live in, right? And so I get the frustration there too, you know? This is a healthy civil debate, and this is why I love this. You know what I mean? Yeah, I agree with that too. You know, they don't accept the outside money for the help either. So it's like, you know, I agree. The nastier it gets, the bigger it gets. I think everyone has to remember Turtleboy. That's what he does. He makes everything disgusting and vile and vitriol because, and I'm going to show you guys later. Narcissists they have a need to be admired and loved and praised because they're so insecure, and they don't have a care in the world about other people's emotions. And it's like, I wish people would open their eyes, because there's a lot of actual real life brainwashing happening here. I like Lily, and I think she is absolutely still being in that deprogram stage where you find yourself sort of defending or making excuses for someone that is just a very vile, disgusting human being, because deep inside, you're still afraid. Even if you don't want to admit that, your brain also has been conditioned to defend this person no matter what, because for so long, I mean, I think she said last night she felt guilty for hosting the spaces where he was sort of exposed because she was a turtle rider for so long. That is because he conditions them to think their only loyalty is with him. By the way, another actual symptom of being a narcissist is that the loyalty only needs to lie with that person and only that person. And if not, you're a bad person, you're a shitty person. Nobody should feel bad for that, because he's hurting other people with his lies, you know? Oh, South Carolina does firing squad too, you know? The invasion of Europe was helped along with people like John McCarry and Hillary. I mean, I know a lot happened in the UK in the last like 10 years, that some things that I feel so bad about, but there's a lot of shit going on here too, you know? Yeah. Yes, of course it is. But I mean, I can't tell what other people's doing. Maybe other people have that same intention, you know? Or maybe they're curious like me. Like, I'm super curious and I love information. So like when I want to know something, I delve into it. I delve because I need to know the answer, and I need to know more even about, you know, more shit than just the answer, you know? And I agree. It kind of like is a modern day soap opera. I think she's still sort of deprogramming, and that's okay. You know, that's okay. It just sucks to see the way he takes advantage of people. And I do think that in that moment, he took advantage of Lily. You know, he wanted something that she had. And, you know, if she didn't give it to him, he was going to throw a temper tantrum or, you know, do further harm, as we all know. So she gave him what he wanted. And it's like, I don't suggest that anybody try to reach out and speak to him if you have an issue with him, because I promise you what's going to happen is he's going to screenshot your parts of the comments. He's going to put them out of order. He's going to take his part completely out, except the parts that look innocent, even though they're not. And then he's going to spin a narrative, right? Oh, she came to me crying, asking for me to leave her alone. It just gets worse from there, right? There is no real reason or real good that can come out of ever trying to have a civil conversation with the sewer turtle, because he does not know how to have a civil conversation or ever admit any wrongdoing. Therefore, it is only detrimental to anyone trying to do it, you know? Someone else's relationship is definitely someone else's relationship, but I also think there's a lot of gaslighting going on, and I think, believe me, I lived it, so I know what it's like to want to defend yourself too, you know? You want to clear your name. You want to defend yourself. And then when you do defend yourself, they tell you to shut up and go away. But when you don't defend yourself, they say, oh, well, it's so funny. You're not defending yourself. You must be guilty because you're not saying anything. But the second that you do say something, now you're guilty because you said something. It's like you can't win. It's damned if you do and damned if you don't. It's shut up and go away if you start revealing things he did, right? He has a total right to tell you to shut up and go away. I lived it. I still live it every day, right? And if you don't, right, if you don't, then they'll say your silence shows your guilt, right? But the second that you open your mouth and show them that, like, no, I'm going to defend myself. I'm tired of being smeared. I'm tired of being lied about. I'm tired of it all, right? And you start giving the truth. Well, he can't have that. He cannot have the truth out there, and he cannot have people actually believing what really happened, because then he knows that it makes him look like an asshole because he is an asshole. So what does he have to do? He has to spin. He has to be the victim in this scenario. It's unfortunate, but it's the truth, you know? Oh, see, I love this. I love that you guys can have like just a civil debate about something mundane, you know? Yeah, I mean, we can pretty much, it's the us versus them standing, right? It's the way that, I think all politicians are shitty. They're all, looking out for themselves, and we, the people, are the ones that sort of lose, because the us versus them is an old war thing where it's divide and conquer. And too many people are too stupid to realize that pitting one party against the other is a whole purpose of divide and conquer. If people would just get past the fact that you don't like the other party, you don't have to like every person that's in that party, but you also probably don't hate everyone that's in that party, right? There's a reason why I've never belonged to one or the other party, because they both fucking suck, right? In my opinion, the government's looking out for the government, and the politicians are looking out for the politicians, their buddies, their friends, their family members, insider trading, taking, quote, bribes as like, contributions to their re-election or election campaign. All of these things that they do to sort of pad their own pockets and give their donors, quote donors, we're going to say yes to this bill, but it's not for the American people. It's for those donors. So they'll keep, and so this is why term limits need to exist. This is why there needs to be a lot more transparency. And until that happens, or until the American citizens, stand up as grown-ass adults, go up to Washington and say, hey, guess what? We vote every single one of you out, all of you. And we're not voting new people in until we can start changing how this works, because this is not what the forefathers meant for it to be. They wanted elections to be run like, the post office guy could run and the teacher next door could run, and they could go in, everyday people, working everyday people, they could go in, they could be lawmakers for a certain amount of time, and they could leave. And new people would come in. It was never meant for you to be a lifelong politician looking out for, every other rich person on planet Earth, or your buddies who, nowadays you can't even get on a debate stage unless you make over $1 million in campaign contributions or a certain amount of grassroots contributions. That should be completely illegal. It shouldn't matter how many campaign contributions you have. You should be on a debate stage, on the TV, no matter what. If you go back to when Buddy Roemer ran, he exposed a lot of this shit that people don't even know about. Right? You can run, you can put your name on the ballot, but nobody's going to know about you if you can't get on a goddamn debate stage, right? And if you have to spend a certain amount of money or get a certain amount of money to do that, well, guess who loses every time? Grassroots, people who just got in there. This is why term limits are important, because otherwise you have lifelong politicians who just keep looking. If they had term limits and say they only could do one term of 5 years, then they wouldn't have to care about whether they voted yes or no for re-election. And that's half the problem, is even though they might want to vote yes on something, they'll vote no because they're too worried about not being reelected, right? That's what they're worried about. That should never, ever, ever be something they're worried about. They should be worried about the American people, period. Not whether they're going to get reelected, because they voted this way or that way on a thing that they know is right. But they're going to vote the wrong way because they want to be reelected. That is not the way the forefathers meant it to be. Ever, ever. And that is the problem that we have. And then that's why there's like a 12% approval rating for Congress or something like that. It's like 12 or 15% right now. It's like really low, really low. That's the other thing. Deidre's right. His misdeeds get buried under the whataboutism, right? Whataboutism. He just points the finger at someone else. Well, look at this person did, and look what that person did. It's all to hide what he does. And the fact that people don't see that is the part that really blows my mind, Oh, definitely not a coincidence. People don't seem to realize it's all coordinated behind the scenes so that he can publicly talk about it. He coordinates people to do certain things. He's been doing this long before the Karen Reed case ever existed. It is psychotic. It is. It's completely psychotic. It's dangerous, right? Probably not. I mean, I know that there was some shady shit with Walsh's dad's will, you know? Well, that's the other part is people are like, log off. Well, it doesn't stop when you log off. It's into your real life. It creeps into your real life. You can't just log off. I could log off for a month and a half and still be receiving text messages, emails. Like it's not, you can't just log off. I love when people say that too. Like, oh, just log off. It'll go away. No, wrong. You want to step into the ring and see what happens if, throw your name in the mix and let him bash you. And then let's see if you can just log off and everything will be fine. I'm very inquisitive like you. I just kind of want to know. And I want to know what other people are thinking. I want to know like the psychology of it because it's interesting to hear other people's points of view and why they think the way that they think, right? Because if I can understand why they think something, right, then I can find the common ground there, right? I'm kind of like you. I'm very inquisitive where I want to ask, but at the same time, it's like then people take it like, oh, well, you're just being snarky. No, I genuinely want to know. I want to understand. Like it's just how my brain works. I just want to know, by taking out Libya, I created a fast track to destroy Europe. I mean, there's a lot of just shady shit going on in general standing. We have a lot of really shady shit that just people don't even know about, or they think it's like a giant conspiracy theory when it's, well, you have to remember we don't have tone on text, but I don't think that you've ever been disrespectful to anybody when asking a question, Be one thing if you were, but you never are, Well, yeah, there's definitely a lot of people, but you also have to remember that behind closed doors, Aidan's directing a lot of that, unfortunately. And then what happens is he directs people, and then those people direct more people, and Mike Crawford. Yeah, and I talked about that yesterday. You weren't here, I don't think, standing, but I talked about that yesterday because I remember when all of that happened. There were two versions of it, and the cops got both versions. He altered the second version to add that he was recording when he in fact was not. And the first version is actually a video, and you can see him put the phone in his pocket. So most people don't know that either. In the video, you literally watch him put his phone in his pocket to hide it. So it's like, that's what he does, I mean, if I were her at this point, I probably would. Because make no mistake about it, he's certainly going to try to get her up on false charges because, like, it's a thing he does with every single person who has any truth on him. He tries to get them charged with some fake, false, bullshit charge. And he'll actually ask Ashley, he'll actually bring fake evidence in, write fake emails and claim you wrote them and, a whole shit show of things that he'll do. There's no line that he will not cross. Perjury, submitting false reports, it doesn't matter, right? And so it's probably in our best interest at this point. I wouldn't feel guilty because you can't kind of get away with it. I mean, get away from it. It's like there in your face, like a train wreck, and you can't look away. It's just there. There's no way to avoid it, unfortunately, And I think you, like other people, Sam, want to just see the consequences. They want to see some ramifications for the behavior, And yeah, it was a matter of time. How many times, who's been watching me for long enough to know? Like, some of you have been watching me long enough to know that I used to say, it's not an if, it's a when they break up, he will do the exact thing that he has done to everyone else. There's no exception. There's no special. He does it every time, Oh, wood stoves. I love wood stoves. They're very old. I just love them. They're so old fashioned and cool. December 10th, 2024. Yeah, my middle's birthday is December 10th. But I got it November of 2023. So believe me, I totally get it. I don't think it will. It's in the 20s today. It's cold today. It is cold here, my friends. Very, very cold. I think a lot of people do. They want to see justice with this, They want to. And I don't blame them. I've wanted to for quite some time. It's not wrong to want to see consequences happen to someone who is actively harming other people and lying, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. there's a lot of stuff that happened, and I just never talked about it publicly, but I did comment on Mike's video there. Like, I remember all of that. She was on that Spaces, and she pretty much admitted that she did it for Aidan. So, although I will say that Jess basically denied doing it for Aidan, but I replied to one of Meredith's comments on her page about that, and I posted the screenshot where Jess absolutely admitted to doing it for Aidan, releasing the flip audio for Aidan as a sort of distraction. And I put that screenshot there because she's already admitted to it. So I don't know why she's backtracking now. It's weird. It's weird. Nobody deserves more hurt. It's so convoluted, I feel like that's how everyone's going to see it at this point, though, like starting season 3 without watching 1 and 2, because seasons 1 and 2 have a lot of background stuff that privately has gone on, that there's a lot of people that know about it, but not publicly, privately. So that's, I agree with you, Sam. Exactly, Deidre. There's a reason we don't do politics, but my point was, like, both sides suck. That was my point. Both sides suck, period. Like, that's it, Let's hope so, because, I feel like karma is a long time coming from all of this, Depends on who it is. Yeah, trials have always been something that I've watched in person and, like, not in person, He thinks everybody knows about it through him, which is just not true. It was actually on the news long before he ever had anything to do with the case, and that's how I originally heard about it. I love that. All right, we're finished.
That would be Trooper Michael Proctor.
And
He also recorded
what does case officer?
the way he recorded Lindsay. The exact same thing. The video.
You manage the case. So you're the lead case officer. You delegate tasks and things that need to be done throughout the course of the investigation.
So you manage the case.
There is a world outside of all of it. They don't realize that, though.
Those are your words, right?
Yes.
And it was Michael Proctor.
Thank
Yes.
you. I appreciate that a lot.
And it is fair to say, it's accurate, that you, in fact, you signed off on and applied for some search warrants in this case.
Yes, I did.
And you were the trooper in
Tell them,
charge,
Kim.
being
Tell
a
them.
forensic digital specialist, to analyze the data on the iPhone Mini, correct?
The iPhone 13 mini, yes.
Yeah, it's always big bad Michael Proctor here. Sewer Turtle's fucking worse. I don't want to hear anybody ever say that again.
Then, just yes or no, you yourself you never applied for any further search warrant to look at more data on the iPhone 13.
I did not.
Trooper Keefe, yesterday, you were asked to show what was referred to as a PowerPoint presentation, correct?
Yes.
And in that PowerPoint presentation, what you did was you compiled, with the use of the Lexis software, you compiled a bunch of data points and believe that you were able then to explain the certain locations of those two phones, the iPhone SE and the iPhone Mini, over a period of time relevant to the investigation of the case, correct?
That's correct.
And
She'll be fine.
correct me if I'm wrong, but
I don't usually do politics either. My
one
point
of
was
the
both sides
reasons
suck.
you compile that PowerPoint presentation, I call it a presentation, but you compile a PowerPoint, was to try to assimilate and get a lot of information together so you'd have context for the information, correct?
Within that GPS data set, there's thousands of points. So this is just one specific point within that data set for those two different devices.
So when I use the phrase to give context, in other words, once you start using that location data, and based on your review of the digital data, then you can make further conclusions about what a particular data point means when it shows up on the location data, right?
Unsure of the question, sir.
Well, it was a terrible question, so let me try it this way. You know, if you just look at those data points individually without any context, you don't know what data point came before it, you don't know what data point came behind it. All you have is a bunch of individual data points that really don't tell you much of anything. Correct?
No.
Well, I'm not correct.
No.
Once you put together all those single independent data points, you begin to better understand what the location data is telling you.
Once they are uploaded using the mapping software, it's an interactive map, and you can look at the thousands of data points day by day, time, specific dates, times, and they'll map out specific dates, times of the events of the location.
So it helps you better understand what the events were over a period of time.
Yes.
So did you ever put together in the investigation of this case the information that was taken out of the iPhone 13 mini? And did you ever take it and put it in some format where you compared it to the other digital data, for instance, that was taken off the MacBook Gray, device number 3?
You'll have to specify data. I don't know what data you're talking about.
No. The data on the MacBook it included the activity that was gleaned from the MacBook beginning on or around December 25th up to and including January 1st of 2023.
Is there anything specific? There's a lot of data contained within both devices. I'm not sure what you're asking me to compare.
Well,
Yeah, all of it? All the data?
I think you told us, Sherry, yesterday that with regards to the location data, you had something like over 40,000 data points to deal with, correct?
From the iPhone 13 mini, yes.
Okay. So then you decided, out of that 40,000 different data points, you decided which ones you would use to help better understand what events occurred during that relevant time period that you testified to yesterday, correct?
Yes.
So I guess my question is that, did you ever make an effort to get all the data information from the MacBook Gray searches and then compare it to the data that you took off the iPhone 13 mini and look at that data, line up, and see what happened over a period of days, 12/25, 12/26, 12/27, through January 1st, according to the times of when each event happened on each one of those days between those devices?
So Trooper Nicholas Garino did the MacBook extraction and analysis. Are you asking specifically about location data?
No, I'm talking about the data that was gleaned from the MacBook Gray and, for instance, the data that you gleaned from the iPhone mini.
I did not compare the two, if that's what you're asking.
Would you agree with me, Trooper Keith, that if you lined up all of the data that showed what happened on those two devices, for instance, the information, the activity on the MacBook and you combined it with the activity on the iPad, on the iPhone mini, I apologize, the iPhone mini 13, that you would have a better understanding of exactly what was going on during the day of, for instance, 12/25/22 and 12/26/22, that would help you better understand the context of the information.
Objection.
Overruled.
They're two different devices. They'll be used at two different times.
Well, you use two different devices used at two different times to compile your location data.
Yes, for different days throughout that time frame.
Right. So it's not, the issue isn't two different devices, is it? It's the fact that you have two different devices operating on the same day. You actually can combine all the activity that happened on device A and with the activity that happened on device B and have a better understanding of what was going on.
I did not compare the two devices, sir.
So I hate to do this, Judge.
Yes,
Can we come to sidebar?
you may.
Oh my God. I hate to do this, Judge, but we're going to do it anyway. Side salad. He said sidebar. I think we should play the sidebar. Since he said sidebar, we're going to play the sidebar. 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 Okay, I totally forgot that I could fast forward. My bad. But still funny. Still funny. Still playing the sidebar clip is funny. Still funny. Oh, she's sending them on a break. I just saw the thing that said, sending you on a break. That's so funny. Hey, listen, it's okay if my pretty face is what makes you stay. Okay, so they shut the audio off at this point.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, hold on. He must have argued something.
My apologies.
Oh, there you go.
I don't.
We're all set.
What's happening? They shut off the audio, so I don't know what they were saying. This guy does not look prepared. I'm just saying. Just saying.
I think if I could quickly ask exhibit number 169 you brought up on this list. Then, Trooper, you have
That's true. I love it being done in open
your
court and not at
exhibit-
sidebar.
Your product is exhibit 161. You have that.
Morning, Shay. Nice to see you.
Yes.
Now we need to call.
Yeah, my shirt that says I'm on 500 milligrams of fuckatol. Yeah, I dropped an F-bomb. I apologize to those who don't love swearing, but that's what my shirt says. On 500 milligrams of fuckatol. Kind of like the sewer turtle having diabetes. You know, that one's just uncurable. I have no tititol. Can't say that I don't have no acetol. I have the ass, but just no tititol as well.
And may I approach your honor?
You may.
Ooh.
I'm
I haven't gotten anything from Bath and Body Works in so long.
Characterize
But the smells
Yes,
are
sir.
amazing. I like the wax melts and candles, obviously. But I have a wax melter and I love those.
So just so the
Honey
record's
are my
clear,
favorite
168 and 161 is before the
Special.
witness right now.
Since fake
Okay,
medical
just wanna make
terms
sure.
are like cool to use and all.
Yes, 161, 168.
Right.
And the text messages were.
I wear these for you guys, all right? Wear these shirts for you guys. My Karma one yesterday was pretty good. And then I have the one that says I'm only here to establish an alibi. Gotta love it. Again, by the way, Temu. So for the people who want to knock Temu, I got this last year. Yeah, I'm a swearer. I'm from Boston. You can only assume that I swear a lot. I tone it down for the show, just a little. That's about the only thing that I
I'm going to
tone
ask you,
down.
Trooper, to look at Exhibit 161, page 2, record 16.
Ooh, I'm so jelly. It smells so good. I love that for you, Shay.
161, page 2, record 16, sir?
Yes, Trooper.
Okay, yes,
Have that in front of you?
yes.
So bad with swearing.
Is it fair to say that that's one of the references to, that you testified to yesterday, check a flight, JetBlue?
That is correct.
Now, I'm going to ask that
Candle too. Smells so good.
in Exhibit 169, page 2, dated 12/25/22 at 11:54:05. The top of the page, you see that? Yes. Do you see that, Trooper?
Yes, sorry, yes.
At 11:54:05 a.m., the text message from number 8646 to phone number 7966, there's a message of, I haven't heard from you at all, correct?
Correct.
And then I'm going to ask that, Trooper, you look at Exhibit 161 again, that you have, and look at page 2, record number 21.
Yes,
That's an entry at 12:09:24 p.m., and it is one of the searches you testified to yesterday regarding William Fasto, misspelled, William Fasto, DC Real.
correct.
And so then you go down to, I'm going to ask you to continue to look at, now, page 3 of Exhibit 161 at record 27 at 12:09:28 p.m. Looks like 0.4 of a second. And that is a search entitled William Fasto, DC Real Estate, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And now I'm going to ask you to look at what was marked as Exhibit 161, the call log, at page 11, record 137, a search dated at timed at 12:15 p.m.
Sir, that was Exhibit 168 is the call log.
Oh, I've already messed
Exhibit
it up.
161.
I did. 168.
Okay, I'm gonna have to take it out of the binder here. It's stapled.
Take your time, and I
Okay.
apologize.
Okay, sir, could you go again with that?
Yes, absolutely. 168. At page 11, I'll call it record 137. Timestamped 12:15.
Yes, 137.
It timestamped 12:15 p.m., correct?
December 25th, 2022, 12:15 p.m. Yes.
And that, from the call log, that indicates some interaction between the two devices, and that Exhibit 168 has to do with phone ending in 8646 and phone ending in 7966, correct? assigned to Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe, correct?
Yes.
And there's a 1 minute, 23-second call between those two phones, correct?
Yes.
We don't know the content, do we?
I do not.
Okay. And then as you continue to proceed in this relevant time period, you go to Exhibit 161 again at page 3, record 35.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Yes.
And that is a search conducted at 12:22:06 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And the search is Anna Walshe.
Wait,
Tishman's
what?
Day.
They're going out of business?
Is that right?
Candle's going
Yes.
out of business? No.
Now we get, say on Exhibit 161 for the next 5 requests, 161, page 4, record 43. Timestamp 12:28:57.
Yes.
Search Christmas Day plane crash.
That's correct.
Same exhibit 161, dated 12/25/22, same time period, page 4, record 50. I'm sorry, record. Yeah, I'm right. Record 50.
Would you like to read the content, sir?
Yes, go ahead.
Number 50, December 25th, 2022, 12:31 p.m. Jeff Chad Tishman Spire.
Right.
Cyper.
Now just keep going down. Exhibit 161, 12/25/22, page 4, record 53.
Anna Walshe found dead.
12:45:47, correct?
Yes.
And once again, I think you just told the jury, Anna Walshe found dead. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And as we continue to go down, the next is Exhibit 161, page 5, record 57, at 12:46:10 p.m.
Yes.
And it's a search for Jeff Chad, C-H-O-D.
Correct.
Now, I'm going to ask you to look at Exhibit 168 at page 11, record 132. Timestamp 12:57 p.m.
Yes.
It indicates a phone call between these two phones.
Yes.
They lasted
didn't
4
find
minutes and
everybody.
45 seconds.
Yes. It's an
Purpose.
outgoing call from the device ending in 8646
They
to
did not find her body. No.
the number 7966 Anna knew.
Okay. And you don't know what they were talking about, if they were talking at all. You just know that there was a call that lasted 4 minutes and 45 seconds between those two phones at that time.
Correct.
And then if you go back to, I'm sorry, if we could have page 2 on the exhibit 169 for 12:57:26. And the entry is, as seen on the screen, my flight got canceled driving up. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So just stopping there. Between 11:52, we started with 11:52, exhibit 161. We're now down at the time period of 12:57. Is it fair to say that what looks like is that Anna Walshe, at least Anna Walsh's phone, texted the phone assigned to Mr. Walshe and told, and
That's so funny.
texted, my flight got canceled and I'm driving up?
Yes.
And before that, those texts that you read to the jury, where they're entered, Anna Walshe found dead, are plane crash, correct? The ones you testified to just a moment ago? Those searches, they appear to be searches to see if some harm came to Anna Walshe. correct?
Again, I can read the context. I don't know the content of the search.
But did you consider that in your investigation of the case when you looked at all this data together?
That specific search and text message?
All this data together that you just now told the jury about. Did you look at all that data together at one time like you've just done for the jury and created a context for all of those communications in those 3 different sources of information? Did you ever do that?
What 3? The call log, 3 sources? I'm not sure what.
Did you do it?
I've looked at all 3 of them multiple times.
Did you ever look and compare them and see that there were searches that looked like someone was concerned about harm that may have come to Anna Walshe, and then when Anna Walshe texted and said, my flight got canceled, none of those alarming texts occurred?
Objection.
As to the characterization,
Yes.
sustained.
Did you see, I understand. Did you see any other text after the 12:57 text from Anna Walsh's phone saying my flight got canceled driving up? Did you see any text after that where there were any searches about plane crash or is Anna Walshe dead or anything like that? You didn't see anything like that, did you?
I would have to review them again, sir.
I want to ask you to look at Exhibit 168, beginning at page 11, record number 129. What is that time stamped?
You said 168?
Exhibit 168. I'm sorry, Trooper.
No,
168, record, I'm looking at record 129, page 11.
Sorry, what was the line again, sir? Sorry.
That's okay. Do you see on page 11 a call that lasted 1 hour, 22 minutes, and 33 seconds?
Yes,
An
I do.
outgoing call. Do you see that?
I do, sir.
And that is a 1 hour, 22 minutes, 33 second call. That's an outgoing call from the phone assigned to Brian Walshe, correct?
Correct.
And then do you see another call on page 11 that lasted 3 hours, 2 minutes, and 37 seconds?
On page 11, sir?
Yes?
3 hours?
Hmm?
I do
If you do not, we can say that.
not see
Okay.
a call.
Do you see a call that lasts 6 minutes and 5 seconds?
Hugs. Nice to see
On
you.
page 11.
Yes, I do.
And then do you see another call that lasted 1 minute?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, 1 hour, 27 seconds and 27 seconds
It's
and
a defense
07
attorney.
seconds. Do you see that? And that call originated on the phone assigned to Anna Walshe.
I'm not sure what. Can you repeat that?
Yes. Do you see a phone call that lasted 1 minute, 27 seconds?
On page 11, sir?
Yes.
I do not.
Then this might be a good time to stop.
Okay, we'll take a break. There's, have a nice morning.
All rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks. Follow me.
Can't have the chicken finger, kitty. That's so funny. All right. We can skip this. I don't know. because we paused it for a few minutes earlier, so we can skip it. They still might be on a break. They are still on a break. This is live now. We have caught up, my friends. We have caught up. So I did listen to this. I fell asleep like before 8 o'clock last night. I was tired. I was exhausted. These long ass streams and then doing work before and after them are freaking killing me. I am so tired. So yesterday I literally fell asleep at like 8 o'clock. That's how tired I was. Thankfully, my husband was off yesterday, so he took care of everything that needed to be taken care of after 8 o'clock. And I just went to sleep because I was exhausted. But nonetheless, I woke up at like 5 in the morning and I decided that I was going to go check X, and then I listened to some of the spaces that happened. And I can probably bet money that so did Aidan. He has court at 2 today, 2:15 actually, technically. I have the Zoom information. We'll watch it and see what the judge says about it. It's on Zoom and not in person. The judge changed it from an in-person hearing to a Zoom hearing for like status. I love garlic so much. I love garlic. Actually, peppers, onions, garlic, I love them, but I had to cut peppers and onions out because they're inflammatory. And a lot of my chronic pain got worse when I was eating peppers and onions. So once in a while, I'll have them nowadays. A glutton for the punishment that day. But most of the time, I cut the peppers and onions out and just use like onion salt. But I use a lot of garlic. It's good for the gut. It's not inflammatory, thank God. Because if I'm giving up peppers and onions, I can't give up garlic. But I also use a lot of different spices. Like I use adobo and I use sazon. Yes, I am part Spanish, and so that's the Spanish part of me wanting my specific, seasonings like sazon and adobo. So I am not buffering. I actually haven't had any buffering issues since Xfinity came out and did whatever they did on Monday. I haven't gotten any buffering. So looks like whatever network issues that were happening, they might have fixed, I hope. Although I had been harassing them for like months to check into it. And they're like, no issue here, no issue here, no issue here. So other people must have complained for them to actually come out and do some sort of whatever they did, Ooh, I love asparagus. Cauliflower. See, I'm not, you guys can yell at me. I know I'm weird. As a Spanish person, I do not like spicy things. I know it's strange, right? I'm not a fan of things that are spicy. Mild, yes. Spicy, no. Like I cannot do jalapenos or anything super duper spicy. I know my friend Leah here loves the spicy stuff, but I do not. I'm not a spicy person. I would love to grow garlic, fresh garlic. That'd be awesome. Awesome. I love asparagus, especially if you get it in like a garlic butter. So good. So good. No nightshades.
You are unmuted.
No nightshades for me. Oh, you can? I know people who can. I don't have the time, but it gets saved for a long time in case anything bad ever happens. You got that. You know what I mean? Yeah, his dad was a neurosurgeon. He cut him out of his will because of the shady shit he had done. It wasn't even because he was an artist. It was because of a lot of the shady shit Brian had done previous to
I just had an
that.
opportunity. I know
He
it's
cut him out.
maybe not relevant to the inquiry that's
A
going on right now.
communist, yeah.
Pretty poor, just your
Because he
records
did
of
shady
this.
shit, yeah.
He wrote 76, 85, 119, and 136. Almost memory is correct too. They all go to Verizon or AT&T records, so we can talk about that more later.
Air fried asparagus? Ooh, I've never tried that, but I know you would
Anybody
definitely
need
rub it in
anything
the
before I
olive
bring
oil.
in the jury?
It sounds so good.
Does that mean I can explore it more with it?
No, it doesn't. It just puts the record more precisely
No,
as
sir,
to
it does
why,
not.
but there may be others that you can explore that with. All right?
I actually don't get it, Judge.
You don't what?
I don't get it. I'm trying to understand the rulings. I don't.
All right, well, you can make your pitch.
So you're telling us that I can explore getting further search warrants to go back 1225 with this witness?
Right?
I think you can with regard to his sort of, I'll call it area of expertise, but that's not what you really want, right?
You mean with the Verizon records?
Yes.
Yeah. No, I don't.
I mean, as I look through back, to go through, I mean, I think you have to have, the filter that I'm placing right now is you have to have a good faith basis for all your questions, both sides. This, I won't call him an expert, this trooper's expertise, as is revealed by those search warrants, is in a particular narrow focus.
No, I don't think so. No,
Set the foundation for some broader thing, maybe Ken, I don't know.
it's not a trooper anymore, so he doesn't.
Making reasonable inferences from what I know about the case, then I may come in. But with this witness, and there may be other witnesses to include Trooper Proctor. Seems like
Nope.
Trooper Guarino had a slightly different role.
She said Trooper Proctor, but as far as I know, he wasn't
So
testifying.
I think there are proper inquiries
So.
or proper individuals that you might be able to make these inquiries to some depth. I don't think this is one of them.
I don't know who the
Based on
defense
the record that's before me, you can ask.
has
other
on their
questions
list.
If you wish, and you know something that I don't. Again, I'm the consumer of the evidence, just like the jury in that regard. And I certainly do have a lot of learning from the time that I've spent on this case, but on what I know right now, I don't think it's a proper line of inquiry,
I understand the court's ruling.
all right? Let's bring it back in.
All rise. Jurors entering. Court is back in session. You may be seated.
You may proceed.
Thank you. First, I'm going to apologize, but would you tell us, Trooper, that Exhibit 168, the call, that call log is arranged beginning at late dates going to early dates, correct? It starts at January 3rd, 2023.
Yes, it starts January 3rd, 2023 to December 25th, 2022.
And all of the other two documents that we're using, the Exhibit 169 and 161, those all start with the earlier dates and proceed, correct?
Yes, those are in ascending. This one looks like it's descending order.
Okay. So now that I understand that, hopefully I won't confuse you. So here we go. So now, starting with Exhibit 168 at page 11, record 129, occurring at 1:40.10 p.m. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
That's a call that lasted 1 hour, 22 minutes, and 33 seconds, correct?
Correct.
And it was a call that originated on the phone assigned to Brian Walshe.
Yes, it was an outgoing call to the number ending in 7966, Anna New.
Okay. Staying on that document, page 11, record 126, time stamped at 3:02:37 p.m. There's a call that lasted 6 minutes and 5 seconds.
Correct.
And once again, it originated from the phone assigned to Brian Walshe, correct?
Correct.
Now go to page 10, record number 124. An event happening at 4:11:06 p.m. There's a call that lasted 1 hour, 27 minutes, and 7 seconds.
Correct.
Now that call originated from the phone assigned to Anna Walshe, correct?
Yes, that is an incoming call.
Are you aware of the fact, based on your involvement in the case, that Anna Walshe, her flight was canceled and she wound up driving up from DC to Cohasset?
On December 25th, sir?
Yes.
Yes.
And would it be accurate to say that during this time frame that we've just talked about, these 3 calls, that's when Anna Walshe is driving from DC to Cohasset?
Yes, that could be inferred from that.
So it appears from these records that during this time frame, Ken, that after her flight's canceled, and her phone is texting, the phone is signed to Brian Walshe saying, my flight was canceled, I'm on my way. That they're having no less than 3 phone calls between themselves, between their phones, as she drives up
Yes.
to Cohasset. And then, if you can, look at the screen, and I'm referring to page 2, and the text time-stamped 6:37:46 p.m. on 12/25. It looks like Anna Walshe, or the phone assigned to her, texts, I'm an hour and a half left.
Correct.
And then as you continue on Exhibit 169, at page 3, time-stamped 7:26:02, it appears that phone texts an image of a car to Brian Walshe, correct?
Correct.
Or at least the phone assigned to him. And the photo looks like it's a photo of a Porsche.
Yes.
And now if you refer to Exhibit 161 at page 14, record 193, time-stamped 8:28:12 p.m.
193, sir?
Yes,
Yes, okay.
that's one of those Autobahn searches, correct?
Correct.
Where it appears that someone's looking for a luxury car, or at
Yes.
least searching the Autobahn for a car.
Yes.
If we go now to Exhibit 169, and we're looking at page 3, we see a text that timestamped 10:34:50 p.m.,
Yes.
and it involves a property listing at Zillow.
Correct.
And if you scroll down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 texts, all of those texts encompassing page 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, they continue to be texts regarding Zillow postings for property, correct?
Yes, they all appear to be text sent from the number ending in 7966, assigned to Anna Walshe, to 8646 about properties.
And those properties are all situated in or around the greater DC area or Baltimore, correct?
Yes.
And do you know, officer, from your involvement in this case, about what time Miss Walshe arrived in Cohasset when she drove up from DC?
On the 25th?
Yes.
I do not know.
If I told you that she arrived sometime around 8 or 8:30 in the evening, does that sound accurate to you based on your review of all the data?
Sounds reasonable.
So it would appear that all these Zillow listings we just referred to that are occurring sometime around 10:30 p.m. on 12/25 through 10:58, it appears that he's already home, Anna Walshe is already back home, and she's texting on her phone to a phone assigned to Brian Walshe all of these listings, correct?
Yes.
Now we're referring you to what's been marked Exhibit 168, the call log. I'm going to refer you to record number 114 at page 10. And it shows that there was some type of phone connection for 5 minutes and 19 seconds between the phone assigned to Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh, and to the phone assigned to Brian Walsh.
Correct.
And we can go down and just follow that on page 9, record number 112. We see a 36-minute phone call between the phones assigned to Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh. Correct?
Correct.
Once again, you don't know what the content of the phone call was, but that's what it appears, that there was a 36-minute phone call between them.
Yes.
And we continue to go down. Page 9, record 106. Now there's a 21-minute phone call, correct?
Yes.
Now we're on Exhibit 161. Now we're on a different date. We're on the next date. December 27th of 2022. I'm going to refer you to record number 316, page 22. You recognize that entry on Exhibit 161?
What was the page number, sir? Sorry, I had to put the 168 down.
That's fine. Page 22, record number 316.
Okay.
You see that?
I do.
It occurred at 6:57:46 a.m., correct?
Yes.
That's that reference you were asked on direct examination yesterday, that reference to all my exes, correct?
Yes.
And then on the same day, and now we're looking at Exhibit 168, the call log. We're going to refer you to page 9 and ask you to look at record 104. They begin a series of phone calls, 3 phone calls, 10 minutes and 43 seconds, 1 minute and 1 second, a third one, 26 minutes and 21 seconds, all originating from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, Anna Walsh. Do you need me to tell you exactly what the records are? I apologize.
Yeah, could you go again with the record number, sir?
Yes. 104,
Okay.
102, and 100.
Okay, yes.
Okay. And then there is at record 98 on page 8, 98 at page 8, there's a 23-minute phone call.
Correct.
And that originated from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh.
Correct.
Now, I want to refer you to now the text messaging that's been entered as Exhibit 169 at page 7, and it's timestamp 10:59:32 a.m. And it appears that the phone assigned to Anna Walsh texts, when can they have the thing signed? Do you see that?
I do, sir.
And immediately following that, in the call log, Exhibit 168, is a phone call that lasts 6 minutes from the phones assigned to Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh. And it originated from Anna Walsh's phone, didn't it not?
I'm just checking the call log now, sir.
You see that?
I see the text, but I don't see the specific call you were referring to on the call log, sir.
Okay. Let me try to give you page 8,
Yep.
record number 96, time stamped at 11:05:17 a.m.
Page 8, 98 on this one has a different time and date, sir.
All right, what is it? Just tell the jury what it is.
This one is December 27, 2022, 10:41 a.m. That's number 98. For
Okay.
This one.
And it lasts for 23 minutes, 10 seconds.
Yes.
Go on down to now, page 8, record number 96 on the same exhibit, 11:05:17 a.m. a phone call that lasts 6 minutes and 54 seconds.
Correct.
Now, we're going to jump down a little bit, and at Exhibit 169, the text messages, on page 8, a text message timestamped at 6:36:44, there's a text that reads, "Did they sign?"
Yes, I see that.
And then you see a text following that, the very next text, timestamped at 6:39 p.m. in Exhibit 169, and it looks like it originates from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh, and she says, "I emailed Stephen to see if he helped with the paperwork," correct?
Yes.
And then as we go through these text messages, the next text message is the phone assigned to Brian Walsh. "She said they signed." That's the text message.
Yes.
Then the same phone texts immediately thereafter, "Let's get this deal done."
That's correct.
And then there's a text from Anna Walsh, apparently, or the phone assigned to her immediately thereafter. "Did she text you?" You see that?
Yes, I do.
Then the phone assigned to Brian Walsh says yes. And then the next text is on page 10 at 6:39:36. Anna Walsh texts, at least her phone does, "I didn't see it."
Yes, correct.
And then a few seconds later, that phone texts, "Great."
Yes.
And then that same phone assigned to Anna Walsh at 6:40 texts, "Let me have Stephen confirm and I'll Venmo them."
Yes, correct.
And then there's a text that says, "Great," from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh. Then immediate text about an hour and a half later that says, "Hello." And that's at page 11 on Exhibit 169 at 8:03:04.
Correct. Yes.
So based on your investigation and based on your review of this data, that series of texts where they're talking about a deal and Venmo and everything else, it appears to you, doesn't it, that they were involved in the sale of property or something? Is that fair to say?
It appears they were looking at,
Conclusion. Oh, withdraw.
You can answer.
it appears they were looking at properties and possibly have sold the property or something based off those text messages.
Did you, as one of the investigators in the case, did you have any assignment to go try to explore what this sale was?
I did not.
Okay. Let me ask you something, Trooper. You're assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, correct?
Yes.
There's a number of other troopers that are assigned to that office specifically to investigate serious felonies, allegations of serious felonies, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And is it fair to say that, I think earlier in cross-examination testimony, you said that you collaborate, you talk to each other, you
Correct.
share information, correct?
Yes.
And so one of the reasons you share information amongst your fellow troopers that are assigned to the district attorney's office is so you can all learn more about the case and make a better understanding of what the data means and what the information you're getting might mean, correct?
Yeah, we collaborate, share information about any investigation going on.
Based on your collaboration with your fellow troopers in connection with this case, are you aware of any one of your fellow troopers assigned to investigate this case that ever went out and tried to determine the nature of that sale of property that we just went through based on the information that's in these three different sources of information?
I believe so.
Okay. And do you know what the sale of property was?
I don't know the details of it.
Do you know where the property was that was sold?
I believe the North Shore somewhere.
Do you know how much it involved?
I do not.
Do you know whose name that property was in?
I do not.
Do you know where the proceeds went, the proceeds of the sale went?
No, sir.
Okay. I want to ask you, refer to Exhibit 169 on the screen. It'll be at page 11. a text time-stamped at 8:03:04 p.m. And there is a text coming from the phone assigned to Brian Walshe that says, hello.
Yes.
It's followed by a text that says, from the phone assigned to Anna Walshe, phone died.
Correct.
There's a text that immediately follows that, indicates a screenshot of a phone.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And then a text that immediately follows, literally, that's the word that's used. And that's coming from the phone assigned to Anna Walshe.
Yes.
And then a text that follows about 2 minutes later, coming from the phone assigned to Brian Walshe, where he simply says hello.
Yes.
Then an immediate text after that from the phone assigned to Brian Walshe. Do you need a new phone?
Correct.
And then there is that text where it appears at 6:18:55 a.m. at page 14 on Exhibit 169, where Brian Walshe, the phone assigned to Brian Walshe, is texting location data to 1001 Connecticut Avenue, Northwest, a Verizon store.
Yes, it appears to be an address to a Verizon store.
Okay, and that's what we talked about a little bit before, right?
Right, yes.
But now we have it in context, don't we? We realize that there's text going back between these phones of Anna Walsh's phone seems to not be working right, and then the phone assigned to Brian Walshe finds the location of the store and sends it.
Yes.
And if you just keep going down those texts, the next text, the phone assigned to Anna Walshe, she says, thank you, right?
Yes.
Okay, now we're changed to the next date, 12/28/22. We're looking at Exhibit 169, and there's a series of texts that begin at 7:10:59 a.m. on page 14, and the phone assigned to Anna Walshe says, we'll work from home today, correct?
Correct.
And then there's a text that follows 3 minutes later from the phone assigned to Brian Walshe, says, feel better.
Correct.
And I mean, from reading those texts, it would suggest that Anna Walshe wasn't feeling well and she was working at home, correct?
Yes.
And then there's a text immediately thereafter from the phone assigned to Brian Walshe saying, let me get the boys ready. Correct?
Yes.
As we scroll through these texts, the text at page 16, timestamp 7:15:15 a.m., there's a text comes from the phone assigned to Brian Walshe, says, love you. Correct?
Could you scroll down a little further, please?
Page 16, timestamp 7:15:15 a.m.
Yes, correct.
And then immediately thereafter, there is a text, page 16, immediately following that text, coming from the phone assigned to Anna Walshe, and she says, love, or the phone says, love you too.
Correct.
The phone assigned to Brian Walshe says, I will get you a plunger. Correct?
Yes.
Next text from the phone assigned to Brian Walshe, and a Porsche.
Yes.
The phone assigned to Anna Walshe says, haha.
Correct.
Then Anna Walshe phone says, thank you.
Yes.
The phone assigned to Brian Walshe says they both start with P.
Correct.
Do you think that phone is referring to the Porsche and the plunger?
Yes, sir.
And then Anna Walshe, the phone anyway, responds, I'll take care of the plunger. You just get the Porsche, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's a couple of texts back and forth saying, ha ha, ha ha, right?
Yes.
Immediately thereafter, at about an hour and a half later, same exhibit, 169, page 20, at 9:26:13 a.m., from the phone assigned to Brian Walshe, there's a screenshot of a Porsche, correct?
Yeah, it appears to be a vehicle. I don't know if it's a Porsche or not, sir.
Okay. And then there's a second text and another screenshot. And can you tell if it's of a Porsche?
Don't believe so based off the picture.
Okay. Then at 9:30, On 12/28, page 21, still the text, the phone assigned to Brian Walshe says hello.
Correct.
And about 3 hours later, the phone assigned to Anna Walshe texts back, fix the phone.
Correct.
She then continues, her phone does, SIM card died. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm going to jump down to the next text at Exhibit 169, page 22, timestamp 3/22/23, and it contains 3 more images of property, correct?
Could you scroll down, please? Thank you. Yes, sir.
And then there's a text of 3 movies being sent from the phone assigned to Anna Walshe. It's 3 movies, and if you can read the related data to those movies, does it indicate to you, based on your experience as a forensic digital specialist, that those movies have to do with the property postings?
Yes, could you scroll up a little, please? Just, okay, yeah, so they're attachments to a text, yes.
Okay. And then, right at the same time, there is a reference made to 3 family brownstone from the phone assigned to Anna Walshe, correct?
Yes, correct.
Then what happens is, on the call log, Exhibit 168 at page 6, record 66, there's a phone call between the phones assigned to Anna Walshe and Brian Walshe.
Record 66, sir?
Yes.
Yes.
And then when we go back to Exhibit 69, right in the same time frame, now there's text being exchanged between the phones assigned to Anna Walshe and Brian Walshe, including a text, looks good, then 1 minute. And the phones continue to text. And then there's another phone call that we can find at Exhibit 168, page 6, record 64. And it's a phone call between the phones assigned to them. So those phones are communicating together. I mean, we don't know what they're saying, right?
Correct.
And then if you go back to the text, we're still on the same day, 12/28. Now there's text about, from the phone assigned to Brian Walshe, then the numbers work. It's a timestamp 3/50/19.
Yes.
Now there's a couple of phone calls that immediately follow that text. Phone calls between the phones assigned to Anna Walshe, and that's from Exhibit 168, first at page 6, record 62.
Yes, sir.
And then page 5, record 60.
Yes.
Then what happens? Same day, 12/28. On the call log, Exhibit 168, at page 5, record 56, there is a 21-minute, 47-second phone call between the 2 phones assigned to Anna Walshe and Brian Walshe.
Yes, incoming call from 7966, assigned to Anna Walshe.
And then about 30 minutes later, another phone call, this time originating from the phone assigned to Brian Walshe, that's for 15 minutes and 11 seconds.
Yes.
If you continue to scroll through the text messages that are contained in Exhibit 169, and I want to refer to page 30 and the text message timestamped 11:18 a.m., 11:18:10 a.m. Do you see the text coming from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh? It said, it's incoming soon at 199K.
I do.
And the next text is, had 2 bathrooms, good shape.
Yes.
Next text from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh, offer 195K.
Yeah.
Response from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, probably. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Then immediately thereafter, a text that says, let's see what TJ says.
Yes.
And then there's a series of texts that immediately follow. Okay. Then there's another Zillow posting. We're now at page 32 of Exhibit 169. And then there's a specific reference from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh. They paid $80,000 in 2015, correct?
Yes.
And there's a second text, assessment at 4. What's that text say? At 11/21/31, page 32.
Assessment at 120K, 120K.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It sounds like the communications going on between these two phones is talking about the possible purchase of a new property, right?
Yes.
And that Zillow reference in Exhibit 169 at page 32 at 11/19/54, that Zillow reference is a property in DC, isn't it?
Yes.
And then scrolling down to page 33, 11/21/50, we see a text, zesting at 175K.
Yes.
And what does zesting mean? Do you have any idea?
The estimate of the property.
Okay. And then the next text is, our unit is really 1820 square feet.
Correct.
All right, may we approach?
Yes?
They're not really making sense, Casey. I agree with you. I also fail to see the point in these questions because it's not going to help. I mean, again, I don't think this guy understands digital forensics, and I don't think he really, I mean, if he thinks he's helping his client with any of this, he's sadly mistaken.
As we continue with this series of texts, now we're on December 29th, page 33 of Exhibit 169. At 11/21/59, the phone assigned to Anna Walsh text, and this one as well.
Yes.
The next text from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh, 1320 above ground, 500 under.
Correct.
Do you have any idea what the reference or the context is for that text? 1320 above ground, 500 under.
The possible square footage of the property.
Okay. And then the next text coming from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh. Let's see how much work it needs. You see that?
Yes.
Then there's a text, are they renting it out?
Yes.
Then the next text, makes sense to take it down hard. Correct?
I see that. Yes.
And then does it sound like to you, based on your investigation in this case, that there's a discussion going on about possibly buying a new property in or around the DC area?
Yes.
I want to go forward now to Exhibit 161. I'm going to focus you to page 54, record 804, occurring at 9:13:47 p.m. And there's a reference once again to the Mazda building in Washington. Oh, I'm sorry.
$804, sir?
Yes, record 804 at page 54.
Yes.
And exhibit 161.
Correct, yes.
Then returning now to the text of exhibit 169 on 12/30, page 40, a text occurring at 6:01:24 a.m. from the phone assigned to Brian Walshe. Flight on time? Question mark.
Yes.
From the phone assigned to Anna Walshe. Hi.
Yes.
Phone assigned to Anna Walshe. Next text so far.
Correct.
Next text, yes, from Anna Walsh's phone.
Correct.
Next text from Anna Walsh's phone. Boarding now.
Yes.
Next text from the phone assigned to Brian Walshe. Great.
Correct.
Next text from Anna Walshe, signed, ha.
Correct.
Then the next text immediately following that from the phone assigned to Brian Walshe, did you get test? And then the next immediate text that follows is the word rest.
Yes, correct.
Does it appear to you that the texture intended to say, did you get rest, and change text to rest?
Objection to conclusion.
Sustained.
Okay. Then the next text is awake early, I see, and that comes from the phone assigned to Anna Walshe.
Correct.
And at page 43 in Exhibit 169, the phone assigned to Anna Walshe simply says a little. And then that phone says, it was a big Thursday night. Do you see those texts?
I do, sir.
And those are at 6:02 a.m. on December 30th.
Correct.
As you scroll down to the text dated 12/30/22 at page 46, a text at 12:07 p.m., there's a text coming from the phone of Anna Walshe, and it includes 2 photographs, correct?
Yes.
And I believe the photographs are blurred, but based on your review, do these photographs include pictures of a female and a young child?
They did.
And the response from the phone assigned to Brian Walshe says, looking good.
That's correct.
Then immediately thereafter, I should say not immediately, but 3 minutes later, a text coming from the phone assigned to Anna Walshe, and it includes another photo of, if you know, a female and a young child.
Correct.
And then a text from the phone assigned to Anna Walshe, hanging out hard.
Correct.
If we move down to the text at 49, page 49, timestamped 1:26:49 p.m., there's a text coming from the phone assigned to Anna Walshe, and it appears to be a movie. Do you see that? It's timestamped 1:26:49 p.m.
Hold on one second, sir.
Sure.
Yes, there appears to be a movie attachment.
Okay, a movie attachment. I'm sorry.
Correct.
I should have been more clear. And then we see in the call log, Exhibit 168, at page 2, record number 20, record number 18, record number 16, they're all on page 2. We see a series of phone calls between the phones assigned to Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe. Do you see that? It's at all on page 2, records 20, 18, and 16.
Yes, I see those, sir.
Okay. And then back to Exhibit 169 at the relevant time period, about an hour later, at page 50, there is a text coming from the phone assigned to Brian Walshe that contains 7 photographs, correct?
Yes.
And if you recall, and I understand that the photographs are blotted out, but if you recall, they're photographs of a woman and a boy.
Yes, sir.
So what we have here, and what you've just described to the jury, is when we put all the data together from primarily 3 sources: the call log, the text messages, and the data from the work you did in extracting the data from the iPhone unit. We see that all of those data, when looked at, they help frame a picture of communications about buying property and selling property, shopping for a Porsche, trading pictures between each other, all in the time period encompassing December 25th, leading up to December 31st of 2022. Isn't that right?
This shows communication between Brian and Anna Walshe from December 25th through December 30th. We only went to the 30th, sir.
And to be fair, it shows communications between phones.
Yes. Text message, phone calls, communication between those 2 devices during that time period.
Trooper Keith, you would agree with me, wouldn't you, that there's no such thing called iMessenger?
What do you mean?
Okay. You're familiar with Facebook, correct?
Yes.
And Facebook has a communication or texting act associated with it, and it's called Messenger, correct?
Facebook Messenger, correct?
Right. It's not called iMessenger.
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
And then you're familiar with text messaging that originated with Apple, and it's referred to as iMessage.
Yes.
And it's not referred to as iMessenger, is it?
Not that I'm aware of.
And it is possible, isn't it, to receive Facebook Messenger postings on someone's phone from someone's Facebook account if that person, the holder of the Facebook account, permits that person to see their Facebook Messenger communications.
Depends where you got the data from, sir.
Okay. You did not find anything on the Apple iPhone 13 mini of any Facebook Messenger postings between Anna Walshe and a person named William Faster.
Specifically Facebook Messenger
Yes.
between those 2? On the iPhone 13 mini?
Yes.
Not that I recall.
You did see, didn't you, a Facebook communication on that iPhone menu between Anna Walsh and a man named Michael Redmond on December 25th of 2022. Didn't you?
I would have to see the documents here.
I think I'm gonna have to come inside.
Okay. While we go.
So may I approach you? I'm
You may.
just gonna ask you, Trooper, have you seen that in your examination of the iPhone Mini 13? If you haven't, that's fine.
I can't tell what device this was extracted from, sir.
So it is fair to say, though, that when you examined the iPhone Mini, you never saw any communications involving Anna Walsh and William Fastow, correct? On the iPhone Mini,
Any communication whatsoever under
between the two of them.
specific application? This was the iPhone 13 mini.
Yes.
Can you clarify? I'm not sure what you're asking.
On the iPhone Mini that
Cor-
we've been talking about today. And I thought you just answered it. You did not see any communications between Anna Walsh and William Fastow first, let's say, with Facebook Messenger.
Not that I recall.
And of course, one of the, well, before I ask that question, so you don't recognize
This what you just handed me? I can't authenticate where this came from. I don't know what device it came from. I can't speak to that.
then at this time I'll just have it marked for ID.
We'll mark it for identification. Are we at K? No. Oh, geez. All right. Thank you. What is it?
So, now, look, you said to my question, you said, I don't recall if you saw communications on the iPhone mini between Anna Walsh and William Fastow using Facebook Messenger.
Correct.
You don't recall.
I don't.
Of course, in the nature of this case and the fact that you are assigned to the Norfolk County DA's office, and it would be pretty important, wouldn't it, if in fact you found messaging that was between Anna Walsh and William Fastow on the phone assigned to Brian Walsh. That'd be pretty important stuff, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And as you sit here today, and I ask you a very simple question, did you see any Facebook Messenger messages between Anna Walsh and William Fastow? You said, I don't recall. But that'd be right, that's what you said.
Yes.
You would agree that's pretty important. That would be pretty important evidence if you found that on that phone, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And you would agree that with regards to Apple iMessage, the text message, you didn't find any iMessages appearing on the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, iMessages between Anna Walsh and William Fastow, correct?
No.
And of course, in the context of this case, that would be pretty important evidence if you found any communications, whatever form, on the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, communications between Anna Walsh and William Fastow, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And the other thing you did not find is any evidence of deleted messages using Facebook Messenger on the iPhone, the mini.
I would have to take a look, sir. I don't recall specifically.
Okay, but once again, that software you use, whether it be Celebrite or Magnet Gray Axiom, it's able to detect deleted materials. In fact, that's one of the forensic tools, one of the forensic reasons it's used, to see if there's deletions of data that might be important to a case, correct?
Well, it all depends. The software that company has published at the time, the software the device is running. So never do they get all the data extracted from a device. So the deleted data may never be parsed out and read.
Okay, well,
There's a lot of factors that go into that.
but if you wanted to find messages, whether they be Facebook Messenger or Apple iMessages, between Anna Walsh and William Fastow, and you thought it was, as you told us, it would be very important evidence to find, you would do everything you could as a forensic digital specialist to try to find him, wouldn't you?
Well, her device was never recovered, sir.
I'm sorry?
Her device was never recovered.
I'm talking about the phone assigned to Brian Walshe.
You just said messages on her device between.
If I did, I apologize, and I might very well. Thank you for correcting me. Messages between Anna Walsh and William Fasto appearing on the phone assigned to Brian Walsh. That would be pretty important evidence, correct?
Yes.
And you would do everything you could as a digital forensic specialist to try to find that, wouldn't you?
Yes.
And just a minute.
You're done?
Just a minute.
Trooper Keefe is like,
Thank you, sir.
this guy's a fucking clown,
No, Your Honor.
asking ridiculous questions that have nothing to do with
Witness may step
anything.
down.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you want to leave this stuff here?
Yes, the lawyers will take care of that, but thank you.
Your Honor.
So funny.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth would call Heather Sullivan.
Okie dokes then. I think she's also an officer, as far as I understand. Heather Sullivan. Yeah, no redirect, because there's nothing to redirect. His questions made no sense, and they didn't do anything. I know, I apologize. You can't get that hour back. I apologize, guys. Nothing I can do about it.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You can be seated.
Watch this.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Good afternoon. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, sir. Retired Trooper Heather Sullivan, Sullivan.
And you say retired. When did you retire?
In July,
And how long were you a state police trooper?
20 years.
And what can you just tell us your path through the state police, where your assignments?
Sure. I was on the road for the first 7 years of my career. For the last 13 years, I've been in crime scene, 7 of which I worked at the crime scene office that's attached to the medical examiner's office. In the last 6 years, I worked in the crime scene services in Danvers.
And what were your responsibilities at the crime scene services in Danvers?
It was my responsibility to go to any homicide, suicide, unattended death, any crime scene where I would need to collect evidence, process it for fingerprints, or document any items of interest.
And what type of training did you need to obtain in order to get into that unit?
We had on-the-job training, but it was years and years of training. Every year we have some sort of class, proficiency tests in crime scene, videography, documentation, evidence collection, tire track, footwear, and fingerprints.
You say proficiency tests in those areas. Did you pass your proficiency tests?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with competency tests?
Yes.
Did you pass your competency tests?
Yes, sir.
Now, I'd like to ask you some questions about January 9th of 2023. Did you have the opportunity to be involved in an investigation that initially started in Swampscott that afternoon?
Yes, sir.
Where did you respond to in Swampscott that afternoon?
330 Paradise Lane. It was an apartment complex, and I was called there by Norfolk County Detective Unit.
And about what time do you think you got there?
About 1,400 hours.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have what was marked as Exhibit 90? It's a photograph. And forgive me, I don't have the file number in front of me. Do you see this photograph?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, it's one of the 2 trash receptacles I was responsible for documenting.
On Exhibit 90, it says HAS. Are those your initials?
Yes, sir.
And could we have Exhibit 91? Do you recognize this image?
Said
Yes.
January 9th,
What is
it would have
this?
already been
It's a
dumped.
trash compactor at the same location that I also documented.
Now, what was done with those two, the trash compactor and the dumpster?
I, like I said, documented with photographs all the way around, and then we were going to search it at a different location.
And did you go to that different location?
Yes.
Where was that?
300 Forest Street in Peabody. It was Greenworks Republic's transfer station.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 107, which was, I believe, file number 6556? Thank you. Now, does this look like where you went to in Peabody?
Yes.
Okay. So once you got to Peabody, what was done with the two dumpster? What was done with the dumpster and the compactor?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Oh, no, my bad. What was done with the contents of the dumpster and the compactor once you got to Peabody?
They were separately transported to this location, 304th Street, and they marked off an area. I documented it before they dumped the trash, and then individually, they started with one of the trash receptacles, dumped that, and spread it out so we could go through it and search it.
So, and who did that process? Who dumped it out and searched it?
So the company who transported the receptacles, they're the ones who dumped it, but they put it in a location where we could go through it methodically. The CERT team, which is a special emergency response team, there's about 10 of those individuals who were there to go through the individual trash bags.
And what was the conditions like while everyone was doing this?
As far as
Weather.
oh, it's January, so it was very cold. And it was outdoor location. It looks like it's indoor, but it's half indoor, half outdoor.
And so when the CERT team would get to a bag, would they open several bags at once, or what? How would they do it?
So they did it methodically. So they each, kind of attacked it together. They went through each individual bag, looked to see, we actually had a meeting about what we were looking for, so they knew what to look for. If they found anything that they possibly thought was of interest, they would flag me down. I would photograph it. And then if it was something that the detectives wanted to collect, we would collect it and spread it out so we can document it further.
So could I, at this point in time, Ms. Gilman, could we have Exhibit 125? So do you recognize this image?
Yes, sir.
Is this one of the bags, contents of the bags that you had to spread out and do further documentation of?
That was some of the contents in one of the bags, yes.
And what's this, bless you. What is the significance of the yellow placard?
That tells me, so as I was spreading things out, each bag got a placard, and then we would know which items came from which bag.
Now, when items were packaged up and brought back to the lab, did they all go to the same person, or did different people enter them into the LIMS system?
So I entered any evidence that we collected for crime scene services, which would be specifically for fingerprinting. I would collect that evidence, and then the detective unit collected anything we weren't actually processing for fingerprints or DNA. And then another person from the forensic scientists unit, also in the crime lab, they collected anything that they would be testing for DNA specifically, and only that.
Okay. And so these items here, were they tested for fingerprints?
They were collected by my lab and sent to the Boston lab because it was their, basically their area that the incident occurred. So they took that evidence and they fingerprinted it.
Now, but you were able to enter these into the LIMS system, correct?
I entered anything that I collected, documented it, collected it, tagged it, and put it in the LIMS system.
All right. I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes?
Ma'am, do you happen to have gloves with you? I see a box.
I do.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Okay.
For the record, I'm bringing you some parchment paper just in case you need it.
Sorry.
Do you recognize this object?
Yes.
What is it?
It's one of the bags of evidence that I had collected because I can see my handwriting on it.
And what does it say on the exterior of the bag?
Tin snips by placard 8, and I itemized it 7-9. The LIMS number is 23-00596 with my initials and the date that I collected it.
Could you put some gloves on and open that bag and make sure that the snips are inside?
Do you mind if I stand?
No, go right ahead.
The snips you found at the scene that night?
Yes.
You can place them back in the bag. Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to have this marked. The Commonwealth would seek to have the tin snips with the bag marked as the next exhibit.
All right, no objection. The snips in the bag are now in evidence as Exhibit 171. Is that correct?
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Ma'am, do you recognize that bag?
I do.
What is that?
It's a brown paper bag, item 7-10, which I itemized in LIMS, and it's a hacksaw, and it was by placard 8 as well.
Could you open that bag and make sure the hacksaw is inside? If it is, could you please do so?
It is.
Without trying to make anything of a mess, but thank you. Thank you. Could you return it back? The Commonwealth would seek to have the hacksaw and the bag marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor. Objection.
No objection. It's marked and admitted into evidence as Exhibit 172, the hacksaw.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recognize that bag?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
This is a brown paper bag with a hammer, item 7-11.
And if you could keep your voice up.
Yes, I apologize.
No, that's okay. I have you getting up and doing all that stuff, so that's my fault. Could you open the bag and make sure the hammer's inside? Let me help. Thank you. And that's the hammer you saw that night? The Commonwealth would seek to have the hammer in the bag marked as the next exhibit.
Hearing no objection, it's in evidence now as 173.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you recognize this bag?
Yes, sir.
Could you open it and could you tell us first what is it?
It's a bag with packing tape, item 7-12.
Could you open it and look inside and confirm that the pack tape is inside? And does that appear to be the packet tape that you found at, in PVD at the trash site that night? The Commonwealth would seek to have this bag with the packing tape marked as the next exhibit.
It is now, the packing tape is now in evidence as 174.
Did you intend to keep the photo?
Oh, I think it- Ms. Gilman, could you take that down? Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Ma'am, do you see that bag?
Yes.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, it's brown paper bag with a hatchet in it, item 7-13.
Could you open that bag and confirm the hatchet's inside? Could you please place the hatchet back inside? Could you put the hatchet back inside? And that's the same hatchet that you saw that you retrieved from the trash station at PVD that night?
Yes.
Commonwealth would seek to have the bag with the hatchet marked as the next exhibit.
Any
Your Honor.
objection?
No objection.
The hatchet is in evidence as Exhibit 175.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes?
Do you recognize that bag?
I do.
And what is that?
It's a bag. Actually, don't know what's in this. Craftsman shears.
Craftsman shears.
Yes.
Could you open it and confirm the Craftsman shears are inside?
Sure.
Thank you. Are those the Craftsman shears you saw that night in PVD?
They were.
For the record now, if the shears are back in the bag, Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to have the bag with the shears marked as the next exhibit.
No objection.
What's the lens number on that? Is it 714?
714.
All right, the shears 714 are in evidence as 176.
May I approach one more time, Your Honor?
You may.
Recognize that bag?
I do.
What is that?
It's a brown paper bag with a measuring cup in it, item 7-15.
To be clear,
Open that bag and
Karen Reed's case also had these evidence bags with these stickers on them.
is that the
They came
measuring
into
cup you
court.
saw that night in PVD?
Yes.
Commonwealth would
They
seek
came
to
in
have
just
the
like
bag
this.
with the cup now back inside as the next exhibit.
No objection.
Number 715.
715, the measuring cup is now in evidence as 177.
So I take it you took these items back to the lab and entered them into the LIMS system.
I did, sir.
And you didn't do any further work on these items once they were in the LIMS, once they were entered into the crime lab evidence system.
Correct.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes?
Thank you. On the measuring cup, there was some dark powder. Do you remember seeing that?
That wasn't like that when I packaged it in the beginning.
And now, in your training experience of working in the crime lab, do you recognize that type of substance?
Seems to be black fingerprint powder.
And one of the reasons you took it to the crime lab was to be fingerprinted?
Correct.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-exam.
I have no question.
All right, the witness may step down. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
She might just call it right now.
Call 3 calls, next witness.
Commonwealth will call Richard Atkinson.
They had chain of custody though. All of that was marked in the same way that this stuff was marked and brought to the police station. Common misconception, just because people scream from the rooftops, where's the chain of custody? There was a chain of custody. All of that was shown in court. It's the same protocol they did here. Mark the bags, they write on the bags what it is, or a number, and they initial the bag.
You solemnly
And it goes
swear
into
that the testimony that you're giving the cause now and hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you, sir.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure. Richard Atkinson, Atkinson.
And where do you work, sir?
I work at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Boston.
What is the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
It's where the medical examiners in Massachusetts work.
And what does a medical examiner do?
A medical examiner is a doctor who's in charge of examining the bodies of people who are deceased to determine their cause and manner of death.
And how
Where-
long have you been with the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
I've been there 11 and a half
But
years.
And could you
The
tell us your educational
Evidence people
background?
came to the police
Sure.
station.
I
to
have
get
a
to the state
4-year
police.
bachelor degree from Stony Brook
And-
University in New York. I then did a 4-year MD at Columbia University College of Physicians.
Stop and shop bags are not ideal, but that's exactly what they would use as a clean paper bag. And so the other thing with that is that because it was a nor'easter, the state police have jurisdiction over any unattended death. At first, it was not an unattended death. It was just person found, medical call. And so by the time he passed, which was at 8 something, the Canton PD had collected whatever they thought might be any sort of evidence of anything that could have gotten swept away in a storm. And so normally they wouldn't have collected evidence in any unattended death. The state police would have. That's what would have happened. But because of the massive amount of snow, the state police were not able to get there, A, right away, and B, it wasn't ruled a sort of unattended death until hours later. So you know what I mean? Like there's a lot of misconceptions going on there. They had a chain of custody. All of it was signed in. What people wanted and what they complained about was, well, once it's signed in, then it should be like logged every day that it's there. That's not how chain of custody works. And they don't log it every day that it's there and sign initials. Oh, this thing is here. Do you know how many times a day they would have to do that with every piece of evidence for cases that go on for years? That's what people wanted to see. Oh, well, it was marked when they sent it to the lab. It was marked when it came back. Oh, there's 13 days in between. Yeah, well, it was sitting in evidence, right? And that is where people spun it. Oh, well, there's this many days in between when it was signed in the last time, when it was signed in this time. Yeah, because it was sitting in evidence. That's completely fucking normal. And so then they started with the whole, well, where's the chain of custody? That is the chain of custody. But again, these are people who are not familiar with what chain of custody is, how it works, and how it's different state to state or jurisdiction to jurisdiction or city to city, town to town. Yeah, the trash was brought straight to the Peabody trash facility, the DPW essentially, or the trash company, to be sorted through there. It didn't go from where it was straight to the state police. It went to another facility where they went through it, and then they brought it back to the place for this case. State police had chain of custody on everything. Canton didn't have evidence bags because they don't do, in the state of Massachusetts, it's not lawful for the cities and towns to do unattended death. Like they wouldn't need those. You know what I mean? the state police in Massachusetts have a jurisdiction over any unattended death in the state, except for like 4 major areas, which are like Boston, Springfield. So every other place in Massachusetts has to wait for the state police to take over. It just took a little longer in this case because he didn't die for a few hours, wasn't called for a few hours, and because it was such a blizzard that they had, some of them had to take their personal vehicles and not even a cruiser, because a cruiser wouldn't make it out in the storm. So there were a multitude of circumstances in Karen's case that are completely different from this one. And all this right away was a missing persons case, which the state police would take if it was under suspicious circumstances, in which it was, right? With John's case, that wasn't, yeah, and they used the CERT team here too. The state police CERT team. It's SERT, but yeah, the same thing. Special, it's a special team with the state police, and they use the CERT team. So, you know what I mean? Like there's a lot of misconceptions with the Karen case because people scream things from rooftops that just are not true. And also they misinterpreted things that they just didn't know anything about. They just assumed because the sewer turtle told them so that this, and this should have been this way, and this way. When in reality, that's not the truth at all. And so then you have thousands of people repeating something that isn't true because the sewer turtle told them to, you know? But that's the thing. Like I said, the state police, there's nothing that we can be prepared for here. In the Northeast where we live, you can get a snowstorm in April that comes out of nowhere. There's no way to prepare for that, right? There's just literally not. They can't drive snow vehicles year round or their personal vehicles year round. Like, there are protocols in place when something happens, and other things there aren't protocols for that you just have to figure out a solution and work around. Cops have to do that every day in the field. This was one of those times where they just had to work out what they could work out and use the best tactics that they could use in a scenario like this, right? Like, there's no way to be prepared for everything. And when you live in the Northeast like we do, these snowstorms can come April 1st or not at all. So, you know what I mean? It's completely something that you don't, if it comes out of nowhere, it comes out of nowhere. They might tell you you're going to get 2 inches or 3 inches, which to us, in other states, they won't even drive. They'll shut everything down for 2 or 3 inches. We don't shut anything down for 2 or 3 inches. We don't shut anything down for feet. You know what I mean? Most of the time, everything stays open, right? When I worked at the prison, they used to send cops to pick us up if our cars wouldn't make it through the snow to bring us to the prison because we were essential personnel. I kid you not. So there are just certain things that you can't be prepared for living in the Northeast, and we keep everything open. We don't stop driving in 3 inches of snow. But if they're cruisers, we can't buy, snow vehicles year round for all the police in every city and town and the state police. You know what I mean? So things that they have to do differently are based on when a storm comes, which takes time. It's not going to be based on, every day. And there are just some things that you just can't prepare for. It was an unattended death, and the state police legally in the state of Massachusetts, which is not the same in other states, legally have jurisdiction over the unattended death, unless you're in one of the 4 major areas that I just told you about, which Canton is not. Canton is a small town. They don't deal with unattended deaths, suicides, murders. That's all the state police. So of course they're not going to have evidence bags for collection of murder and DNA and blood. They don't deal with that. Canton is a quiet town. Before this, they hadn't had a murder in like 30 or 25 years, something like that. It's a very small suburban town, right? It's not something that they would have been prepared for or could have been prepared for anyway. There's sometimes you just can't be prepared for everything.
Surgeons. I then did a 3-year
I hate those.
anatomic pathology
They're a pain in the
residency
ass.
at New York Presbyterian Hospital and Stony Brook Hospital.
Yeah, but if we
And
don't
then
give
I
the
did
correct
a
information,
1-year
Scorpio, then they
fellowship
might repeat.
in
You gotta
forensic
give them the correct
pathology
information, no matter
at
how many times I gotta do
the
it.
office where I currently work.
I hate blizzards.
And so I take it that worked into you starting your career at the OCME.
Yes.
Now, do you know what it means to be board certified?
Yes.
What does it mean to be board certified?
Door where I can't open it.
To be board certified in a specialty in medicine, you usually have to finish the residency in that specialty and complete a certain number of cases or see a certain number of patients and then take a test.
And are you certified in any areas of medicine?
Yes.
Which ones?
I'm certified in anatomic pathology and forensic pathology.
And can you tell us what is forensic pathology?
Sure. Forensic pathology is the branch of medicine that's involved in determining the cause of death and manner of death of people who die of not obviously natural causes.
And what is anatomic pathology?
Anatomic pathology is a bigger umbrella term that refers to diagnosing disease by looking at tissue or blood samples, that kind of thing.
Now, can you tell us, sir, what happens to a human body within the first hour of death?
Several things can happen. Usually there is rigor mortis within a couple of hours. It can, however, almost immediately occur after a person's death. That's just when the muscles tighten up in the position that the person died in. There's also something called lividity or livor mortis. That's when all the blood in the body, once the heart stops beating, settles down to the lowest point. So if you're lying on your back, it will settle to your back and give you a pink discoloration of your back, and also a white discoloration of your front.
Now, sir, what is an autopsy?
An autopsy is just an examination of the body of someone who has died, including looking at the external surface of the body and also cutting into the body and examining the organs.
How many autopsies have you performed?
I've performed just over 1,500 full autopsies, about 2,700 additional examinations that weren't full autopsies, and I've supervised 300 additional full autopsies.
How long does an autopsy take?
It depends. An autopsy can take less than an hour if it's simple. It can take all day if it's a difficult case.
And how, you said the external and internal, how do you begin the external examination of a body during an autopsy?
We examine the clothing in some cases. Then we examine the external surface of the body by taking photographs, by drawing our findings on a body diagram, and just looking for signs of injuries or disease that might have led to the person's death.
And what consists of the internal portion of an autopsy?
The internal portion is removing the organs, also looking for signs of disease or injury, and sometimes removing items like bullets that may have killed someone.
And when doing an autopsy, I neglected to ask this, but I imagine there is a facility at OCME that you do this in.
Yes.
And can you just tell us, like, what do you have as far as tables to work on for patients?
The table that the decedent lies on?
Yes.
It's a metal table with raised edges.
And what do you wear when you perform an autopsy?
I wear a lot of protective equipment, a full Tyvek suit, extra sleeves and an apron over that, a mask and face shield, and 3 pairs of gloves.
And when you do an autopsy, what attempts do you make to get access to a decedent's medical records?
We make every attempt we can to access their medical records. In Massachusetts, the law is that we're entitled to them in Massachusetts. So,
and when performing an autopsy, what samples do you take from the body during an autopsy for further analysis?
We take fluids and sometimes tissue for toxicology testing. We also take it sometimes for DNA testing, for looking at under the microscope, various different things.
And can you tell us what histology is?
Yes.
What is histology?
Histology is the study of tissue by looking at it under the microscope.
And how many times have you ever testified in a court before giving your a medical opinion?
Yes.
Now, on January 10th, 2023, did you have the opportunity to seize items taken from a trash facility in Peabody?
Yes.
Where did you do that?
At the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Boston.
Why were you examining items why were you examining items at the OCME?
Oh my God, it kinda does
Normally,
remind me
we're
of
not
Dexter a little bit.
involved in examining items,
Dexter!
just bodies of people. In this case,
Morbid.
the objective was to determine whether there was any human tissue on these items.
I may have a moment, Your Honor.
May?
Thank you.
He kind of did Dexter her, right? He does remind me of Dexter a little bit. That's hilarious. I mean, not funny that someone died, but like hilarious that it reminds me of Dexter. This guy's a little bit morbid, huh? Like, doesn't he look like a little, like, creepy even? Like, I feel like he could be like a funeral home director or something you see in a movie, like the creepy funeral home director that's just like very monotone and
You may?
it reminds me of a little bit.
Doctor, you recognize this image?
Yes.
And what is this an image of?
This is an image of several pieces of blue and white carpet that I examined.
Commonwealth would seek to have this image marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
I see that.
Yes, I apologize. No. Yes. Thank you. I will also put it in the record as well.
Yes, so for the record, what's the JPEG number of 178 that's now in evidence?
It's PC 110181.
All right, the photo of the rug with that JPEG number is now in evidence as 178.
And Your Honor, may the Commonwealth publish.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let's go in. We have a PC 110181.
A little bug?
Doctor, can you see
The
that?
suit.
Yes.
Yeah, the suit.
So, Doctor, can you tell us what are we looking at here in this image?
Cannoni, yes.
There were 7, though I think some of them are not in the image, 7 pieces of rolled up blue and white carpet with some stains on them, and the pieces of debris that you can see just above the ruler were also present on some of the pieces of carpet.
And who places the ruler there?
I do.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Do you recognize this image, sir?
Yes.
Is that one of the pieces of carpet that you had the opportunity to examine?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to enter into evidence PC 110195, image of carpet.
Any objection? That 110195 is now in evidence as 179, photo also of rug.
And may the Commonwealth publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Gilman, do we have 110195? So, Doctor, is this one of the carpets that you had the opportunity to see that night or see that day when you were at OCME?
Yes.
And that ruler, did you place that there as well?
Yes.
And Doctor, do you have an idea what the aggregate measurement of the carpets were together?
No, I don't think I recorded that.
Your Honor,
Yes?
Doctor, do you recognize this?
No, they asked him
Yes.
to recuse.
Is this another one of the pieces of carpet you had the opportunity to examine that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to enter in PC 110198 second image of carpet.
They filed a motion to recuse
Uh,
him.
The photo of the
what
rug
happened, he just
110198
responded.
is now in evidence as Exhibit 180.
You'll never get a reaction from Mr.
Is
Walsh.
that a good place to stop for today?
Yes,
She's
Your Honor.
condoning us because we already
All
know it
right,
was
I'll see
going to be
counsel at
past
the side of the
one.
bench.
Sidebar. I don't know why she says side of the bench. Like, just say sidebar. It's a sidebar. Like, call it what it is, Judge. God damn it. All right. I don't like when you mix things up. I'm so used to it being called sidebar that, side of the bench sounds strange to me. Yeah, it was a motion to recuse that the sewer turtle filed, and Cosgrove just responded. So that's all that is Cosgrove just responded at like 12:30 to their motion to recuse him, which is ridiculous in my opinion. Sidebar. I can't. I mean, people jump. I think on X right now, people are jumping to assuming he recused too. The problem is this is what happens when Aidan says something. People just assume he knows what the fuck he's talking about, right? Better got his crayons out again. Harold and the purple crayon, y'all. He doesn't go to the sidebar like Karen did. Well, that's the thing. Most defendants do not get up and go to the sidebar with their attorneys because, well, it's their attorney's job. That's their job. It's weird for a defendant to, I mean, they have the right to, but it's still weird for me to watch a defendant go to a sidebar. It's not something they normally do. So, sorry, my lips are like so dry. And I've had this for a while, and it's the first time I'm sort of delving into it. I got this, I think, in an Ipsy bag a while back, but I love Glow Recipe. And this one is the Plump Plump Hyaluronic Gloss Balm. And it also has like this, it's almost like a Vaseline in it, kind of. And my lips are so dry from the dry heat in my house that I was like, yeah, I'm going to need to put something on my lips right now. My little this morning, I was asking her what she wanted for Christmas, what she was, asking Santa for. And it was so funny listening to the things that she asked for. She wanted a Stitch alarm clock. She wanted Stitch like wall stickers or like pictures of like little Stitch things. Usually they come in like 4 or 6 photos. You put them around the room or put them in one big thing. But they do have like wall stickers. She could just like vinyl stickers that she could just put on the wall. And then she wanted the Stitch alarm clock, which was so cute. She wanted a new Stitch bathrobe, right? Because she loves Stitch. But then she wanted like nail sets, kids nail sets, and like kids makeup, like real makeup, but kids makeup. And she wanted
Sort of where we are right now.
Bubble skincare, which is technically for kids, but she wants the bubble skincare.
It's only that. It's the best estimate.
And a vanity.
But the case
A kid's
is moving
vanity.
quite efficiently.
Not a toddler one, but like a kid's.
I told you that we expect.
That's what she told me.
4.5 weeks of evidence. I don't think it's going to go that long.
I don't either.
Best estimate.
3 weeks or 2.5.
Is that the evidence in this case will be concluded within a total time frame of 3 weeks.
2.5.
Just
That's
put
what I
1
thought.
week in the bank, so to speak. I don't think the evidence will go any further than 2 additional weeks.
So
I
sad,
just
right?
Try to keep you as advised because, as I've said,
Ew.
I'm mindful of the
Doesn't shock
sacrifice to your personal lives that you've been making. That's my best estimate right now.
It's a pretty solid
As we
list.
go through those next 2 weeks.
She wants a tab of squishy too,
All right.
which I don't know what
So,
I
Jers,
know what it is, but I don't know
I
what it is
hope
at the
you
same time.
all, I appreciate the work you've done this week. I hope you all get some rest this weekend. And while you're
And
getting
slime,
some rest, you must
of
not do
course.
the following things.
Let's not
Do
do
not
that.
speak to anyone about this case.
Do not.
Do not go on any social media or any
Do
news
not.
media of any sort. Don't do any research of any kind about this.
It's exactly what they do, Sam.
Continue to have open minds as you listen to the evidence in this case. Again, I appreciate all you're doing. Have a nice weekend.
All rise for the court,
Thanks,
please.
Judge.
Close your notebooks. Follow me.
Thanks, Your Honor. Appreciate ya. See if the judges bring up, yeah, slime and a Taba squishy. It's like a squishy that could be shaped like anything, like a paw print or whatever. It might be like a little bit sticky. She keeps asking for that. Pretty solid list for an 8-year-old. She's a very girly girl. You know, she likes her to do like her nails with like, you know, I prefer her to have the kids nail polish and kids makeup, even though it's real, it's kids, because it's easier to get it off if it gets on anything.
Nice to counsel beside me.
Counsel at another sidebar. Let's see. I think we were like a tiny bit behind, so let's see if they stay at a sidebar or she addresses anything at all. Huh? We get nothing. We get chopper, that's it. I think. Doesn't look like we're getting. Nope, they brought him out. That was it. Judge didn't address anything else. Oh. Public room. No, they turned the audio back on for like seconds. Literally. Oh, those are cool. She does. She loves her some Stitch. There's this pair of Stitch Crocs with like fuzzy lining in them that have been on my wish list for a while that I want to try to get her for Christmas. I think she'll love them. But she does like the kid sets come with like little, you know, nail stickers or whatever. And she does like those. Well, duh, they like their own 1A rights, but not everyone else's. That's why I tell people he's not a, you know, free speech advocate.
I didn't
He only
ask
likes
over
his
there,
own.
but I assume based on our last little bit, anything the Commonwealth needs to address with the court before I get off the bench. And same to the defense. Everyone have a nice weekend.
Thank you.
That was it. That was it. I'll take that down because that was it on that one. Oops. Make myself small here. It was a solid list. Oh, I love Five Below, but I still would have to wait until. See, it's unfortunate, but my rent's not due on the 1st, it's due on the 15th every month. And so that's going to leave me screwed, essentially. So my very small YouTube check for this month doesn't come until the 21st. It's not very big, that's for sure. So I will be doing literal last minute shopping, unfortunately. I don't really have a choice. But I do love Five Below for her because I can also get her things to decorate her room, which like she already has like lights, you know, but there's other things there that I think she would like for her room. Yeah, exactly, because that hearing is 2:15, so an hour away. Let's see in the meantime here what we got, because that's still an hour away, and have all the stuff ready to go for it, the Zoom and everything, but I just don't see. Let's see if rip some butts, smoke a cigarette. Smoke a cigarette. Smoke a cigarette. So I'm trying to see if we can get some of this audio here for you guys. Hold on. Strip clubs are so much fun when you go as like a patron. So much fun. If you haven't ever been, it's actually a good time. Go as for like I've had women come in for bachelorette parties to a women's strip club, and I'm like, why don't you go to a men's strip club? And some are like, yeah, no. We're like, okay, cool. Cool. Like, we don't want to see men in banana hammocks. I'm like, oh, I got you. So, I mean, even women like to see they are fun, see the acrobatics of it all. All right. Gross. This account, I'm guessing, is probably Aidan. It's Virginia Mike Cryford, mocking Mike. So that one gets an automatic block. I've seen it say some really vile shit about people. It was just made the last couple days. Shocker, huh? It's fun, yeah. I've done both. Fun. They're fun. If you're just going out to have a couple drinks and looking for something to do, they're fun. We had different, like at different clubs, they have like shot girls and massage girls. So you can pay the massage girl to actually give you like a massage. So that, like, there was one guy that used to come in that just used to pay the girl to sit there just over and over and over and just all night. Like, cool. Looking for this, right? Super mature of him. I mean, accounts like that get an automatic block from me because simply you're making that account because the sewer turtle gave a dog whistle to attack someone. It is not, and this is what the lady was saying last night. Somebody else was saying, like, do you think that it's a coincidence that the day after he throws my name up there, people are calling my job? No, it's not a coincidence. It's not. And she's like, well, I don't think he directs people. Wrong. He absolutely does. I know that for a fact, 1,000% fact. It is something he has been doing for an extremely long period of time. He blackmails people into doing what he wants them to do. And he himself has numerous fake accounts that he will use to actually talk to himself, trash other people, even go on people's pages that he has so-called orders on, because, he's so afraid of so many women that he needs restraining orders on women, but he has no problem using his fake accounts to then go onto their accounts and run his mouth, right? But he's so afraid. He's very much afraid. Then he rats himself out by not logging out of the account before he shows it online. Notice that I never have to log out of my account because I have one damn account. It's fun when you don't have to worry about that because you have one stinking account. Literally. He really does just kind of copy and paste. It's unfortunate, but where did it go? Uh-oh. What? Where is it? I'm so confused right now. Did it get taken down? Oh no, here it is. I found it. Found it. For those of you who don't have X, I will do this for you. Not that anybody really wants to hear all this, but I will skim it for you. Takes a few seconds.
I don't know. I'm.
Hey, Lily.
How I am.
Yeah, good, thank you. And don't feel like you can't talk. Sorry, who is it? MLS. Talk. You don't need to be worried or anything like that. You're in a safe space. You'll just end up on somebody's YouTube tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I wonder who that would be. Yeah,
I don't think
I'm glad
I can
that.
try.
Thank you for doing this.
I don't think I can, but I could try.
So I wanted to do it because I have been a loyal Turtleboy supporter for like since like 2017.
Notice they always say
and then
loyal
after his
Why do you have to be
saga
loyal
with
to a YouTuber.
breakup,
It's weird.
and I watched
Unless
his
you're their
lives,
mod or something and you're their
I've
actual
changed
friend.
my opinion, which
weird.
I mean, people are losing their minds, but I listened to everything he said, and I listened to everything Meredith said. I don't know her at all. I'm just literally like a nobody. I have like 400 followers. I'm just like, you know, mom. I'm a normal mom. So anyway, and I just was like, this is craziness. And so I had started speaking out and defending her. And now I'm getting like, it's just insane what's happening because I changed my opinion. So people are like, how could you do that? And like, blah, blah, blah. And people are freaking out. But I have changed my mind. And I mean, that happens.
She's
People
saying she
change their
doesn't
mind when
support
they really
Aidan
start
anymore.
to look at different perspectives and they see what's happening. And I don't think doing 3 live streams of like 8 hours of bashing on her, making up stuff that who knows if it's true or not, but this is affecting her livelihood, her child, like it's just, you know what, if she did something illegal, which none of us know, you go to court, you know, don't have a bashing session. I mean, I know more about her and this bashing than the person who actually put him in jail. Like there was less live streams about the actual girl who actually fake victim, whatever, that put him in jail.
I really hate when people do that though. Use the person's name.
I don't know. I'm
Dehumanize them.
going to disagree there because, you know, I don't know if you know too, but yeah, I mean, I've followed Turtleboy for a couple of years now. And I mean, he spent a long time talking about Lindsay. It might not have been so condensed. I appreciate that. Like, obviously, this last week has been so, and the 3 streams that he did to try and tell his side of the story seemed like, you know, the
analyzing or
such a condensed
making excuses
whereas
for
Lindsay,
the
I guess
bad
he's talked
behavior.
about, he's done lots of episodes where she's been maybe half the show's content, but it's been over like
I agree. You're right.
a year and a half. So yeah, I guess if you know, but yeah, I can see how it's like, oh my God, why is every day? But and
You're welcome.
again,
See, sometimes it doesn't on Discord.
That's the beauty
if you don't have an X account.
Well, and you know, I respectfully disagree.
I'm trying to skip to the part where Meredith is.
Train in this situation, but I also don't want to argue with you. I'm not like I don't want to argue. There's no need for that. I think it's
driving, James, or are you going to take that?
Oh, I'm on a Spaces.
Aw, cute.
It's my family. All right, let me go in another room.
Yeah.
Up until, you know, 4 days ago, or I don't even know however long it is now, where he started the Meredith live streams. Once I started watching those and reading all of her information, which people can agree or disagree if she did anything wrong. I have no idea. I'm not friends with any of them. I'm not friends with anybody. So you can agree or disagree. But after I read everything and listened to everything, I have changed my opinion and have come out on my Twitter, X, whatever, defending her.
At one point, someone says maybe the antis have been right.
Commenting to people.
Well, duh.
Et cetera, et cetera. And then last night, I got a message from Jen Altman that said
just the Spaces from last night that other people didn't hear because they don't have X that they asked me to play yesterday.
Since messaged me calling me a liar, but she
skip to the part where
something like, do people on Twitter
Meredith
know
is.
your name? Because on my up until
that's so cool. That's
yes, but I mean, as everybody on Twitter saints and not
don't worry about you know, everyone does. Just like
but that didn't
kind of private details like that, you know, just shit like that, really.
I mean, I just think I don't know if
I need to do some shit like
anyone
that.
who has supported Turtleboy or is out there that is a Turtleboy supporter still, that I feel like once you know, I always
step outside of it.
So when I was supporting him
You see
and,
it?
you know, doing everything, reading the blogs and commenting, if people go against him or say stuff about him, then it seems like they get attacked. And I was like, oh, that doesn't really happen.
No,
But it's
it
just
does.
ironic that all of a sudden,
It
now
does.
that I'm going against him and supporting Meredith,
Oh, you're being attacked?
again, I
No.
don't know her. I just have read everything, and not everybody agrees with what she's done, or I agree with her putting out that video of him. I thought a lot of it was like shouldn't have happened, but it all happened, and then he put out his stuff and et cetera, et cetera. So I never really believed it was like, oh, they're gonna go after you. But like then that this has happened to me. So I'm like, oh, I guess maybe there is some truth.
Oh yeah, no thanks.
But this is totally not about me either. Like it's ridiculous. Like I said, I'm nobody. I'm not that important at all. I'm not important at all in this whole thing. I just find it kind of,
I bet she wishes she would have listened to
you
me.
know, hypocritical
part
that
that
I'm speaking out and now
blows my mind.
for some reason, you know, I'm getting whatever from this.
Bashed,
I guess her name
harassed.
is Ghetto Chelsea, which I don't know who that is really, but
Yeah, I mean, if it like, I
Mhm.
am kind of in. I mean, obviously, you've been following along for the last 3 months, right? With the whole recording situation with the kangaroo and the koala
yes.
motherfuckers and Aidan, and you know, like so you're like you're on board. You know
That's what
what?
Aidan called them.
Yeah, I've been
Oh,
following
oh,
everything.
motherfucker.
And I was
Yeah,
actually
okay.
listening to your spaces, and I actually was calling out
I
the
was going to say
koala.
you probably called me
out.
out in the last few
Yeah,
months, right?
well, I've been very like snarky and probably mean and
It's
nasty
fine.
and yeah.
Like it's fine,
And
and it's totally fine. So there you go. Like it's and I.
Yeah,
So it
she
is
now does
because
not
when we're
follow
like
him, or she doesn't agree with him, which is like,
when we're
don't
like
you wish you would have
full
listened to
on
me?
turtle riders.
Debatable. A little bit
Yeah,
debatable.
you kind of do like fiercely
yeah, you do.
support and protect, I guess, because it's like
Yeah.
yeah, I mean I never like fuck, not that I can recall like went after anybody though, because I wasn't really on X that much like
I
during the
never
trials.
asked
But
anybody, posted pictures and looked into their real life. Like I never did that. I would make snarky comments.
no, I
And
literally just like, you know, followed
yeah.
Aiden around X when I was on it anyway. I was literally a fucking fangirl, you know what I mean? So it was like I watched his
Admitting she was a
shows, I read his
fangirl.
blogs, I
Well,
went to Sex Cult, and
ugh.
I did a few YouTube streams. I've followed true crime for like ever.
He's
But I
not a
didn't get
true
into
crime
the
creator, though.
like up until the whole recording
But that's the thing,
stuff, or just
is
before that,
because he is.
I didn't have an X.
So let me
I
just
hadn't
address that real quick. Why be snarky and nasty and mean? Because that's what he does. So these people in turn do the same thing to get a good old pat on the back. If you're not, and you're caught sort of not being that way, he starts to question your loyalty, right? And if he questions your loyalty, you may be called out and harassed. And this woman says in the beginning, like, I used to say, like, no one's getting harassed, no one's getting piled on. That doesn't actually happen, right? But now she's, getting the same treatment, and it's like, yeah, it is. Do you think people just say it for fun? Like, do you think we just, because we're antis and we're automatically bad and we just say it just for funsies? Like, no, we don't say it for funsies, bro. It's a fucking warning. It's a warning to people that if you disagree with him in any capacity, this is what will happen. And he has proved it over and over and over again. I agree. I don't think she can make a clean break. I think she is still in deprogramming, and I still don't think she realizes certain ways that she was manipulated. Like, I don't think she actually realizes it, but that kind of goes along with pretty much anybody else who's tried to make a clean break from this cult. And at one point, this same woman here who doesn't support him anymore says, like, I can see now why the antis call it a cult, and it is like a cult, and maybe they were right. Well, yeah, we were right. We're trying to warn you, but it doesn't seem like anyone will listen. While I'm playing parts of this, I'm trying to skip the part where Meredith is, but it's hard with spaces because it'll go like a couple of minutes, so I have to like play with it. Please hit the like button if you already haven't. There's 168 of you watching on X and only 47 of you on YouTube. But if you guys could hit the like button, I'd appreciate it. There's a bunch of different ways you can donate to the channel. You can remain anonymous. We would appreciate it. We're a small channel, and we only get by with the kindness of you guys, and it's already been a pretty rough month. So we could definitely use the support. There's a bunch of different ways you can do it. Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut. We have Chime, and we have in the description and in the chat, it's pinned to the top, is a link that you can click on where you can enter any amount, use your credit or debit card. We have an Amazon wish list as well. I'm going to be fixing that where I'm putting a couple things on there per child of mine, and it'll say like oldest, middle, youngest for the things there for the kids. All of my kids are Swifties. All of my kids love Taylor Swift. All three of my girls love Taylor Swift. They absolutely adore Taylor Swift, especially the two oldest. But let me get back to this thing here.
But it was like nothing, So anyway, but yeah, I guess
that's what he always does. Is
the
it'll
whole
stop
Meredith
if
and
you
Aidan
obey.
thing, have you watched? So
If you
have
do what I
watched
want,
all of
it'll
Aidan's
stop.
streams on it?
Same crap.
Yes, I've watched all of them.
You did.
Painful.
Okay. And
Love them.
so
Shameful. Yeah,
did you
shameful.
like get anything out of that, or did you just think? So you just think it was kind of unfair?
So
I feel bad for her too, and I don't think she realizes still.
So I
part of being
watched the
brainwashed
first
is not
one after I
understand
had
it.
already like started
Not on here yet.
because Chelsea's video came out first, and then Meredith put her video out, and so I was like, oh, that's like the temper tantrum.
We're like,
So it was 24 minutes.
I totally support those witness intimidation charges are ridiculous. Like I think it's ridiculous.
Explaining.
See, but they're still going into like, oh well, the witness intimidation he has, those charges are ridiculous. Why are they ridiculous? I guarantee you, by the way, if it was any of these people's family, like even when these people start to like realize who he is and what he does, right? You are actively admitting that calling people's jobs is not okay and that they're dogpiling onto you. What they did to the witnesses in the Reed case was far worse and went on for years. If that was your family that it was happening to and you were simply witnesses, not charged with any crime, but just witnesses, right? In a case, whether you feel they should have been witnesses or not is absolutely doesn't matter. Does not matter, right? They're charged with no crime at all, right? They're simply witnesses. If it was your family that went through what they went through, you guys would be the first people at the goddamn police station. Let's make no mistake about that, okay? They'd be the first people at the police station saying, whoa, 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 this has gone too far. This is a crime, right? So his witness intimidation charges are not ridiculous. You've just been brainwashed at this point. I was going to say blackmailed, but I mean brainwashed. Brainwashed at this point to believe that they're ridiculous because he said so, right? And they still, with the deprogramming, how long it takes, they still aren't realizing, like, that's what he has programmed your mind to think, that his charges are all ridiculous and he shouldn't go to jail. And that he only asks questions and it's all about just his YouTube. No, it's not. He brought a rolling rally by these people's houses with a bullhorn. Okay. That's illegal. You actually need a permit for that if you're going to do that. Okay. It is blame shifting. If it was them, they would be the first people to say, this is harassment. Absolutely. And it is inappropriate. It is wrong. But they're still not into it takes months sometimes. And I've seen it take longer for these people to actually fully understand and deprogram.
Like how their relationship evolved, which took ages in and of itself. But I think the context of that was necessary. Maybe not everybody did, but like I kind of did. And like Kiku just said, yeah, Turtleboy. And there is always TB started leaking others to first, but Meredith was talking a flip ahead before she fucking orchestrated the release of the recording. And that is 100%, that is what happened. And so,
Just on that, Lily, though, even if she orchestrated it, is that worse than doing it, or is that like
I think
that's the part?
I honestly, like, Kai, and I get it. I'm not saying that.
I think this is where she pops in at some
that
point.
that one outweighs the other or anything like that. I don't think one, what do you call it, like writes off the other one. I think we can all agree that I gave Aidan a pretty fucking hard time over the last 3 months over the fact that he,
I've heard of it, but
allegedly,
I'm not a follower of Destiny.
recording of Karen Reid. If anyone wants to dispute that, you probably shouldn't, because I fucking did. And so,
exactly, Scorpio.
That's fine.
What do you think happened with that, actually? So do you think that he recorded her? Right?
I'd love to know how Lily has this absolute proof that I orchestrated the release recording.
Oh, there she is.
Is your proof Joe Flipperhead? Because
No,
his timeline is wrong. Because he was confronted with proof.
I've come to my own conclusions.
Okay, what are they?
This is where it doesn't make sense.
Where's your receipts?
Oh, come on. You're going to come on here and like start screaming receipts?
Well, yeah, you're accusing someone of something, so kind of, yes.
Yeah, I'm happy to do. I have to do a presentation, I think, because it's. So, all right, I'd need to actually get like all the screenshots and stuff together. It's nothing nobody's seen before. It's just it actually all came together when I watched Aidan's.
There it is.
There
it is. It all came together when I watched Aidan gaslight, lie, and blame everyone else.
And then the other night on his second or third stream,
Here it is.
because I hadn't seen yours and Flip's messages in totality, and I definitely hadn't seen yours and Aidan. Pardon?
I don't think you have those. So I just posted them all today because Joe's posting selected clips. So you can see there's a 6-minute recording with all of them. So let's make sure you've actually seen them, because Chris hadn't seen them all. Chris didn't know about a lot of the things that were said between us. And I recently gave him that.
Hang on, no. So Chris and I didn't see the same stuff anyway, because obviously from the first 24 hours, that I was even after the recording spaces, as you know, Meredith, I, as you say, ran off to Daddy and gave him one of the screenshots that you shared with Flip.
Thank you.
So
First thing that went through my mind.
Didn't share.
You shouldn't need a presentation of all of the things that we've already seen to explain why you think something. If the thought is your own and you came to that conclusion on your own, you should easily be able to spit it out and say why it is that you think that. To point to, well, it all came together on Aidan's stream, just screams like that you don't realize that his manipulation, his lying, his gaslighting, and his spinning everything, because that's what he does, is where you got that idea from. That's the conclusion he wanted you to come to. That's part of the narcissistic abuse, literally, is to spin it in a way that you come to the conclusion he wants you to come to. If you were looking at it independently, right, then you wouldn't have come to that conclusion, because the timeline doesn't quite match up with what he claims. It just doesn't, right? I don't think you're too late to grasp the whole thing. I think you just got to tell me in the parts I need to, fill you in on. But Aidan is a master manipulator. Something he's good at is manipulating people into doing what he wants and believing what he wants them to believe. And if you got your answer from watching his this, and this, and you can't articulate why you think something easily, then it's because you're not thinking it. It's because he's thinking it and telling you to think it. That's why. That's part of the problem, right? And I don't think that, and then people push back on that, right? Well, you'll have turtle warriors like, no, I think for myself. I'm an independent thinker, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, there's a reason why people don't realize they're in a cult until they're not in it anymore. Right? Because they don't actually think they're being manipulated or brainwashed, when in reality, that's exactly what's happening. So I don't expect everyone to figure it out, right? But I wish people would stop and put themselves outside of it for a second, because when you stop and you put yourself outside of it, you start to realize what the fuck is actually going on. We can't blame everyone for the things that Aidan does. He shares, and he's been sharing long before Karen Reid, right? he would share things in group chats, and he would share things with a billion different people, and then he'd forget, and then someone would get a conscience and share it and be like, I don't like this, he lied, and this was the thing he sent me, and this, this was a shady ass thing he did. And it would get out there. And it wasn't the person's fault who released it. It wasn't the person's fault who received the message. It was his fault for the action he committed. So this idea that everyone needs to be blamed for releasing it, well, he recorded it. The bottom line is he recorded it, right? He recorded it in the same way that he recorded Lindsay. It's the exact same thing. And he recorded it in the same way that he recorded Scanlon. And in the same way he recorded Lucky. They're all videos. All of them are videos. They're videos that he then puts out as an audio. But originally they're a video. It's the exact same way every time. And so why is the blame on everyone else? Whether it got out or not is completely irrelevant to the fact that she did it to begin with. He shouldn't have done it, right? Literally. But it seems like it's the whataboutism. Well, what about this? And what about that? And what about this? Well, what about he still hasn't taken responsibility yet for doing it, right? I mean, just saying. Like, that's my opinion on it, right? You don't have to agree with me, but blaming everyone else just doesn't sit right with me when it's the action that you did.
Yeah, a whole lot of stuff with me after that for quite a while, which is fair. That was fine. I chose to,
several disorders, narcissistic, probably burst, borderline personality. So if I had to guess,
if I could go back in time, but
can I ask a question whenever you
that text
like
is
you guys
really
are done? Thank you.
Important. Yeah, sorry, Valerie. Yeah.
So I just want to ask you, Lily. So you said like Meredith orchestrated this,
I'm not a huge fan of Valerie.
What does that mean?
Just because
that's my opinion. Yeah.
I honestly don't think that she realized that she was being brainwashed either at some point, right? Because she hates me so much, although I have never had any conversation with her whatsoever. She doesn't know me from a hole in the wall. But she has said some really nasty things about me. Now, why do you think that is? Same reason why other people say nasty shit about anybody he says is bad, right? It's a brainwashing, manipulative technique. It's what he does. And so, like I said the other day, it's easy for some of these people to come to the conclusion that he did it to free care and read people, but it's harder for them to understand that he's done the exact same thing to non-free care and read people, right? Because they have been taught to hate non-free care and read, or quote, anti-people, right? I do have the Zoom link. It's not till 2:15. But this is what they have been taught, right? So she said some pretty nasty things about me and made some really general assumptions that were just completely off base and false about me specifically. So I'm not a huge fan of Valerie's by any stretch of the imagination, but I know right from wrong, right? And dogpiling on her is just as wrong as it was when it was dogpiling on me. Bottom line. When he says someone is, quote, bad, she admits in this space, he starts digging up people's history and then he's adding things to it and he's like acting a fool, and then you have all the minions, right? What, does she think that it was different for me? Or anyone else for that matter? No, of course not. It's the same fucking story over and over and over, right? It's the same shit. Yeah, he did it, right? The bottom line is he did it. Of course he lied. He lied over and over and over and over. And then he forced Meredith to lie. And I called it. I fucking called it. And again, I talked to Meredith. So how the fuck would I know, right? I knew that he had to still be, because she kept saying alleged, and that's what tipped me off. She kept still saying alleged recording. At that point, we knew it wasn't fucking alleged at that point, right? But the fact that she kept saying alleged tipped me off to the fact that he is clearly still threatening her to lie for him and cover for him. Otherwise, she wouldn't still be saying alleged, right? And so, again, but it's also something he has done numerous times to numerous other women, to lie and cover his behavior. Funny part is about it is later on, he then goes on to each one of these women and other people and blame them for what he did to try to use them as a scapegoat. This isn't the first, it won't be the last time. Now, I don't know what Meredith did or didn't do. I'm not Meredith, right? But what I'm saying is it's a pattern of behavior with him. Bottom line, this is something he has done to numerous people that he, quote, doesn't like, which is try to force them to lie. I know about many phone calls that he's given some of these women and demanded that they do X, Y, and Z, or he's going to release this, this, and this. That's called blackmail, and it's illegal, right? It is blackmail, and it is illegal, okay? And so he gets them to submit. The problem that I have is this first second that they submit the first time, he's going to keep coming back and making them do things for him over and over and over and over. And it's the same thing I say to them when they come to me. Stop submitting. Because every time you do, he's going to keep coming back and demanding you do more and more and more. Tell him to fuck off. And blackmail is a crime. You know? Yeah, it was July. They broke up in July, which I knew in July. Funny enough, I could tell. Oh yeah, he's definitely got to be pissed about that. I would assume, at least, you know. I would assume.
Yeah.
No, I know it's your opinion, and I'm just trying to understand, what does that mean that she orchestrated the release of the recording?
Yeah, cool. Can I just,
Not
I'm
yet,
happy to explain
Carol.
it.
Yeah.
Not till
Rubbing my head now,
2:15.
oh my God, I'm gonna
I'll
need
have
my-
it on
Yeah,
as
go
soon
ahead.
as
It's okay.
And I'm
it's
gonna
on.
need some time to maybe
Yeah.
get a presentation.
No, that's
picture,
okay. And maybe
because
we're not ready to
I'll
have this
walk through it.
conversation yet.
Did you
But I
watch?
just,
Yeah, I'm happy to, because it's not like, it's no secret. There's nothing new I've got or anything like that. So did you, Val, did you watch any of Aidan's
I know.
streams recently? Or
His
not?
MO has been recording people for
yeah,
forever.
for the last week I've watched some of them. Yes, I have.
Yeah, so there's a lot, I know.
Painfully.
But
I haven't watched everything, but I've watched some of them.
yeah, it's a lot to get through, and I get that too. But in particular, I would
Right. Tell him to fuck off. It's the only way he's
recommend
actually going to
watching,
fuck
and
off.
I'm happy to give
You
you
know?
guys a timestamp, the part where he talks and about
She said, I'll be happy to give you a
where you
timestamp
basically
of
see
his
Meredith and
thing.
Flip's text versus
That's
Meredith
not
and Aidan's text
proof.
versus Flipperhead and Aidan's
proof.
text, and it kind of, and there's a bit of a timeline there.
Well, just tell me in the most
In your
simplest
words,
way what you're trying
right?
to say about that, because I do better with like layman's terms. Like I'm not going to go back and read all text messages. Just tell me like what
Aidan
it is
explains
and what
it
you're trying to
without
say.
saying
Yeah.
Because
it, though.
Aidan
He
explains
kind of
it.
explains it in a different way, and then in my
In a
mind,
different way,
I
yeah.
was like, "Holy fuck!"
So
Well,
let
he
me
explains
guess,
everything in a
because
different way
It
because he
is
tries
because
to.
I was
He's
because
going
I
to
was
twist
telling
everything
he puts
to make it look a
everything in
certain way.
it
So
all
remember
Meredith's
that.
fault. That's what he does. He puts everything in a way. Sorry, this is the other Meredith. He puts it in a way that it's all
That's who that
Meredith's
is.
fault. Like, she's responsible for everything that's happened to him. Apparently, if you watched his million, live streams. I mean,
So honestly,
like,
so
everyone,
can I say
can I just
something?
no, wait. I'm actually, because I honestly, I did this as a favor to Meredith, as in like,
yes, thank you so much, though. I appreciate it.
non-Ada Meredith, and I'm happy to, but I'm not ready, right? As in, like, I'm not prepared. So I feel like I'm.
To me, though, if you're not prepared to just answer a simple question about why you think something, it's because it's not you thinking it. It's because someone else is thinking it and you just agree with what they're thinking, right? That's not, you should be able to articulate, and I like Lily, but I do think that she's sort of still stuck in deprogramming mode a little. Because in my opinion, you should be able to articulate what your thought is. Why do you think that the question was, why do you think that she orchestrated the release of it? And also, why is that so important? Just asking. He recorded her. Why is anything important after that? Just asking. Because this is the whole, like, whataboutism. Right? What about this? What about that? What about what this person did to take the heat off of him? And that's essentially what it is. But you should be able to articulate your own thoughts easily, quickly. Not, I got to put up all of the messages he put up, because it's not complete. Right? It's not all of them. It's not every message in order with all the context. It's selective, cherry-picked in a way to make you think exactly what you're thinking right now. It's the whole point, which I think they're kindly trying to point out to her.
I literally came on for a Cruzy Spacey or Spaces. I was helping Meredith.
I know.
As in
I
other
appreciate
Meredith.
it so much. I really do.
But
Attacking.
I appreciate that, and I'm more than happy to explain my theory. Okay.
Okay, well, let's
but
hear
I'm
it.
getting like, and I knew it was kind of
Getting
coming
clustered?
because I'm getting like all these, oh, Lil, what are you doing? You know, he's a manipulator. And
Yeah.
and it's like, and I get it. I get it. I'm not,
I don't think she does yet.
It's also just, I'm around.
So, yeah.
Mine too, right?
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question here?
Lily.
So, honest to God, okay, nobody's gonna let me talk, so I'm just gonna leave then. So,
No, you're right. Go
ahead.
We can just get blindly accused of things that I guess it's okay for people to just blindly accuse people of felonies, have their work called with no receipts. So I haven't, honest to God, watched more than 45 minutes of the first one of his meltdown streams, but I have a feeling what you're going to say. Oh, this day she was telling Aidan this at the same time she was telling Flip that. Yeah. If you had two psychopaths threatening you, one was threatening to release your text,
you have to appease them.
Joe, the other, Aidan, threatening all kinds of things, releasing revenge porn of you, releasing this and that. Maybe you are trying to keep them both
you have to appease them.
both under control and not have them both blow up and trying to have it die down when they're both taunting each other, they're both keeping it going, and you just want to be left alone. Yeah, I probably did tell them separate things, but Joe didn't share all of the texts with you. I'm sure Chris hadn't even seen them all.
No,
so is that what you're serious?
With me at all, Joe, and he didn't. He didn't share your.
He did though, because they were immediately like posted, and then he shared them with Aidan.
That was, the one, I just said that before. But, and the reason that he didn't share the ones the ones that I've now seen, is because of that that one screenshot. It was one text.
True that, girl. You don't like anything, to be fair. You don't like anything.
So a screenshot of a text is what has convinced you that I've orchestrated this whole thing of the release of the recording?
No. What are you talking about?
Yeah, his video is
your
worse.
proof.
I just said I need to literally to be able to, I'm happy to go through it. There's not like one thing that says that there's, there's not, as I said, it's like, yes, I have read Meredith's version.
Can I just say something, Lily?
Just give me a sec. So the screenshot that I'm referring to, Mayor, I'll call you Mayor, is the one from the day of the spaces or the day after that Flip had shared with Chris and accidentally me, didn't realize I was in the group then, and I gave it to Aidan, right?
Lots of smoke and
I
mirrors.
told Chris straight away, I said, fuck, you know what, I've just given this to Aidan, I've left the group, tell Flip I'm sorry, I was having a moral dilemma about hosting the platform anyway. Obviously, as you know, was diehard Aidan and felt like shit, which is why I reached out to him and wanted to talk it through. And he was 20 minutes into telling me, just kind of stories about
stories. Instead of saying lies, she says stories.
Basically, still denying
lies.
And that's when I couldn't take it. I said, like, Aidan, I know you did. Like, I know I've got very reliable kind of screenshot that says to me that that's not the case, And so, sure, I'm not going to deny it, like Aidan being Aidan. He's like, you need to give it to me. And I'm like, because I told him about it, but I said,
you need to give it to me. That's what he said.
I can't give it to you though, because I'm, I can't give it to you. And he's like, no, you have to give it to me because if this is the case, X, Y, Z. And I was like, fuck's sake. I was literally like, so I'm like, okay, fucking hell, sure. I'll give it.
I agree.
Give it to you.
It's insane.
And so I did. We got off the phone shortly after. I told Chris. I hopped off X for 24 hours.
But see, right there, I told Chris, the person that I trusted, that I then betrayed to give Aidan a screenshot, and then I hopped off X for 24 hours. Right? Why would you hop off X for 24 hours unless you were afraid of being bashed? And this is what people don't ever want to admit to. They don't ever want to admit, yeah, you know what? You're right. I hopped off because I was afraid of being attacked by his mob. Because then that would be admitting that you know that his mob goes after people and it's not right. So they sort of fly over that completely. And they're like, oh, I just hopped off. But why would you hop off X after you betrayed a friend to share with him something he demanded? You have to give it to me. No, you have to give it to me. Right? That is called manipulation. He wanted something, you had it. Made you feel bad, you gave it to him. And what did that do for her? Nothing. Didn't do anything. It did nothing. He got what he wanted and what he needed. And so after that, didn't matter. No, I think later on she says something like, well, then other things happened. Even if other things didn't happen, it didn't matter. You gave him exactly what he wanted and you bowed down and you kissed the ring, essentially. And so at that point, he doesn't need you anymore. He doesn't care what he says about you after that. You gave him what he wanted. You gave right in. That's what he wanted you to do, was give him that thing that he wanted. After he tried to lie to you for 20 minutes and still claimed that he didn't record Karen. So, and as I remember it, he then on another Spaces or another whatever tried to then like kind of tell on her about what she said in those messages, right? Until she sort of bowed down a little more. So it's like, no, sending him messages is never smart, ever. It's going to get you nowhere. As a matter of fact, it's going to get you more harassment because he's going to frame it like, oh, they ran to me and bowed down and they're pathetic. Like, that's what he does. You know, I don't get where people aren't getting it at this point. You know, it's really sad for me to see and watch and hear, because it's like there's someone deep inside there that knows that what he's doing is wrong and what they're doing is bowing down to it. They know that inside. They're just not willing to say it, right? They're just not. And I get it, dude. Being an intelligent person myself, it doesn't feel good to be duped by someone who's not that intelligent and to think that they could brainwash you. Been there, okay? Been there. It's, you know, nobody wants to admit that, but it happened. It's real. You know, it's unfortunate, but it happened, you know? Well, it's all about money with him. We know this, you know? He is cruel and dangerous. I 100% agree. Yeah, I mean, jumped off X. I mean, you know what I mean? Being scared of going to prison. I'm sorry. Listen, I've sat in a jail cell, and I'm sorry, but I'm just gonna say it. Like, you might not like it, but he's a bitch. I'm sorry. I never even cried when I sat in jail, and I sat in jail for longer than 60 days, almost 20 years ago. But even I didn't cry. So it's just ridiculous at this point. You're a grown man. Suck it up. You know. And to be fair, he deserves prison. He has harmed so many innocent, decent people simply to hide what he has done behind closed doors. And that's the real problem, right? You give a shit about him making money. He makes plenty of money. He has plenty of money. He's paid off all his legal bills. And after he was outed for that, by claiming he still needs everybody to keep donating to his legal bills, and that he was outed, I think by Meredith, I believe. Then it was, oh, well, yeah, now it's they're paid. I'm just trying to recoup the money. Well, you don't recoup the money. Your fund made more than what your legal bills were, at least till June. And if you racked up more after that, which you did in New Jersey, that's on you because you did that. Why should everybody else pay for you running around being reckless? And you don't recoup it. It was already paid. So what are you recouping? You can't recoup something that was never yours to begin with, right? The defense fund went to the defense, right? So if it was never yours to begin with, what are you recouping exactly? Nobody's asked that question yet. What exactly are you recouping? Even if you had to pay $10,000 out of that almost $400,000 out of your pocket, you don't recoup that. You paid this much compared to what the bills were. And to be fair, it's all self-inflicted. All self-inflicted. Every last bit of it is fucking self-inflicted.
Yeah, so that's what I was referring to about the one that was way back when. Now what I'm referring to is a whole collection, and there still might be some missing. But I guess I put
it is Jimbo
this collection together.
But everyone else is a scammer.
Being part of a
timeline
that did very much.
Everyone else but him.
For me, in my opinion,
it's insane.
Come to a conclusion that there's a high likelihood that you had access to the recording and that Karen received it from you, and that it was something that was in your back pocket for however long. The Wilbur, maybe the night of the Wilbur, I'm just putting dots together from what I know, right? So, okay, you know.
But she got the recordings. She had them as early as September 3rd. So what does the Wilbur have to do with anything?
That's Meredith. Yep, that's Meredith.
The Wilbur is when.
Yes, I am, but it doesn't start till 2:15.
Sorry, the morning after is when, I don't know, that's when she reached out to Aidan, right?
No, she knew about the recording the very next day. On August 30th, she called Will the Glare and asked him about it, and he lied to her that he hadn't heard it.
Yeah.
So maybe she got it twice?
No, but she hadn't received it then. She only received it the night of the Wilbur or the night
No,
before?
she didn't. She received. Take a look at the screen recording I just posted with Joe Flipperetex. He's known this. I've showed him a proof. I'd never wanted to post one of Karen's signal messages with me, but I got the permission to post this to clear my name. She showed me. She got a text with. She got it as early as September 3rd.
The entire record.
Okay,
Why did
then.
she message Aidan on the 13th or whatever?
She'd already told him earlier that she had the recording. She'd been telling him that she told him that the very next day that she had it. And he thought she was bluffing. He was like, no, she's bluffing. She doesn't have it. She had it.
How did she get it?
I don't know. How the fuck would I
So,
know?
like, did Aidan send it to her? Because didn't he record it? Like, if they okay, allegedly, hypothetically, if he were to have done that, and maybe
No, it's
You
not
don't need to say
hypothetically, and it's not
allegedly
allegedly.
anymore. Why are you saying allegedly now? I thought you wanted to expose this whole thing. I said allegedly to protect him before I found out he was trying to frame me for recording her.
Yeah.
You know, he told Bettero that I was physically with him the day of the recording. He tried to blame it on me from the start. I wasn't even talking to him at the time. I wasn't anywhere near
Sure,
him.
sounds about right.
Yeah, he had Bettero lie to Karen and her lawyers that I was the one who recorded them. Did you know that, Lily?
Yeah, I did see that somewhere.
Can I interrupt for a
That
second?
you were behind him. You were standing behind him or something.
Yeah, over his shoulder was the exact words that he had his lawyer Bettero lie for, like, because he was so embarrassed. He
Shocker,
lied
his
to
lawyer,
Bettero
they
for
always
weeks
lie for
that
him.
the recording didn't exist. It didn't exist, and then when it came out, when it was posted online, and he couldn't deny it anymore, he said Meredith was with me and was recording us over our shoulder. And he did this while he was still begging me to deny the recording, and I protected him for weeks and lied and let the rumors fly and stayed silent. And from the beginning, he was throwing me under the bus, having his lawyer lie for him. That's the person he
Shocker.
is, and I'm done. I'm done protecting him. There's no alleged recording. He recorded her. He tried to he did this so that he could turn others against her. Then he played it for Nurse Kim.
Shocker.
He played it for Will DeBlair. He played it for Jess Machado. He played it for Jimmy. He played it for other people who aren't out here lying about it and trying to throw others under the bus. So I'm going to protect them. I'm not going to bring them up because they haven't done it. And you know what? We still don't have a complete listing of who else has heard it to this day because, like everything, Aidan overshares and he forgets who he shares things with, and it's constantly getting him in trouble. And this is just classic Aidan.
And I feel like at the end of the day, the point is that he recorded her.
And
who cares about everybody else? Who cares about Jimmy and Nurse Kim and Will?
Yeah,
okay, whatever.
They do at
They're
one
like
point.
taking a side. Okay, whatever. But the point is, like, at the end of the day, he recorded her. So, like, all of these people, who cares about who cares about anybody else? Like, he recorded her and we know he did, and that's just what it is. And like, okay, like, now what?
The others are
Aidan let her
lying,
hear
though.
it, obviously.
Not only are they lying, they're bashing Karen too, and they're gaslighting her. Like Will's like, "Why is she lying? I didn't hear a recording."
Yeah, well, we know that she did. We know what he did. And everybody knows. Anybody with common sense knows that he did that.
He recorded her. He admitted it. He recorded her, but then he got caught lying, and now he's trying to say that you recorded him over his shoulder of when she was talking. It's like such a bunch of bullshit.
It's
Just
not.
like
She
he
heard it
was
from
hacked.
Aidan.
He said on his live stream, because I watched it a million times and I rewatched it and I did clips. He said a week and a half ago, so we're talking whatever
It was
it
Aidan.
was on last week, that
We all knew that.
that Meredith stole an old video of him and the fake victim, Lindsay, a week and a half ago. So are we supposed to believe that a week and a half ago, after all this, he still had the same Facebook Messenger up with old videos?
No.
Ooh, that's a good point.
No.
It's a good point.
Why in God's name would I want to see or never mind release an old video of them? That's absolutely disgusting.
And why did he say
I haven't had access to that stupid account since
I wish I had
haven't
an
had
answer
access
to that,
stupid
Tokyo.
account since the summer. I begged him to remove my
I don't
email.
know.
He didn't. I kept getting emails. The last time this same screenshot he keeps peddling around as some kind of proof. You know what the date of it is? It's August 24th. You know what the date the call was? August 29th. To this day, he has not shown one shred of proof that I was in his Facebook account. And also, if he thinks he's hacked, this is now almost 3 months. Why didn't you just delete the account? Why are you still using it? I'm not in it. I don't want to be in his stupid account.
That's
The
true.
account we both shared for over a year.
true.
That was my account. It was like a business account.
He could deactivate the account very easily. So that's
you get. I mean,
that's true.
I had a blocked fucking Altman. So it's easy to block somebody and get out of the fucking account and then start a new one. Why do you have sex videos on a Facebook Messenger account? Like, what? Like, put it in your fucking phone, you loser.
That's exactly what they'll do.
We have talked about the ridiculousness of this hacking in general, by the way. It's been almost 3 months now. He has plenty of money, and also he could grift for a defense minister. Why isn't he hiring an IT specialist to get to? I would chip in just to fucking disprove that I have access to any of his shit. I never had his iCloud password. First of all, I never had access to any of that when we were together, and certainly not now. We've been broken up for 4 months.
Meredith, can I say something? Listen, right? Yeah. Honestly, right? Even if you did, right? Listen. Even if you did like go into his Facebook, even if you did, right? It's not the worst thing in the world. Like, yeah, it's an invasion of privacy. Is it wrong? Yeah, you shouldn't do that to somebody you're dating. But, you know, when you're in a relationship with somebody and they're cheating on you and lying to you and you feel like, you know, sometimes that happens, right? And I'm not saying that it's right, but I get it. So like, I feel like sometimes we just got to own certain things, like, and maybe you're not ready to do that, and you feel like you don't really want to say that you did that, and that's on you. But listen.
No offense, but you know, in my opinion, Valerie should own that she talked mad hella shit about people she doesn't know, including me, and made giant assumptions on who we are based upon what Turtleboy told her. And so, if you want to talk about owning stuff, in my opinion, you got to own your own shit too. You can't just start telling people to own shit that you don't even know is true or not when you haven't owned your own shit and deprogrammed enough to realize it. I mean, this is the part where I'm like, pot, meat, kettle. Like, if we're going to tell other people to own their shit, you got to own your shit. Where's the apology? Where's my apology? Right? I never had a issue with Valerie up until she was waited until I came down from a Spaces. Actually, it was like the third time on a space that she had mentioned me. One time I'm listening and it's, oh, fuck her, she's listening. Why is she even listening? And because I'm allowed to listen like everyone else on planet Earth. I'm not bothering anybody. I wasn't there to bother anybody, right? You don't even know me. You don't even know me. You simply hate me because I think Karen Reed was guilty. Okay, cool. We can agree to disagree on that. And actually, Chris Koala was like, why even talk to her after I jumped down? Of course, why even talk to her, Chris? Like, why even blah blah blah? Well, as Chris said, you can have a common goal or other things in common besides a case. The case is over, right? We don't have to agree on that to be friendly. It's to think that one or the other has to happen is insane. You have to think Karen Reed is innocent, or you suck and you're bad, and we can't be friends. I mean, that's like saying you like the color blue and I like the color pink and you can't be my friend because I like pink. That's fucking insane. Or, oh, hey, you're not the same religion or political affiliation as me, so you're, F you. That's nutty, right? That's something that Aidan made normal, is to hate the opposite side. Not have any critical discussions, not have any civil debates, just hate them because he said so. Because he can't have anyone questioning anything that he says, ever, She's on an awful lot of spaces, I'll tell you that much. And it almost feels like sometimes when she's on these spaces, she kind of overtakes the entire space when other people are trying to speak. But I just feel like if you're going to tell someone to own their stuff, right, maybe also own some of the things that you said about other people that weren't so kind, that you don't even know. You've never even met or had a conversation with me, ever, ever. Not ever. It doesn't make sense to simply hate people because the turtle said so. And if you're now understanding that, then maybe it's also time to understand that he didn't just do it to free Karen Reed people or people that you like or people that he allowed you to like. He also did it to people that he told you to hate, right? It's not rocket science. This is shit he has done over and over and over, the same thing over and over and over. I don't agree with her being piled on. They attacked Valerie too. I don't agree with that at all. It's wrong, right? But understand that the same thing that happened to you happened to many other people. And some of us, even worse, I still deal with it to this day. So since November of 2023, that's 2 years, over 2 years. Like, come on. I appreciate that. We also have a very healthy chat here where people don't have to agree, right? Yeah, we're waiting for Aidan's hearing. I have it up on the other screen over here, waiting for them to let us in. We don't have to hate each other. We can just have some civil debates, ask some questions, and talk about other subjects as well. I think this is the only chat thus far that I have found that has been able to operate in that capacity. And that really makes me sad deep inside, because I feel like people were just taught to hate one another by him, because that's what he deals with, chaos and anger and vitriol. And I'm not about it. I am not fucking about it. Not even a little.
Yeah. Yeah, I went in his phone. Yes, I went in his Facebook. Yes, I did that. So what? It doesn't make you a bad person. It's just like,
but this is like assuming
many
that she
women
did that.
do that in
Just
toxic relationships.
I don't do that.
You don't. I feel
I don't
like
have to do
sometimes
that.
defending that and saying that you didn't do it or whatever.
My husband's a good
you don't
boy.
really need to say that, because
Good boy.
if you did it, it's okay. Like it's yeah, it's an
That's
invasion of
assuming that
privacy,
she
but
did,
it's
which is weird
understandable
that you would assume that.
in that type of relationship. That's what I want to say.
Yeah,
That's
so I
all,
mean,
you
so
know?
that's why I did the Apple Watch thing, and I'll explain this again. I only saw 1 week of text messages in it, and yeah, I shouldn't have looked at it, but I saw a boob picture show up, and I'm honest to God, at that point in January, I know everybody's like, "Oh, you're so stupid, you should have known," but it didn't even cross my mind that he would even like.
It's not the way it works when you love someone.
The way
We've all
he
been
acted
there.
to me, we were together like 5 nights a week. I don't want to like share, like I'm not gonna be gross like him.
Yeah, no,
but,
I
like,
get it. Listen, you
we
could be
You're
with
not
somebody
on
every
your
single
island by
day.
yourself.
They
There's
we
would
were
other people in
together
here
that
that are.
way.
Right,
We were
I get
together
it.
that way every
believe
single night when we were like
Karen's innocent, but
together. So it didn't even
Aidan,
cross my mind that that's
for
what he
different
was doing,
reasons.
like the 1 or 2 nights, because he was with his kids the two
Yeah.
nights we were together. So I was like, what the
Right.
like? So I didn't know he had this secret online sex world with like
Yeah.
sending
I
It's true.
understand.
videos or whatever.
Weird.
And listen, it's
Weird.
devastating when you find out. It's devastating, right? Because you're believing this person, you love this person,
Oh, let us
you
in,
know,
man.
and then
I know we're like 4 minutes early.
I think a
but
part of
let us
us,
in.
like, not to say we know, but it's like when you find out, you're devastated. So then you react from that, and your reaction and everything you do once you find that out, you become invested in like finding more out. You become addicted to like, I'm going to find out more of what this person is doing. And it becomes an addiction. I get it, because I've been there. So like, I understand how my brain used to work, and how like sometimes people would be like, oh, you're crazy, you know, all these things. And like, you're not crazy, but you're just in a relationship, a toxic. You should not be in that type of relationship, because it brings out the worst in you. Like, you're not supposed to be doing stuff like that. You shouldn't be, you know, but you become addicted to like catching them. Like you found out that little bit. It's like, you know, I used to go through that, and you become, oh, I want to find out more. You become like, you become actually obsessed with like, just like, you know,
hold on.
trying to find out more information about somebody that says they love you, right? Because you feel
But
like,
but that's the
so
thing.
I get it. I
He
get it.
apologized over and over.
No volume? Why is it not giving you guys the volume? What the hell? Hold on. Let me try it a different way. Tell me if you can hear it now. Tell me if you can hear it now. Please tell me yes. Audio, anyone? Damn it. What the? What is happening? He's just saying how he knew Tim Bradle, but he's never met any of the civilians. I'm trying to figure out why it's not working. Hold on. Let me try it this way. Now? Yes, no, maybe? I can still hear it, so I need you guys to tell me if you can hear it. No, still. I don't understand why. Say he grew up in Canton in the 60s and 70s and part of the 80s. Hold on. I don't understand why it's not doing it. I'm doing the window. I have to do the window. It won't do the page. That's the problem. But it should still do the screen. See, it won't let me. In StreamYard. Hold on. Audio. Default. I don't know how to change it. They're trying to see if anybody knows each other and they're having any issue. That's it so far. Record locally? No. Audio. It's pissing me off because I can hear it. One of them won't allow sound to come through. I can't remember which. It's the window, but it won't. Doesn't let me share. It wants to share the entire screen or the window. Let me see if I do entire screen, if that helps. Also share system. Oh, wait. I think I got it. Hold on. I got it. This should work.
I have
Tell
no
me if it works.
objection to your Honor sitting in this case.
Okay, excellent. All right, so obviously I'm in Brockton. You guys are at different places. I'll give you my schedule going forward.
Yes.
Going forward, I'm assigned to Suffolk Superior Court. The first 6 months of the year, I'll be sitting in room 1008, which is a civil session. The second 6 months of the year, I'll be in room 808, which is a criminal session. I think at least for now, we'll work this out as we go forward, have a greater clarity as to how we can handle it. At least for now, for the next set of motions, which we need to get to, what we'll do is we'll do those in person in Suffolk Superior Court. What room that's going to be in, I don't know yet.
Suffolk? Is Suffolk
the way
superior?
Suffolk runs things.
You didn't miss anything.
Their civil clerks don't sit on criminal matters. There are two separate clerks' offices in Suffolk. They're very
Literally.
distinct in what they do. So either I'll bring the matter into 808 where there is a criminal clerk, or will perhaps be specially assigned to another courtroom, sometimes courtroom 3.
Oh! Why is it doing that? Hold on. Got it.
Well, let me just say this. If Judge Krupp denies Attorney Cosgrove access to the Reed cell phone downloads, then we really don't have to do anything more with that. The issue is concluded. If Judge Krupp allows access to the cell phones, where does that take us next, Attorney Cosgrove?
Well, if he allows access to the cell phones, that would mean that essentially he's allowed my motion or allowed it in some modified form to set up a taint team. That means the taint team is going to have to go through the cell phones, examine. We'll have to go through a process with the Reed attorneys as to search terms and so forth that would exclude attorney-client privilege material. They're going to have to report back to the court. The court is going to then have to hear from the defense as to the findings of the taint team. And then at that point, the Commonwealth would get the information as approved by the court to go through it. And assuming that it's relevant to Mr. Kearney's case, it would then be discoverable here. I would anticipate, well, candidly, we have been waiting for the results of the taint team on Mr. Kearney's cell phone for the better part of 3 months now. So I would say that
wow.
Either we would enter into an agreement if the defense is amenable, or if Your Honor orders that the Commonwealth forego the evidence of the Reed search in this case. It is, after all, a motion the search warrant is, after all, directed at finding evidence of a conspiracy case, but it would likely also produce evidence that might be relevant here as well. Or we would need to delay further proceedings here. Doesn't necessarily mean do nothing, but the case would push back until discovery could be delivered to the defense, and they could make such motions as they feel appropriate.
Well, let me just ask you this. As I understand it, there's already been a download of the defendant's phone in this case. Is that correct?
There's been a download of 2 phones, which is in the Commonwealth's possession and which has been turned over to the defense. And
Because he
there are
has 2
other
phones.
electronic devices which were seized as a result of the search, and that's what is subject to the ongoing taint team here.
And there's no conspiracy charge between Reed and Kearney in this case, correct?
No.
Not right now.
So presumably any evidence we have with regard to Kearney is going to come off his own phone, I take it.
Correct. Yeah.
Well, that's the situation now. I can't speak to what might be discovered in the process of the search. The conspiracy that's alleged in the search warrant is conspiracy to intimidate a witness. The charges against Mr. Kearney here include intimidation of a witness. So it could be relevant, although obviously, no, if any conspiracy indictment resulted against Mr. Kearney, it could not be tried with the indictments here absent his consent.
Okay. So, Mr. Bradle, briefly, anything to add to that in terms of just what procedurally would have? I don't want to get into the substance of that issue. We can deal with it if we need to. But procedurally, you sort of think that's the way it would go?
Judge, we are interested in dealing with the disqualification motion first. Attorney Better filed a very comprehensive motion to disqualify Mr. Cosgrove. He's being sued by.
I'm going to come to that, Mr. Bradle.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure we understand the impact of Judge Krupp's.
Sure.
Judge, if I may, that, and I don't want to merge the motions. I understand what the court is doing.
Here come the
but that
crayons.
disqualification motion also includes the investigation involving Miss Reed's cell phones, because it is virtually the identical conduct and the identical facts that are from the 2023 indictments. And again, without merging too much of this now, there is a disqualification motion on the indictments before Your Honor now, as well as the investigation that Mr. Cosgrove is doing, because the same witness who is at issue in the disqualification was a primary or one of the primary sources that led to the warrant to go after Ms. Reed's phones. So they are kind of intertwined. And if Mr. Cosgrove is saying, as he seems to be suggesting, that he can't predict the future in the event that he were able to search the phones, but if evidence were to be discovered and lead to a conspiracy indictment against Mr. Kearney, that implicates the disqualification issue. At this time, I'm unaware that Ms. Reed has joined that motion, so I don't want to speak for what her counsel would advise. But to the extent Mr. Kearney is involved in anything to do with what we're calling the open investigation involving Ms. Reed's cell phones, we think that the disqualification as it relates to Mr. Kearney needs to be dealt with in the first instance.
Well, I'll come to that. What I'm trying to figure out is if you agree with the timeline laid out by former Judge Attorney Cosgrove regarding what would happen in terms of next steps. Did that all make sense to you?
It did up until.
But we don't want Mr. Cosgrove doing it.
I'll get to that part. I'm going to get to that. All right. Let's move on to the next issue.
Wow, they are gross.
Skip out of the order that I had in my agenda. The disqualification. I don't know, and I'm not going to prejudge it. It seems a little bit
ridiculous,
broad to disqualify Attorney Cosgrove from some other investigation. What I'm dealing with are the indictments that are before me. So, to the extent that there's a motion to disqualify that's ripe, it would appear to be
not
that
behind
it's on 23-313,
not
not some future potential indictment. That may or may not ever come, and
bingo.
What Attorney Cosgrove choose to do this time outside the indictments before me, I'm going to leave to Attorney Cosgrove.
Right.
But I do think we need to deal with that issue sooner rather than later. And it does not appear to me that we would have to wait for the Reed cell phone extraction before getting to that issue. Would you agree with that, Attorney Cosgrove?
Yes.
All right. So how soon would we be ready to deal with the issue of disqualification?
Judge, I just wanted to throw out some dates if I could. January 12, 13, or 15 is what we're proposing.
Okay. Does that work for you, Attorney Cosgrove?
No, I'm out of the country on all of those dates.
Okay. How does now, Mr. Bradley, you've got some other business that's going to happen up in Essex County. You're scheduled for trial up there?
That's February 9th, Your Honor. That's correct.
How soon before that are you going to?
Your Honor, I could give me a moment.
Hold on, Attorney Cosgrove. Mr. Bradley, how soon before you become unavailable due to that trial?
Judge, I'm pretty flexible. I really don't want to delay the disqualification too much. I mean, unless Attorney Betterow has a different view, I'm thinking, can we do it a little sooner then?
No, I want to wait till I get to Suffolk.
Okay. Oh, I understand. Maybe is it? Should we do maybe the third week in January?
Let's see what Attorney Cosgrove has to say. What's good for you, Attorney Cosgrove?
That's fine.
Let's pick a Friday, late January.
That's the 23rd.
Attorney Cosgrove,
I can do the 23rd.
Mr. Bradley.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so we're going to mark that up for January 23rd. I'll be in touch with regard to time and place. I need to talk to Suffolk to see where they can accommodate me. I'll know that certainly by early January, what courtroom we're going to be in and what time. My inclination probably would be maybe a noon or a 2 o'clock hearing. I don't expect it's not going to be non-evidentiary, I take it, correct?
Correct.
Initially, at least, yes.
That's the way I read it. So we could probably get it in the afternoon. So it'll be either noon or 2 o'clock that will deal with that matter in Suffolk on, we'll call that 123 for now.
And I think, Your Honor, if I live to see another motion after your decision on the motion to disqualify, the next logical motion to take up would be the defendant's motion to dismiss the case.
That seems to be the right step to me as well. How does that sound to the parties?
Yes, we wanted to bifurcate the disqualification from that. Absolutely.
I think that's the right choice. Okay, so do we want to get that on the calendar now, or do we want to wait till the disqualification is done?
Get it on the calendar.
I think it makes sense to wait, but I'm at Your Honor's disposal.
We can wait because I'm pretty flexible when I schedule things in Suffolk. Okay, we'll wait on that issue. Between now and the 23rd, are there any discovery issues that I can assist the parties with?
Yes. We have been receiving discovery. We got some, I think, that we're awaiting that was mailed out yesterday. And we continue to get discovery in drips and drafts without, as far as we can tell, respectfully, any rhyme or reason. Some of the filings, Your Honor, will also see from the past several weeks. We're finding what are clearly discoverable materials from third parties, whether they be witnesses or potential witnesses in the case, whether they be other third parties who have made freedom of information requests, and they're getting actual documents that are directly related to this case. So we're just concerned about when does it end and when do we get with confidence everything. In addition,
Doesn't have a rhyme to doesn't
that,
have to have a rhyme or reason.
I believe Mr. Cosgrove, in his motion seeking an extension of time in late October, whatever it was, I think it was October 24th, indicated in that motion that the former special prosecutor on the case, Mr. Mello, had discovered or come into possession of things that he believed were quote unquote relevant. We're wondering what that is and when we anticipate receiving that. And finally, with particular emphasis on one important piece of evidence that was also contained in a filing from some time ago, one of the most important witnesses in the indictments, if not the most important witness, testified in the grand jury, alleged to a series of, I believe, threatening Facebook messages and family members receiving all kinds of nasty images and comments that she claimed originated from the client or someone else. That would seem to be clearly discoverable. That would seem to be something that clearly, if not in the Commonwealth's actual possession, is, coming from their star witness
and control,
would be in their custody or control. And we haven't received that.
Not from third parties. They're not parties to the case.
Jennifer McCabe.
Just come on, bro.
I will look into that as to Mr. Bettero's
ridiculous assertion.
Point.
Thank you, Art
materials
Deco.
that I have just sent him. Check is literally in the mail as of yesterday, and it should be received no later than Monday, if the post office can be believed. Does include materials that I received from Mr. Bettero, notably a grand jury exhibit that they recently complained that they, I'm sorry, received from Mr. Mello, not from Mr. Bettero. Notably a grand jury exhibit that the defense has complained that they had never received, that was not in my possession or in the possession of the state police. And I finally managed
Thank you, Art Deco.
managed to get it from Mr. Mello, who had that particular exhibit. So they'll be receiving that and some other materials from Mr. Mello.
Okay. All right. Well, if there are particular issues that need to be addressed by the court, let me know. We can get to it quickly in the Zoom and deal with it.
Judge, I think there are, and respectfully to Mr. Cosgrove, Mr. Mello seems to be the root of all of, or a lot of
He's
these
sick
problems.
and has cancer.
And it seems
That's
to me what the Commonwealth can do is send somebody over to Mr. Mello's home or office and take custody of everything, so we don't have to
They cannot
rely
go through
on
his
Mr.
shit.
Mello
That
to
is
discover
illegal search
grand
and
jury
seizure.
exhibits
Sir?
from 2023 and 2024 being disclosed at almost Christmas time in 2025. They have the ability and resources to do it. We're entitled to this material. Waiting on Mr. Mello to provide discovery that shows up periodically doesn't seem like the best way to do it, respectfully.
Well, I'm going to leave the details of how Attorney Cosgrove
How they do it.
complies with Rule 14 to Attorney Cosgrove.
That's
Let's
right.
let it be known that he has to comply with Rule 14. If you don't, there can be sanctions. And I'll leave
That's
it at that.
right.
I'm not inclined to
I don't tell them how to do it.
I'm not going to micromanage how he complies.
Nope.
Except to say comply.
Yep, that's it.
And we'll leave the details to the parties who are
Thank you.
responsible.
Correct.
Okay. Let's assume the disqualification goes away. Let's assume that the motion to dismiss, the new motion to dismiss, is unsuccessful. Let's talk about the two indictments. How do the parties feel about joinder?
I think it makes perfect sense.
Mr. Bradle, Ms. Bedroff?
It's a little premature for us, Judge. We're sort of baking the cake right now.
Oh, please.
And we'd appreciate it if you let us respond to that on our next date.
Fine. I want to get started and sort of thinking about these things because
That's right.
they are
You
always
keep dragging shit out.
and it seems like this case, in terms of evidentiary,
Dragging.
the acts themselves, I want to speak for anybody, but they don't appear to be hotly contested. It's what
Correct.
they are is what the issue is.
Correct.
One says First Amendment, the other says witness
Criminal.
intimidation. That's sort of my sense of what the evidence is. You can
Yep.
tell me I'm wrong about that, but
It's a very fair characterization, Your Honor.
Not disputing you
there's
did it.
a bit more to do on the newer indictment. We don't have grand jury minutes even yet. And
no, I understand. What I want to do is I want to push that case as quickly as I can through discovery. So if we're going to do
Correct.
this together, let's do them. Mr. Kearney, is that the correct pronunciation, by the way? Kearney, not Kearney?
It's Kearney, Your Honor.
Kearney, I apologize.
Okay.
So look, I imagine he wants
Mr.
to get in front of
Kearney,
the jury of his peers. And
we're gonna
and
keep
be
calling
done
him
with
that.
it. So my goal is to move us along as quickly as we can without skipping any steps.
He doesn't know how to argue. He knows how to
let's get that
narrative.
discovery done.
That's why.
Now, how long do you think, if they're joined, is this case going to take? I'm not holding you to the time, but Attorney Cosgrove, how long do you think it would take you to put your case together in front of a jury?
It's
Well, I
voluminous.
expect that there will be on
Voluminous.
behalf of the Commonwealth a rather extensive list of prior or subsequent bad acts that I would wish to offer in evidence, as well as the
Exactly,
evidence
Mega.
of the acts for which Mr. Kearney is actually charged. And depending on how Your Honor rules on that motion, would make a fairly substantial difference to the length of the trial.
Correct.
I would estimate offhand that 6 or 7 victims, a lot of videos to show, 2 weeks maybe.
Sound about right, Mr. Bradle?
I think so, Your Honor.
When do you folks think would be a good time to try it? I'm not going to hold you to this. I just want to start sketching out in my mind when and how we're going to do this.
Soon.
Judge, on the 2-week thing, are you saying full days or half days?
I'll go full days.
Yep, full days, as it should be.
Any thoughts on when we could do it? The only
March.
time let me just block this out. I'm supposed to do an asbestos trial in June. That's going to take just about a month. So June is going to be out completely for me.
April?
So, work
July?
in terms of our calendars, just sort of scratch that one off.
Anyone?
Judge,
Bueller?
it's a tough call in light of how much stuff we still have to do. It's a tough call. I mean, I could see this going.
You should be doing
not
stuff
going until the
already.
mid-fall. There's just so many.
Stop
This team stuff takes forever. We haven't even gotten any automatic discovery on the second case.
April.
Yet. We're still waiting for a grand jury minutes.
Damn it, my birthday
There's
already
a lot of
passed.
extraordinary motion practice here.
They go to fall.
Disqualification, dismissal for extraordinary government misconduct.
Oh, God, that's not going to happen.
Discovery, as
Not
my
gonna
brother said, is dribs and drabs. We have this prosecutor who's
They've been
very
dragging
ill,
it.
apparently, who's
They've
no
been
longer
dragging
on the
it.
case. He's been
They're the ones who drag it.
disqualified. Attorney Cosgrove's been disqualified from the 24 indictments, which have now been dismissed. There's just so much
What'd Brett
going
say?
on in this case.
Did I miss it?
It's not your garden variety situation. And I think we really are realistically, if you want to put a cap on it, I think the cap has to be, mid to late fall.
No,
because
April
we're just
should
not
be
going to get all
fine.
this stuff done. It's been historically glacial pace.
Have dragged it out with ridiculous motions. Come
Ms.
on.
Cosgrove, how does that fit with your timeline
doesn't.
and your availability?
Well, my availability is pretty open. As far as timeline goes,
yeah.
I don't associate myself with all of Mr. Bradle's comments. I agree with his bottom line. This is a complicated case in some respects with quite a bit yet to do and a lot of contingencies. And obviously, if your honor allows the motion to disqualify me,
he's not going to.
It won't be my problem, but that will certainly have an effect on the timing of any trial as well. I will say,
Let me just slow you down for 1 second. The disqualification, as I can tell, is only on the 23 case. Is that accurate?
It is accurate, Your Honor, but if you disqualify me in the 23 case, it wouldn't make any sense
for him to do the other.
As far as I'm concerned, for me to try the one incident on the 25 case. I would respectfully ask the district attorney to relieve me of that responsibility.
Well, let's not go there yet. Aspirationally, let's shoot for a late October trial date.
I saw that too.
Late October, early November.
That's fine. Your Honor.
November.
Because I have a couple of murder cases. I'm not sure if that's gonna.
Oh, you want to push it to December, sir?
I have a murder case. The 5th.
Of what?
Could we go to November? Maybe November 9th, 16th, December 7th.
Come on, that's
any of those.
I can pretty much make those dates work. I've checked with Suffolk, but
drag it out some more.
We have flexibility here. Okay, so if that's what we're looking at, let's aim towards being ready. If it gets that far, let's aim towards being ready in mid-November.
Do you want to grab? Like a mid-November final pretrial? Maybe.
What was wrong with the
Tuesday,
9th?
November 17th. Just throwing something out.
No, what's wrong with the 9th?
Maybe a trial date like Tuesday, December 1st.
Pencil it in.
Bingo.
For that time. I'm not going to set the date yet because I need to confer with the clerk in 808. I don't have access to that docket right now. But pencil yourself in for around that time. And we'll once we get through the motion to disqualify, which will be on the 23rd.
Right.
Okay. So
you can bet on it.
But let's try to work our way towards that date.
Stop dragging it out. Is what he's trying to say without saying it.
And get it resolved, one way or the other. Okay. What else can we?
Good, Your Honor. Thank you.
Still going.
I think that's everything on your agenda, Your Honor. I was following along on your scheduling order.
Mr. Cosgrove, anything else?
I just have one minor issue that I'd like to raise. It's not a big one. For some reason, Your Honor, Judge Doolin entered an order that all filings in this case were to be paper copies.
Why?
I'm not sure
why
he entered that order, but
we're doing more
I do
favors for
find,
Bradle.
sometimes that when we are close to a deadline, I am close to a deadline, that taking a special run
Paper
over
copies?
to
That's
Norfolk
crazy.
Superior Court to deliver a paper copy is a lot
Crazy.
less convenient than being able to do it
Virtually.
electronically.
I would read Judge Doolin's order to be, a paper copy has to be filed. If you're up against a deadline and you have to email it in so we have it to prepare, that's fine, but a paper copy is going to have to be put in the file at some point.
Why? Why though? Why?
If there's a deadline set.
If that's Your Honor's interpretation, I can certainly comply with that.
Attorney Bradley and Attorney Betterow and I have it.
That'd be a big help. I agree with it, Your Honor. Thank you.
But make sure a paper copy gets filed so that it.
No, November.
I'm not even sure that, Mr. Bradley, you can correct me because it's been a while since I sat in a criminal session in Suffolk. I don't think the Suffolk Clerk's Office takes electronic filings, do they?
No, they don't, Your Honor. Norfolk does, Suffolk doesn't.
All right. So right now this is
They're supposed to.
Norfolk docket. So you're going to continue to file there, but if you file electronically to the parties circulating the document,
they decided
that way, that's fine.
November. You're behind.
If it's a day late, it's a day late. You don't need to drive to Norfolk to get the paper filed that day. As long as it's electronically filed, followed by a paper file, that's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else we can do today?
Not for the Commonwealth. Thank you very much, Your Honor, for your time.
So let me ask you one more question before we go. Are all the papers that I need for the disqualification motion filed?
No, Your Honor. Just a couple of hours ago, Mr. Cosgrove, I think, filed a response that, frankly, we had anticipated earlier, but we filed something addressing that yesterday, which I don't know if the court has seen or not. And Mr. Cosgrove filed something today. We've perused it. I believe I'm going to want to file just a brief reply.
Crayons again.
10 days or so.
Right. The response to your motion that's going to fail anyway.
I'll do my best.
Lots of paper already.
I may have an additional filing as well, but it'll be well within the 10 days that Mr. Betterow speaks of.
I know that the civil rules have already been brought into play here in the pleadings here, that they don't apply, but there is that motion reply, sir reply, and that's it. You can file what you need to file, but
yes,
it just doesn't. It's got to end at some point. All right.
Yep.
So file what you need to file. I want everything filed 10 days prior to the hearing. Okay. So no filings will be accepted on the disqualification issue unless there's new evidence after 113. Let's get this thing squared up and ready to be decided that day, or argued that day, decided shortly thereafter.
Yes.
All right. Anything else we can do?
It's good, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. I'll as soon as I get to Suffolk and I have a better idea where we're going to sit, I will give you folks notice as to the
November,
as to the actual time of the hearing and the courtroom in which we'll be. That'll be an in-person hearing.
Thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
Mr. Betterow, do you intend to be there in person?
I will. Yes.
Excellent. Because Zoom is a little difficult when some people are hybrids are difficult. Let's put it that way. Okay, that's all we have today.
You ain't
Thank you
wrong.
very much, Mark. You can close it up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks, Bob. Nope, they ended it. They ended it on me. Hold on. Let me get rid of this stupid virtual assistant thing that I did. Yeah, seriously. So the judge was asking, like, when do they think it should happen? And of course, his attorneys are like, mid fall. Doesn't need to be fall. They just want it to be fall. And the judge is like, no, we need to we need to do this. Like, we need to hurry. Because of course, at first they were like, no, it's a little premature for us to get, no, it's not. You guys have been dragging this shit out. And then of course, Mr. Kearney, we're calling that, loves to complain about it taking so long, but him and his attorneys are the ones who keep dragging it up with ridiculous motions, like this motion to, disqualify. That's going to fail on its face, right? Then the motion to dismiss also fail, right? Both of those things are going to flat once again. So those were going to be a waste of fucking time. And I think the judge knows that at this point, right? And the judge is like, enough with the crap, without saying enough with the crap, right? He's got to remain judgely. But I can tell from his mannerisms and from what he's, attempting to do here that enough is enough in his mind of all this bullshit, right? All of this nonsensical bullshit. Enough is enough. Well, that's the thing. I have no doubt in my mind. Well, there's going to be many hearings in between now and what trial might be November of 2026, which, to be fair, if they finish it up on my birthday, great birthday gift, just saying. But it is fucking wild. And of course, Mr. Bradel and Mr. Betterow are all ready for their purple crayons. Your Honor, we got to file a supplemental motion. Essentially, it's a supplemental, right? Like, y'all are, and you guys have to remember, Bradel's not great when it comes to like arguing, in my opinion, this is my opinion, arguing the legalities and the legal argument. What he's good at is narrative, right? Spinning a narrative. The what about this person over here and what they did and what I don't like what they did and we need to do with this. And he also likes to try to take charge. Some judges don't like that shit. You're not taking charge in another judge's courtroom. It's their courtroom. You do what the fuck they tell you to do, right? Betterow asking for them the judge to micromanage how the discovery comes in. That's not the way it works. Discovery has deadlines. It's up to defense and prosecution to collect it in whatever way they see fit, not in whatever way the defense sees fit, right? The judge doesn't micromanage how they get it. It just has to be got. You know what I mean? Like, they just have to get it. You don't get to micromanage how Cosgrove gets it, in what way you want him to get it that you think is more efficient. The fact that they even asserted that to me is fucking insane, right? They know that's not a thing. It's not a thing. Just in the same way that they wouldn't be told, like, you need to do it this way and this way and this way. That's not the fucking way it works, dude. Not the way it works. Girl, listen. Don't get me started on Massachusetts courts in general. They're slow rolling to begin with. And B, they don't always do what the fuck they're supposed to be doing. And that shit drives me absolutely bonkers. Because at some point, and it seems like this judge may be the one to do it. So in the beginning, when we couldn't get audio, what you were hearing is the judge sort of saying whether he needed to recuse or not, who he knew and who he didn't know, and if there was an issue, if any of the parties thought that there would be an issue. The judge did say that he knew Bradel for a while. They used to like try cases against each other or whatever when Bradel worked in the Suffolk District Attorney's Office, although they came to the conclusion that he didn't need to recuse, right? The next hearing is going to be in person. And as far as I wrote down, it's January 23rd, 2026. So after the new year. But it gives him more time to keep essentially shooting himself in the foot, which is what he always does, go berserk, do shit he's not supposed to do, possibly be charged, possibly be held. I mean, a year from now, that's a lot of goddamn time between now and a trial date on this. The CERT team, the reverse taint team or the taint team at this point still has not finished with going through Aidan's phones. His two phones, by the way. He claimed to people he had one phone, but we all know he has two phones. He has one 401 number and one regular, like, Massachusetts area code. He's always had two phones. I don't know why he even lied to people about that. He's always had two phones, okay? So they took two phones of his with his two active phone numbers at the time, and they're still going over all the shit in those phones, right? Just saying. I'm just saying. Yeah, his purple crayons. His purple Harold and the purple crayon. You know what I mean? Ready to eat their purple crayons at this point, trying to demand that the court somehow assert how Cosgrove gets paperwork. I get it. Mello is sick, and it's taking a while to get the stuff from Mello. But they cannot, as Mr. Betterow asserted in his crayons, that they march into Mr. Mello's office or house and just snatch up what they want. yeah, no, they can't do that. Whether it's, under the rule or not, to give the discovery, like, they can't just walk into his house or office and scoop up what they want and go through all his paperwork to see what's relevant. That would be called illegal search and seizure, dumbasses. You can't do that. Even if he is the prosecutor or was the prosecutor in the case, you cannot just walk into his house or office and scoop up what you want. That's just not the way it works at all. And they know that. That's the part that pisses me off, is they fucking know that. They know that. Oh, I guarantee you, quadruple, can I get a donation glitch? Just saying, like a real actual glitch where people just do it on purpose. Not like one that like does it, that's an actual like glitch where like you have to refund people, but when people like do it on purpose and they double it up, that'd be nice. Hey, Beach. So yeah, in the beginning we had some audio issues. My thing was not allowing me to pull the audio from the window, and so we had to do a whole lot of figuring out, but we didn't miss anything. We just missed them talking about who knew who. And so as soon as I got the audio is when they like started, the hearing, thank God. So we didn't. Judge Krupp, I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. I don't think so, to be honest with you, because there really isn't any relevant, like you can get shit, like there's plenty of shit on him already. I don't know. We don't really need Reed's phones. I'm sure there's juicier shit in there, of course. So I'm not saying that wouldn't bolster the case. I just don't think that, like, there's, just like the judge said in this hearing, and the judge is like, it seems to me that like we're not disputing that Aidan did this shit. He's saying it's First Amendment, and the court is saying it's witness intimidation. And Mr. Bradle said, well, that's a fair assessment, right? So it's not about whether he did or didn't do it. It's one side says it's First Amendment, and the other side says that it's not, it's witness intimidation. The statute also says it's witness intimidation. You don't have to like the statute, but the statute itself says that that's witness intimidation, period. That is the law in this state. You don't have to like it, but it's the law, right? I don't either. And he's going to lose his ever-loving mind when that's ruled on. I'm just like, what? You guys know they're not going to micromanage how he gets it unless it's like past a deadline, and then they might like demand that you hurry the fuck up and get it or whatever, have sanctions, but they don't micromanage how you get it, The judge seemed good. If you watch on replay, just know that there was no audio in the beginning, and they were only talking about, like I said, the judge was saying like the last couple of judges had to recuse for knowing people or whatever, and he's looking at the list of judges, and did we that he did know Mr. Bradle from way back, and did anybody have an issue with it? And so it wasn't, that's all you guys missed, like hearing wise, wasn't anything serious. As soon as we got the audio back is really when it started. I was listening to it the entire time. I could hear it the entire time. You guys just couldn't, which is fucking weird. But the judge seemed very normal. You know what I mean? Normal. Like not gonna deal with the bullshit, but also not gonna do favors, So I know, right? Judge Krupp wasn't gonna play fuck games. That's why, Yes, he did. He talked to Judge Krupp, not about like the case itself, but asking when the opinion would be in. And so he did say that he talked to Judge Krupp, and that the decision from Judge Krupp would be in the near future. That was the other thing that he said. Your phone would help, but I think there's so much already. I think I need to go back and watch the entire thing, because people said she was like reading the charges and stuff, and I didn't see that part. So I might have only saw a clip. It was a long clip though. I think it was like 20 or 30 minutes where she played Crawford's video. So I might have to go back and see if there's like a beginning part to that. I saw it on X and it was shared, so I maybe didn't see the whole thing, but I did see parts of it. He seemed fair to me. So, we'll see. But it seemed to me like the judge wasn't dealing with the nonsense either. Like, not going to drag this out into oblivion, because clearly the judge can see all the motions that have been filed, all the, you know what I'm saying? He can see who's dragging it out and what for what. So they didn't decide exactly on a trial date, but the judge asked them to sort of guesstimate when they think realistically they could try it. And of course, Mr. Bradle's like, oh, mid-fall, right? Mid-fall to me is like September, October. And of course, and he's like, well, you know, I can do November 9th, November 17th, blah, blah, blah. And then the judge is like, well, can we pick, like, you know, and it's like, oh, how about November 17th for a status, like a pre-trial status? And that's like before trial. So it's like, so it's still not going to start until after that. Why not the 9th, Mr. Bradle? You just said you had the 9th open, right? Like they're trying to get as much time as humanly possible. Yeah, a year from now. So I don't expect it'll start until around before my birthday, Thanksgiving. You know, maybe finish in December. They said it would take about 2 weeks, Cosgrove said. It is crazy to me. Crazy to me too. It doesn't need to be. It could be tried in friggin' March, April, even May. I don't see why it needs to be that long, to be honest. I know that it's voluminous. I know that there's a lot of evidence. And the problem with Aidan is that he constantly creates more evidence. That's the issue, right? Constantly creates more evidence. And so that's kind of the problem, where it's constant work, because every day he's like changing his story and telling on himself. And so I think that's the problem, really. Oh, Jesus Christ. That doesn't shock me, not even a little bit. Yes, pretty much, yes. That's exactly what's going to happen, Jay. Oh, hey, girl, hey. Ugh, I can't even, I don't know how anybody, I don't even know how you guys do it. I cannot force myself to do it. Right? At this rate, right? I agree, it's too far, you know? But here's the fun thing. If things get sped up and all the discovery gets in and stuff, the judge is not going to keep it way back there. If they have all of it and they're actively working on the case, the judges would pull it up. So, I mean, we'll see. You know, he definitely has to keep them interested for the next year. Oh, he can create drama in about 10 seconds flat, you know? Well, that's what Cosgrove was saying, right? Cosgrove was saying, if we get Karen's phones, then they're going to have to do the reverse taint team. They're going to have to talk to the defense in Karen's case and give them search terms so that they can avoid, you know, privileged materials. And then like it would be a whole nother shit show of more shit that they would have to do the same way they did with his phone. It's been taking 3.5 months. That could happen again if they get Karen's phone. So it's like, that's going to take the longest. And so if you assert that they get the phone, then okay, that could be another 4 or 5 months just with that issue alone. Okay. With the taint team, you know, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I really don't. You know, they do. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, that's half the problem, right? Is they listen to everything that these people say with no independent fucking thought, you know? Oh, he has a list of spreadsheets for all his fake accounts, though. That's a real thing. He actually does. I kid you not. You know? Yeah, he is a fragile one. That's fragile. You go. A lot of them are. And I see a lot of narcissistic traits in some of these guys, and I'm like, shocker. Shocker. You know? It is what it is. I can't control who listens to who. I just can hope that people open their eyes and realize that they're, you know, being fucking lied to, and that they wake up, because there's nothing else I can do but tell the truth. And at the same time, it hurts me to watch people knowing that they're flushing their money down the drain. They're gonna get hurt. There's gonna be more victims. I wish people would just listen, but I can't make them, you know. I'm sure he hasn't. I haven't checked, but I'm sure he hasn't. It's just another, you know, go around. It's like round and round they go. Every week or 2 weeks, it's like another, you know, it's the same shit over and over, you know. It's different to me, unfortunately. Let's see. Yeah, I agree. The level of stupidity is fucking insane in my eyes, but not really much we can all do about it, unfortunately, you know. I got donation from someone. Get real quick, because in about 5 minutes I gotta go anyway. Why is my phone like crapping out, doing what it wants at the moment? Like, hey phone, how you doing? So slow, dude. So slow. Aww. Deidre sent $70 and said, Merry Christmas. May God bless you with some green in your stocking for working so hard. I appreciate you, Deidre. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, my friend. It's very well appreciated. And we got 5 people got memberships today. Who got them? I can't see on the screen over here. I can only see on this screen. And I had the. So we were shaking the bushes. Lynn got one. Dulcina. Couch flips. Naka Alexander. Freeze. Frame. And out. So shaking the bushes a little bit. Shaking the bushes. Shaking the bushmish. We appreciate you, Deidre. We appreciate you, Art Deco, and Standing for your super chat earlier. We appreciate you guys. If you would like to donate to the channel, there's a bunch of different ways to do so. Even if you're catching me on the replay, we'll just read it on Sunday. Tomorrow's happily my day off. I am freaking exhausted. These 8-hour days are killing me, literally. He can be found in violation, but that has to finish. So I have a whole nother day of that in December. So they have to have a resolution from that to see how that works out. So that's the issue, right? Is that you got to come to a resolution, see what the judge says in that case before that could happen. So we won't know anything on that until December 18th when they finish it up, unfortunately. There's a bunch of different ways. You can hit the like button, please, on your way out. I would appreciate it. There's 267 of you, 68 of you on X. If you guys could show some love, I'd appreciate it if you come over here and hit the like button on YouTube. We very well appreciate that. And there's the other ways that you can support the channel by sharing or subscribing, which is free, or you can get your membership. Make sure to get your membership before Christmas Eve for our members only PJ Bonanza on Christmas Eve. And then there's the other ways of doing it: Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, Revolut, Chime. We have an Amazon wish list in the description of our video. We have a link that you can use credit or debit. And that's also in the description of the video here on YouTube. I appreciate you. I love your stinking faces. And I won't see you tomorrow because it's my freaking only day off. Tomorrow's Saturday. But I will see you guys on Sunday morning. So get your coffee or your tea or whatever it is on Sunday morning and join us for a live stream. And until then, see you guys later. Bye, everybody.